Elf Dimension. I just want to play games. Chapter 51 100. Chapter 51 Jim Staff Lily. Enter game mode. Huh. Lily, was your life like that before? Is it lonely? It feels so boring. After listening to Lily I's reason, Zhang Bauer couldn't help but sigh, but her kind heart made her secretly make up her mind that she will take this girl to know the outside world well in the future. Lu Yin knew about Lily I's affairs for a long time, and now that he heard her say it personally, he didn't doubt the authenticity of her reasons. After thinking about it, he made the final decision. Okay, then you will live here from today. My place is very spacious. Wait a minute and let Sister Bauer take you to enter your fingerprints and basic information. By the way, I actually have 2 gymnasiums built here. For the time being, I'm still the owner of these 2 gymnasiums. I don't think you are willing to eat and live for free. For the time being, you can also be a staff member of the gymnasium here. Help me with my work, and I'll pay you. How about that? Okay. Lily nodded frantically. Lu Yin's handling method was in line with her mind. Since then, she is not dependent on others, and she does not need to be too burdened. She knows that this is Lu Yin's consideration for her, so she is not dissatisfied, but very happy. Okay, then this matter is settled. Seeing that Lily I had no problem, Lu Yin said hello to Zhang Bauer and walked towards Little Nebula. Just kidding, the wild beasts are in front, how can you not pay attention? But after half an hour, Lu Yin gave up. This Cosmogu doesn't seem to be as stupid as I thought. But that's right, no matter what, it is also the legendary elf who can grow into Solgaleo or Lunara in the future. This is reality, not anime. In the past half an hour, Lu Yin tried to get to know Cosmogu, the little nebula, and it was best to abduct him and become his own elf. In the anime, Cosmogu is a very curious elf, and he will not be afraid whether he encounters strangers or unknown elves. Even with just taking care of it, he immediately becomes intimate with this person. This is due to the character Cosmog, but it also causes it to often get into dangerous situations. Lu Yin planned to abduct him because of Cosmogu's character and his favorite candy reason. But after getting along, Lu Yin realized that what he thought was a little too simplistic. Cosmogu is really easy to get close to people, but whenever he expresses the idea of wanting to subdue the tower, for example, he says, Cosmogu, do you want to eat candy on my side in the future? Cosmogu, do you want to travel with me? Cosmogu, do you want to take a look at the environment here? In such words, Cosmogu would selectively act stupid, as if he could not understand Lu Yin's words at all. This made Lu Yin understand that it was still too early to subdue Cosmogu's cultivation, and the other party was not stupid. He can't use strength either. Although Cosmogu is generally not strong, he can briefly burst into the strength of a beast, with amazing destructive power, and he can move instantly. There is no absolute certainty, absolutely cannot rashly shot. Lu Yin has already made preparations for a long-term stand. As long as he develops a good relationship with Cosmogu in the future, I believe that it will only be a matter of time to conquer it. In addition to Cosmogu, Lu Yin pondered for a while the elf egg of Bictony. This is a legendary elf that can really be subdued and cultivated. The only problem is that he doesn't know where it needs to go to save energy. This seems to be a matter of luck again. Alas. Lu Yin sighed deeply. He didn't think about luck, but he was going to the elf world tomorrow, so he decided to hurry up and improve the strength of the elf in his hand. For others, the improvement of elves' strength is a process of accumulation, but for him, this is not the case. Enter game mode. Lu Yin returned to his bedroom, put the Happy House water and potato chips next to him, waved his hand, and showed the game machine in his mind to his hand. Log in first. If you choose a secret realm. Electric Dragon has just broken through to the Quasi-King level. Even if there is a game machine to help, it will take a little time to cultivate and eliminate it. On the other hand, the Electric Shock monster can be cultivated well, but to deal with Sha Yang, this strength is enough. So it's better to train flaming monkeys and flaming chickens, and one of the catty dogs. After making a decision, Luyan simply chose to enter the game mode, and chose a B-level secret realm, Nagano Prairie. This, Nagano Prairie, is a secret realm located in the northernmost part of Hangcheng. The elves living on it are mainly grass and general elves. Not long ago, Luyan went there specially to form a copy for his own convenience. Fire-type elves quickly accumulate experience and upgrade. Just like now. After entering the secret realm, the location displayed on the screen of the game console is a hidden location by the river, which is his habit. Because it is in game mode, Luyan can see the surrounding situation clearly at a glance, and the game console clearly displays the content on the map. Enter. Luyan controlled his avatar to enter the game, and then walked along the river toward the top of the map. He remembered that there were many wild grass elves living there. Well, here we are, let's see, the middle-level vine monster, the catty dog, warm up. Flame wheel. Ding, the effect is excellent, one-shot kills, and the catty dog increases experience. Ding, Katie's level has been increased, and now the level is primary, 6. Asterisk. Chapter 52 _ Katie's Crazy Ascension, Flaming Chicken Breakthrough. Ding, Katie's level has been increased, now the level is primary, 7. Ding, Katie's level has been raised, now the level is primary, 9. Good, good. Luyan nodded with satisfaction as the reminder sounded constantly in his mind. Playing in the game mode has such an advantage, there will not be many accidents like in reality, and the tricks are basically a must. Even if it is a beginner and an intermediate, with the advantage of attributes, it is not difficult to kill the opponent in seconds. Moreover, the power of elves is particularly easy to upgrade in the early stage of the game console. This is not like in reality, it is easy for elves to become stronger in the early stage, but there are many difficulties in training. Relying on the game console, Luyan is sure to brush the level of catty dog to high level today. However, after reaching the advanced level, it is difficult to gain experience improvement. Luyan's eyes were a little helpless. After all, the secret realm is a copy of reality, not a real game map. I think it will be difficult to transplant and encounter high-level wild elves to brush elves. Unfortunately, the low-level wild elves can provide less experience. And the experience points required by high-level elves are increased by a set multiple. In addition, I have more fire elves to train. Luyan was a little annoyed. If it wasn't for that reason, the turkey he conquered 3 months ago wouldn't have only reached the advanced level 29, he should have broken through to the elite level long ago. But it doesn't matter, as his strength is getting stronger and stronger. As long as he finds the right secret realm, he can train a novice elf to an advanced level in a few days without side effects, and walk the road that an average trainer takes half a year to a year. And it can be improved further in the future. Today is a good day. Luyan has a hunch, the 3 fire elves in his hand can take a crucial step. Hey, another grass-type elf, a dumb flower with intermediate strength. Too weak, Katie, I'll leave it to you. Flame wheel. Ding. Ding, congrats. Katie has been promoted to intermediate 15. After defeating a few elves with intermediate and primary strength again, Katie's strength has steadily reached the intermediate level, and the experience bar has passed half. Although the B-level secret realm is high online, it is impossible for high-level elves to be as common as in the game, and most of them are primary and intermediate elves. And now, a large food flower pattern has appeared on the game console map. Dashiwa, I came across it after walking deep into the plain, luck finally arrived. Well advanced strength, then continue to let the catty dog fight, just to try the new trick it has learned. Hierarchy learns new tricks, which is another ability of game consoles. In general, only elves with high qualifications will understand new tricks in an evolutionary or sudden state. With the help of schools, expensive skill machines are also available. But Luyan doesn't need these. As long as his elf is leveled up in the game console, he will automatically comprehend new tricks after reaching a certain level. This is his unique benefit. Caddy, Flaming Fang. Ding. Ding. Cutie level up to intermediate, 16. Quote. Ding. Caddy level up to intermediate, 19. Another 3-level winning streak. Luyan felt that this feeling was so refreshing. It took him less than a day to get the Katy dog. The latter is about to have advanced strength. At that time, he will use the evolution stone to help him evolve, and he may reach the elite level in one fell swoop. This is the fastest he has done in a while. Then, the exploration of the secret realm continued. In this way, the night had passed, and when the dawn sunlight shone through the window on Luyan's face, only then did he regain his senses, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. I'm going ... I was so excited that I played all night. It's good now, don't sleep anymore, wait and get ready to drink a bottle of red Kintaro to lift your spirits. Fortunately, all-night struggle was not in vain. After one night, Luyan mainly upgraded the Katy dog, and it has been upgraded to the advanced level 25. During this period, he also encountered a few ordinary grass-type elves with elite qualifications. He sent the Flaming Monkey and Flaming Chicken to carry out battle. The Flaming Chicken has lived up to Luyan's expectations, and its strength has been raised to the elite level 31. When it comes to the Flame Monkey, it is actually a little bit worse for the elite mid-level. The leveling up is indeed more difficult as it goes to the back, and it is no wonder that those disciples from aristocratic families who have resources, experience, knowledge and props, and cultivate high-quality quasi-king elves from childhood, also need many years to reach the championship level. However, Luyan firmly believed that it would not take long for him to surpass them. Just here for now, wash up and prepare to go to the institute. Luyan stood up and stretched, and then planned to put the embodied game console in his mind, but the next moment, when he saw the icon that appeared on the screen of the game console, his movements froze. No. This elf. I actually have this luck. Am I lost today? Luyan felt that today's self was too rare. In the past 6 months, he has used the game console to explore various secret realms. Relying on the powerful radar function of the game console, he picked up a lot of props, such as the electric beads that have been provided for the electric dragon, and the special ones for Pikachu. Electric beads, there are also things like sharp claws and evolution stones. Among these props, he kept the good ones, and sold the bad ones for a lot of money. Although it was unrealistic for him to raise an elf like Dr. Damu, it was more than enough to achieve food and clothing. But apart from the props, he did not encounter any rare elves with good basic aptitude. Elite qualified shock boys and fire babies are already his biggest gains. This made him doubt his luck for a while. How can he say that he is also a man who hangs up, and the game console also has the ability to detect qualifications? Shouldn't it be more advantageous to capture high qualifications and rare elves? 2 elite level elves are nothing at all. At least it has to be a Heavenly King level qualified elves, right? In fact, this is because Luyan is too greedy, or in other words, he has been subconsciously competing with Xiaoji, the illegitimate child in the elf world who can meet the legendary elf wherever he goes. In fact, it is true that high qualified elves are rarely encountered, and elite level elves are already the highest qualified elves that most powerful trainers can master. After all, the elite level strength spans from the low-level elite 30 to the quasi-king top-level elite 59. Not to mention, Luyan's nemesis, Anbo, hasn't broken through to the Heavenly King level. Anbo now has enough experience in cultivating elves and enough resources. The only thing he lacks is a Heavenly King level qualified water elf, so he is rare in the flashing carp dragon. After all, there are still too few trainer geniuses who can train elves to break through qualifications. Moreover, ordinary people have no way to accurately know the aptitude of elves, which has caused the loss of many game elves. For example, a common elf like the Carp King has a large base and values qualifications. If Luyan uses games to screen his qualifications, he will definitely find an accurate one, but if ordinary people go, they will be willing to catch the Carp King and go to research institutes and spend a lot of money to do it. Qualification. If it is not identified, who has the courage to subdue the cultivation of the Carp King? What if it will never evolve? Therefore, Lu Yin has achieved the current results in half a year, and not long ago, he also subdued the flashing carp dragon, which is good enough. But Lu Yin will never admit this. He now only expects Xiaoji to be as real as Lily, Sharona and others, then he can do things. Although he has a game console, he has almost no requirements for elves, qualifications, but who is unhappy with high qualified elves? And now, a highly qualified elf appeared in front of him. This is one, Lizard King. Chapter 53 _ Katie Dog Evolution Wind Speed Dog. 3/4. Quote. Name, Lizard King. Property, Grass. Features, Lush, yes. Hidden feature, Light load, yes. Level, Elite top grade, Quasi-King 50. Qualification, Elite. Intimacy, ~~. Carry item, Advanced Firestone. Personality, cautious, cheerful. 2 cleaves, chopping, flying leaf storm, dark attack, slap, stare, absorb, lightning flash, super absorb, chase. Lizard King, tisk tisk. I've been really lucky recently. Before the end of the game, he was able to meet a Lizard King, or a Lizard King whose strength had reached the quasi-celestial level. Lu Yin was in a good mood. And this Lizard King actually carried a high-level firestone. Did he know that he lacked this thing, so he came to send warmth. The evolution stone is also divided into quality from low to high, beginning, medium, high, excellent, perfect. Different evolution stones have different effects when helping specific elves evolve. The evolution stones that can be bought for tens of thousands of dollars on the market are the worst ones. They can only help elves evolve and increase their strength a little. This power, in Lu Yin's game, probably moves one level up. The intermediate quality evolution stone can help the evolutionary colleagues and help the elves to upgrade to the 3rd level. The high level quality is level 5, and the next best quality and perfect quality are the same, but it is said that it has the power to help elves change their aptitudes the day after tomorrow. Lu Yin is not short of elementary quality evolution stones, because he is not short of money, but there are no intermediate quality ones. Generally, he needs to go to the Alliance to make reservations and participate in small auctions. But there is no shortage of Lu Yin in the past, because his father is the King of Heaven and has connections. But high-level quality is not the case. This kind of thing has a price and no market. Many people are competing. After all, it can help the evolved elves to improve their strength by a large margin, level 5. Lu Yin originally thought that when he went to the research institute, he would ask Hu Jie to help him to see if he could buy a high-quality firestone. After swiping 2 more levels, you can use evolution to help you evolve, and at the same time, directly raise your strength to the elite level. This is much better than the treatment of the flame chicken at the beginning. This kind of elves evolves when they reach the level in the game, and he has no chance to drill. When he didn't expect that luck could not stop him, now he actually met a Lizard King with high quality, which was very lucky. Now, he can directly help Katie evolve, and has elite level strength. And the benefits don't stop there. The Lizard King of the quasi-celestial level, I can only ask the Flaming Monkey to be safe. Use skill, Flare Charge. On the game console, as Lu Yin made a decision, the avatar of the Flaming Monkey moved a bit and successfully hit the Lizard King. The bar on the screen representing the Lizard King's health suddenly decreased rapidly under this blow, leaving only a little red line at the end. Hey, there's no instant kill. Lu Yin was a little surprised. As a senior game player, his favorite way is to use a restrained elf to gain experience. After all, it's not reality. If you can be fast, become stronger is the kingly way. Ding! The Wild Lizard King inspired the lush trait. A message swipes across the screen. Lu Yin pouted. From the beginning to the end, he will let the Flaming Monkey use a flame to instantly kill the Attraction King. This is the game. But the next moment, Lu Yin was dumbfounded. Ding! The wild lizard king used roar. Lu Yin. Isn't this Nima just running away? Sure enough, the next moment, the battle screen on the game console disappeared, and the lizard king turned into an icon and moved quickly in one direction. I'm going. Lu Yin was shocked. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation in half a year. Will this elf run away? Nima, is this the performance of the cautious lizard king? Maybe this is the difference between a realistic copy game and a computer game. Well, the only thing that is fortunate is that under the transition of the copy game, the sprite does not disappear directly after escaping, but the icon can still be seen. Needless to say, Lu Yin chased after him again, but found that he was getting further and further away from the Lizard King, and he was about to escape from the screen. Also, how can a person chase an elf who is serious about escaping? He is not a superpower. Then I'll let the method go. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he chose his real body to enter the dungeon. The next moment, the environment in front of him had changed. Then he was also unequivocal, and directly released the catty dog. Come on, catty. Use the flame wheel. I still understand the flow of experience tilde. Bang. The result was no accident. The Lizard King was hit by the catty dog. Although it has now become a reality, it is a fact that the former has not much physical strength left, and he was still knocked out. Lu Yin glanced at the image in the game in his mind, and found that there were no surprises in the result. The strength of the flaming monkey has indeed grown to the elite mid-level, 41, and the Katie has also defeated the quasi-king level experience because of half of it. Straight to advanced 29. In this way, after a night of hard work, he had a small breakthrough in the strength of the flaming monkey and flaming chicken in his hands, and the catty dog has experienced a period of rapid growth. But it's not over yet. Lu Yin threw the elf ball to subdue the Lizard King, then reached out and took out the high-level firestone from it and handed it to the catty dog to use. Come on, Katie, it's time to evolve. Evolve, cutie. Lu Yin touched the head of the catty dog and handed over the advanced evolution stone in his hand, with affirmation in his eyes. Roar tilde. Catty dog felt the expectation in Lu Yin's eyes, and let out a cheerful growl. The ability to increase experience in the game is very unbelievable. Lu Yin has personally tested it and found that this experience increase not only increases the physical energy and energy of the elves, but also increases the experience of battle and the mastery of unique tricks. Although he doesn't know what the principle is, after half a year, he can be sure that using the game console to help the elves in his hands become stronger is definitely not to help the elves grow up in all directions. Moreover, as the strength of the elf increases, the intimacy with him will steadily increase, knowing the full value. For example, the current catty dog, yesterday it was a junior 5 little catty dog, but now it is a senior 29. This is a qualitative leap. And it is a comprehensive growth from the mental outlook to the body. Now, he's heading towards a stronger future. Crack. Catty dog stretched out a grab and touched the evolution stone on Lu Yin's hand, and the next moment, a dazzling light protected its body and evolution stone. In the light, the shape of the catty dog began to change, it grew taller and grew, and the light began to become more and more dazzling. When the dazzling light reached 1 degree, it suddenly spread out, revealing the catty dog wrapped in it. No, it should be said to be the wind speed dog. The wind speed dog is very handsome. His whole body is covered with fluffy flaxen hair, even covering his face. His eyes have turned brown, his eyes are very sharp, and he also has black and orange stripes like tigers. There are also hairs around the feet, like a burning fire. Roar. The wind speed dog made an intimate bark at Lu Yin. Very good. Lu Yin showed a satisfied smile, stretched out his hand and touched the head of the wind speed dog. His eyes could not hide the excitement. Chapter 54_ Yi has come to challenge the gym. Fire-breathing dragon configuration. 4 quarters ask for flowers. Name, wind speed dog, female. Attribute, fire. Abilities, intimidate no, start fire, yes. Hidden ability. Righteous heart, yes. Level. Elite low, 34. Qualification. Elite. Intimacy. 255. Skills. Flash charge. Roar. Dash. Bite. Spark. Stare. Slam. Crush. Underscore. The catty dog can become a wind speed dog so quickly, and it has such strength that it directly surpasses the flame chicken. It is the result of many opportunities being piled up together. After all, Luyin is now stronger than before. At the beginning, taking a catty dog is enough to travel to a higher secret realm, just like taking a low-level pet to a high-level map when playing a game. The starting point of catty dog is higher than that of the flaming monkeys, and it also has the flaming monkeys, which can be divided into experience, plus the high-level firestone that Luyin got by luck at the end. It all adds up to this effect. However, this also shows that in the future, when Luyin cultivates new elves, the time it takes in the early stage will be shorter and shorter, which is a great thing. Feng Speed Dog, come back first. After being intimate with the Wind Speed Dog for a while, Luyin took it back into the Pokeball. Now that it is dawn, Zhongbao may come to wake him up for breakfast at any time, and it is not safe to stay in the secret realm. With a flash of thought, Luyin returned to his room. At this moment, a wave just flew in from the window on the side and stopped on the writing desk in the room. Seeing this, Luyin walked over and found that Bobo was really biting something in his mouth. This was the arrival of the gym's challenge documents, and 2 at a time. I really can't wait. Luyin showed a meaningful smile, and then put down the challenge document he had read. This document is also a different kind of notice. Just read it, it doesn't matter if you tear it up. The express delivery Bobo has arrived, indicating that the time should be gone, and Luyin has no longer fallen asleep. After thinking about it, he came to the storage room on the 4th floor of Leifeng Tower. He was about to go to the elf world, and he needed to prepare something. After about half an hour, after finishing everything, Luyin came to the restaurant on the 3rd floor again, and found Lily sitting at the dining table yawning, obviously not getting enough sleep, and the little nebula beside her was a naked eye. Indistinguishable speed crazy eater candy. The wooden owl on the other side is very obediently eating elf food. From time to time, there are voices in the kitchen, it should be Zhongbao making breakfast. It's a cozy morning. About an hour later, after enjoying a late breakfast, Luyin and the 3 came to the entrance of Leifeng Pagoda, planning to set off for the Hengcheng Research Institute. Hey, Xiaoyin, don't you drive? Zhongbao asked with some doubts. Originally, after learning that Luyin was going to the elf world yesterday, he had already planned to go back to continue the special training. If the special training is finished sooner, she will be an alliance police officer soon. But Luyin kept her. Luyin originally planned to go directly to Hengcheng Guangzhou Point after completing the formalities in the Research Institute, and then go to the elf world from there, but if he did that, the car he drove and Lily would not be able to return to Leifeng Tower. So he left Zhongbao. But now things have changed. Because Luyin has a better way to travel than a sports car. The answer is this. Luyin gave Zhongbao a mysterious smile, and then prepared to throw a pokeball. There is no need for a wind speed dog, is he stupid? But at this moment, Luyin and the others felt that the sky in front of them suddenly darkened. The 3 looked up suspiciously, and found that 2 people had fallen on the body of the fire-breathing dragon. Crack! When the fire-breathing dragon landed, a man and a woman jumped off the fire-breathing dragon. The man among them was wearing blue jeans, black short sleeves, and a red leather jacket. Upon reaching Luyin's body, he opened his mouth and said, "Hello, Master Luyin, I'm Xiao Kai from Zhenxin Town in the elf world. I want to challenge the gym." Luyin. Nima, why is Kai Yi here? Challenge the gym badge, challenge yourself. Is it so exciting? Name, fire-breathing dragon. Attribute, fire flying. Feature, fierce fire, yes. Hidden ability, solar power, yes. Grade, Elite Mid-Grade, 42. Qualification: Master. Intimacy, tilde. Mega Stone, X. Skills: Wing Attack, Flame Charge, Hot Wind, Dragon Claw, Shadow Claw, Air Slash, Dragon, S Fury, Flame Fang, Split, Spray Flame, Flame Vortex, Purgatory, Explosive Flame. Underscore 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 underscore. Blue Skinny Mushroom. After confirming that the challenger was Xiao Kai, Lu Yin looked at the data of the fire-breathing dragon beside him. Nima, should it be said to be the fire-breathing dragon of Kai Yi's life? There is actually a master-level qualification. It's too bad. Is there any wood? Definitely not as strong as Xiao Ji's old spray. This is the power of Ash Plus. It is said that there is Xiaoqi in this world, so I wonder if there is Xiaoji. Lu Yin suddenly had a lot of doubts in his heart, but he didn't show any of these. He put away the Pokeball with the wind speed dog, and turned to Xiao Kai and asked, "Do you want to challenge the gym?" Chapter 55 Gym badges are different. Kai Yi's choice. 4/5 18,000 flowers more. That's right. Xiao Kai nodded coolly and said in a flat voice, "Originally, I planned to challenge the Chengdu Alliance in the Elf world this year. But because of Sharona's championship, I decided to challenge the Blue Star Alliance first. I heard that the China Alliance is relatively strong in the Blue Star world, so I want to challenge it. I come from Junxin Town in the Kanto region of the Elf world. Among the light ball passages near my hometown, the nearest one leads to Hangcheng, so I chose Hangcheng Gym for the first battle, and now I come to challenge." "Is that so?" Lu Yin nodded. From the information in Xiao Qi's words, he understood a few points. First of all, Xiao Kai should have only started traveling last year. At the beginning of this year, he planned to join the Chengdu Alliance. In other words, he trained the fire-breathing dragon to an elite mid-rank in 1 year. Should it be said that he is the future Kai Yi? In addition, Xiao Kai said that he chose here because he heard that the China District Alliance is relatively strong in the Blue Star world, and he chose the closest one among the light ball passages that can reach the China District Alliance near Junxin Town. And the position of this light ball at this end of the Blue Star world is Hangcheng. In this way, Hangcheng is quite close to the real new town to some extent. As for Xiao Kai knowing his name, Lu Yin is not surprised, because the official website of the Gym Master of the Alliance provides the location of the gym in the 2 major leagues in the world and the basic information of the gym owner. Lu Yin is now nominally a Hangcheng Gymnasium, and is the gym owner of 2 gymnasiums. It's just that in the past year, Hangcheng Gym was directly closed for half a year, and half a year was Lu Yin's air protection period, so the gym information was closed, and trainers couldn't sign up for the challenge at that time. And this protection period, yesterday was the last day. So today, Hangcheng Gym is open. And Xiao Kai happened to be Lu Yin's first challenger. Interesting, the opponent is actually the legendary Kai Yi. It made my blood boil suddenly. "Okay, I accept your challenge." Lu Yin nodded to Xiaoqi, then took out his mobile phone and called Hu Zhe. "Hey, Uncle Hu, the registration information needs to be delayed because there are trainers to challenge the gym." "Well, I'll call you later." Hanging up the phone, Lu Yin turned his head and said to Lily, "Lily, go to the backstage of the gym to register the situation of the gym. It will be closed for 7 days today." Lu Yin took up Xiaoqi's challenge, but that didn't mean he planned to start performing the duties of the gym owner. For him, 7 days later, Anbo and Xia Yang's challenge to his position as the master of the gym is the highlight. Before that, he needs to go to the elf world to develop a wave. If it weren't for Xiaoqi's sudden challenge now, he would have forgotten about it. It is also worth mentioning that Lilia is now a staff member of the Hangcheng Gym. She has learned a general idea from Zhang Bauer last night about what she has to do. The referees of gym competitions do not need professionals from the league. Generally, the gym owner chooses his own person to serve. After all, the duty of the gym owner is to test the trainers, not to win. There is no need to cheat, and the alliance has surveillance on the side of the gym. If the challenger has any objection, you can ask the alliance to stand up for arbitration. But this kind of thing rarely happens. Yes. Lily nodded quickly, turned and walked into the Lei Feng Tower behind her. After Lily left, Lu Yin looked back at Xiao Kai and asked, "Then, which gym badge do you want to challenge? Leiwen Gym, or Haoyao Gym? Is it a permanent badge challenge, or a temporary badge?" There are two types of gym badges, one is permanent badge and the other is temporary badge. If the trainer chooses to challenge the permanent badge, then in the gym competition, the gym owner will try his best to fight against the trainer, and the trainer can only get the badge if he wins. This badge can be used repeatedly in the same alliance competition and can be kept forever. Moreover, the alliance stipulates that once a gym owner has issued more than 8 permanent badges within a year, the alliance will send assessment personnel to determine whether the gym owner is eligible to continue to be the gym owner. Once the assessment fails, the position of the gym master will be abolished. Compared with permanent badges, the requirements for temporary badges will be lower. The gym owner will send relatively weak elves to fight against the trainer for the purpose of testing. Even if the challenger loses the game, as long as the performance is recognized by the gym owner, you can still get the badge. Hearing Lu Yin's words, Xiao Kai pondered for a while and said, "Last year, I was a rookie, so the gym competitions were all choosing to challenge temporary badges. This time, I want a bigger challenge. I choose to challenge the permanent badge. As for the gym, choose to challenge the Haoyao Gym first." Chapter 56 _ The first gym game, live broadcast. Millions of people follow. 1/3. Permanent badge. Challenge Haoyao Gym first. Lu Yin showed a meaningful smile. He understood Xiaoqi's subtext, meaning that if Lu Yin performed very badly in the first gym competition, then Xiao Kai would not continue to challenge. A good little Kai, worthy of being Kai Yi, different from ordinary mediocre people. For Xiao Kai, obtaining gym badges is not the goal, and fighting against valuable trainers is the biggest pursuit. If this is a rubbish trainer, he will definitely know which gym is the weakest by researching online all day long, so he can take advantage of opportunities to win the game and get the badge. However, although he admires Xiaoqi's audacity, it does not mean that Lu Yin can endure this contempt. Xiao Kai will show what he meant before, isn't there something that looks down on him? In that case, I will fulfill you. Jim, it's enough for you to challenge one. But definitely not because of boredom, but because of powerlessness. Thinking of this, Lu Yin turned around and walked into Lei Feng Pagoda. "Come in, this challenger." Under the leadership of Lu Yin, Xiao Kai and the girl beside him came to the first floor of Lei Feng Pagoda, which is the venue used by Haoyao Taoist Hall. The second floor is the venue used by the Leiwen Gym. Haoyao Gym is a gym designed by Lu Tong himself. The entire site is surrounded by rocky ground, and a lava pool with a diameter of about 10 meters is artificially built in the center. In the lava pool, there are various standing rock pillars, some of which are solid and some are hollow. This is a venue that is very in line with the elements of the fire gymnasium. Lu Yin and Xiao Kai came to the two ends of the field and stood up. The former nodded to Lily, who had come to the center outside the battlefield. "Yes __." Lily understood and turned on the camera on the side. Gym challenges that do not have videos saved will not be recognized. On the other side of the auditorium, Zhang Baoer looked at the battlefield with anxiety and excitement. Lu Yin's first battle as a gym owner in her life was about to begin, and she was looking forward to it. In comparison, the girl who followed Xiao Kai to the gym seemed much calmer. This girl's name was Haruko, and she was Xiaoqi's childhood sweetheart. Haruko's appearance is not good-looking, she tends to be cute and quiet, and her life goal is to become an elf's nurturer and Xiaoqi's wife. In the past year, Haruko has been traveling with Xiaoqi and trusts the latter's strength very much. Lu Yin looked about the same age as Xiao Kai. Haruko felt that it was unlikely that Xiao Kai would lose. After she came to the auditorium, she took out her mobile phone and tripod and started to play with it. Seeing this, Zhang Bao asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" "Live broadcast," Haruko replied calmly. "I also part-time elf anchor. The main content of the live broadcast is the content of Xiao Kai and other elves fighting." Live broadcast. Zhang Bao got interested, and asked, "How many fans do you have?" Webcasting is not unusual for modern young people, it is an emerging product of the new era, and Zhang Bao also understands this. Speaking of which, it may be because the light ball has opened up the channel between the two worlds, and the network signals of the two worlds can be connected, so the audience of the live broadcast room is people from the two worlds, which has led to a linear increase in the number of viewers watching the live broadcast. Just over 1 million a while ago. Haruko said with some pride. Last year, Xiao Kai was a novice trainer, but in the first year, he participated in the Youth League competition with his badge. And won the 4th place in the Youth League, and was known as the strongest rookie in the Kanto League last year, so many people pay attention to him. This person is so strong. Zhang Bao glanced at Xiao Kai on the field with some surprise. In the elf world, the Youth League is a competition that can only be entered by people between the ages of 16 and 22. In the Blue Star world, it is from 18 to 22 years old. If you want to participate in the Youth League, except for some special circumstances, ordinary people want to participate and need to have more than 8 temporary badges to participate. Anyone who can join the Youth League in their first year as a trainer is given the title of rookie. And the trainers who can reach the finals in the first competition, that is, the top 16, will be called genius trainers. Xiao Kai can enter the semi-finals in the first year, and is definitely the leader in the family of genius trainers. I didn't expect Lu Yin's first opponent to be such an existence, it's so interesting. Zhang Bao's eyes lit up, and she was looking forward to the next battle. She was not worried that Lu Yin would lose. Although Xiaoqi's record was excellent, Zhang Bao firmly believed that Lu Yin was even better. Today is the time for Lu Yin to prove his genius again. Aside, at this time, Haruko had already started the live broadcast, and many people who had been notified long ago poured into the live broadcast room. Immediately afterwards, a large barrage appeared on the screen of the mobile phone. "Worship my brother Kai. Wow, the little brother opposite Kai Ge is so handsome. Hey, in this scene, is brother Kai in a gym battle? This gym owner is so unfamiliar. Brother Kai, what gym is this challenging? The master of the gym opposite Kai Ge should not be the master of our elf world. If so, I'll live to eat tilde shit. The upstairs is cheating again. Wow, I know this gym owner, isn't this Lu Yin? No, brother Kai actually challenged him, this is the rhythm of hanging. Lu Yin, who, can you beat my brother Kai? No, what I said is that brother Kai is going to hang the opposite side. This Lu Yin is so bad. Don't talk nonsense, Haruko, explain. Chapter 57 _ the huge attention brought by the live broadcast room 2/3. Hello everyone, I'm Haruko. Seeing the content swiped on the screen, Haruko smiled and said hello. Without showing up, she said directly, Xiao Kai and I have come to the Blue Star world this time to challenge the more powerful China Alliance. Xiaoqi's opponent today is the gym owner of the Hengcheng Hoayao Gym in the China District Alliance. Today is his first challenge to the permanent badge, let's wait and see. As Haruko's voice fell, a barrage appeared on the screen again. It's amazing, my brother Kai actually killed him in the opposite Blue Star world. Worship my brother Kai, come on, brother Kai, and beat this Chinese Alliance gym master. Everyone, stay awake, don't think about hanging and beating. After all, the other party is the master of the gymnasium. Let's hope that our brother Kai will have a dazzling performance. It's time to prove the strength of our wizard world trainers. Upstairs, don't start a fight. I'm from the Blue Star world, and I happen to be from Hengcheng, China District Alliance. This time, I want to say that Lord Kai may really hang the opposite side. Upstairs, what do you say? I remember that Hengcheng is a metropolis in the China District Alliance. The gym owner will not be weak, right? This situation is different. Let me give you some popular science. Hangcheng Gym was naturally not weak in the past. There is a Heavenly King Gym and a Quasi-Tianwang Gym. The master of the gym is the parents who are concerned about Lu Yin. Having said that, the netizen talked about the situation of Lu Tong and Ji Yuying, as well as Lu Yin's inheritance of the gymnasium. When he explained science popularization, the content on the barrage instantly became one-sided. It turned out to be the second generation of a gymnasium. Brother Kai has stabilized. A genius who is willing to be weak. I don't think so. Cut, it's just hard work from the outside. Okay I didn't expect Kai Ji to be such an opponent in the first battle of the elf world, a good start. While the water friends in the live broadcast room were chatting, on the battlefield, the game was finally about to start. Lily took a deep breath, raised the flag in her hand, and shouted. Now start the battle with gym badges. The elves that can be used by both parties are limited to 3. Of course, after all 3 elves on one side lose their combat effectiveness, the game ends. Only challenges can change sprites at any time during the game. Now, the game begins. After finishing all the rules, Lily let out a sigh of relief. On the field, according to the rules, Lu Yin, a gym trainer, threw the Pokeball first. Come out and fight, Flaming Chicken. Bang! The Pokeball was thrown into the air by Lu Yin, shooting out a red light. Flame! The figure of the Flaming Chicken appeared along with the red beam, standing on the rock pillar in the center of the field. As soon as he entered the venue, the Flaming Chicken's sharp eyes swept across Xiao Kai, full of momentum. Flame Chicken. One of the 3 royal families in the Fengyuan area. Seeing Lu Yin's Flaming Chicken, Xiaoqi's eyes changed, and he regained his spirits. From the eyes of the Flaming Chicken, he can feel that this will be a good opponent. In fact, it's not just Xiao Kai, the Flame Chicken's eyes are too sharp, and those water friends in the live broadcast room can also feel its powerful momentum after seeing it through the camera. This Flame Chicken is definitely not weak. Watching the game. The number of people who posted the barrage decreased by more than half in an instant. As the saying goes, hearing is false and seeing is true, and everyone is looking forward to the next game. At this time, the water friend from the self-proclaimed Hangcheng in the live broadcast room was also interested in the performance of the Flaming Chicken. Interesting, although only the Flame Chicken performed well, it also shows that Lu Yin's training ability and command ability are not weak, and his next performance is worth looking forward to. It is a well-known fact that weak trainers will not be recognized by powerful elves. Just by looking at the performance of the Flaming Chicken, it can be inferred that Lu Yin's trainer level is still not weak, so the news of his willingness to degenerate is likely to be just a rumor. Thinking of this, what this water friend from Hangcheng must do, and thinking of his identity as an online editor, he decided to spread the news of Lu Yin and Xiaoqi's battle. Soon, information about unified editing appeared in Hangcheng Post Bar, Yindo, Weibo, and the editor's circle of friends. Hangcheng's new gym owner is the first gym owner in his life, and his opponent is the strongest newcomer of the Elf World Guangdong Alliance last year. On Weibo and has many fans. As he released the information, many people saw it and joined the live broadcast room out of curiosity, and forwarded it smoothly. After all, this is Lu Yin's first gym game, and it is also the first gym game that Hangcheng Gym has restarted since it closed a year ago. Many people are curious about how Lu Yin will perform. Hangcheng Taoist Master. Lu Yin. The genius. The half-year air protection period has passed. Will there be a challenger at once? I thought I would have to wait until the Gym Masters Challenge book a week later to know his strength. The opponent is the strongest rookie of the strongest alliance in the elf world. Interesting. I hope Lu Yin doesn't lose too badly. For many people in Hangcheng, the Hangcheng Gym used to be their pride, but now it has been closed for a year, and they have always been critical of Lu Yin. However, after learning that Lu Yin was finally going to start the first gym competition in his life, they all joined in the fun again with curiosity, looking forward to how he would perform. Moreover, the opponent is Xiao Kai, the strongest newcomer of the strongest alliance in the elf world, definitely strong enough to test Lu Yin's Jinliang. Everyone wants to see it. Lu Yin, like some rumors, has already fallen from grace. Or, rumors are just rumors, he is always the genius. Asterisk. Chapter 58_slightly better. Combination recruiting. 3/3. Hangcheng Xiaoshuai is here to meet you. My Hangzhou genius is finally going to prove myself again. I hope I don't get hanged and beaten. After all, the opposite is the strongest rookie of last year's most recognized alliance in the elves world. Che, do you have ambition? I grew up listening to Lu Yin's name, and I support him. Lu Yin is still so handsome. Is Lu Yin's fan group here? Shadow, like a shadow. Now is the information age. With the news that Lu Yin and Xiao Kai are going to have a match, many people began to pour into Haruko's live broadcast room, and the number of online people in the live broadcast room was increasing at a terrible rate. Among them, there are people watching the excitement, people curious about Lu Yin, people with good intentions, and people with expectations. In addition, there are some fan groups that Lu Yin has accumulated since childhood. Similar to Xiaomao's girlfriend support group. The website of Haruko Live is the official designated website of the Alliance, and the location of the live broadcast room is directly related to the number of people in it. As the watching audience entered the room, the location of the live broadcast room also began to climb on the page, which attracted more curious people to watch. In this way, without Lu Yin's knowledge, the first gym competition in his life as a gym owner will be held under the common witness of millions of people. If the opponent is a flaming chicken, I'm going to use him. After a little test, Xiao Kai threw a pokeball. Come out and fight, eagles. Via ___ sculpture. With a sharp bird chirping, a huge figure spread its wings and emerged from the pokeball, circling in midair. Name, Bidiao. Attribute, flying, normal. Features, no defense, yes. Hidden feature, none. Level, elite low, 36. Qualification, king of heaven. Intimacy, tilde. Personality, energetic. Skills, divine bird slam. Hot wind, impact, sand splashing, wind blowing, lightning flash, sand splashing, wind blowing, lightning flash. Lu Yin. Seeing Bidiao's data through the game console, Lu Yin wanted to shut himself up. Did Xiaoqi come to attack him specifically? A fire-breathing dragon with championship-level qualifications is not enough, a Bidiao also has heavenly-level qualifications. If he hadn't had a game console, he wouldn't care about qualifications at all, this would be really uncomfortable. However, the elite low-level strength Bidiao is a formidable enemy. His eyes swept across Bidiao, and Lu Yin was the first to issue an attack order. Flame chicken. Sharp stone attack. Flame. Hearing Lu Yin's voice, the flaming chicken immediately took action, jumped into the sky with both legs, and put his hands on his chest to mobilize the power in his body, and it quickly gathered a circle of white light around his body. The flame chicken is a fighting type plus flame type attribute, it is restrained by the flying type, and the rock type is restrained by the flying type. The sharp stone attack is a rock type trick. It was specially bought by Lu Yin to let the flame chicken learn it, so that when he encounters an opponent like Bidiao, he will have a strong enough counterattack. Sharp stone attack. Xiaoqi's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly shouted, dodge with the electric light to avoid it. Via __ sculpture. Bidiao screamed, his eyes became very sharp, and a white light appeared behind him, rushing straight towards the direction of the flaming chicken. Fire __ flame. The flaming chicken kept its eyes fixed on the competition. When the force was over, it screamed loudly, and the white circles around it turned into pieces of sharp rocks, and shot towards Bidiao overwhelmingly. Shoo, swish, swish. Facing these sharp rocks, Bidiao was not afraid, flapped his wings, and accelerated again, dodging the rocks while approaching the flaming chicken. Due to the need to avoid rocks, the speed of Bidiao was inevitably affected. Seeing this, Lu Yin immediately shouted, "We use a flash of lightning." Flame. The flaming chicken just landed on the rock pillar below, and understood Lu Yin's order. It immediately bent its legs and jumped violently, holding a white tail, and approached the sculpture at high speed. Not good. Xiaoqi's expression changed. He didn't expect Lu Yin to grasp the gaps so well. This is not something that ordinary trainers can do. The speed of the flame chicken and Bai Diao's battle is very fast. Generally, trainers will think about how to defend at this time, or think about how to fight for the second time. They will never attack before the flame chicken has landed and Bai Diao has not left the sharp stone. When encircling the circle, consider continuous attack. This requires anticipation. Prediction requires a lot of experience and insight. Just such a confrontation, Xiao Kai knew that Lu Yinju was not easy. This time, he lost. But the game isn't over yet. Bang! The flaming chicken rushed in quickly, and the dual-purpose Bidiao was completely unable to make effective defensive actions, and was knocked out. And misfortunes do not come singly. The flame chicken is very fast and powerful. It is extremely fast than the eagle flying out, and it is in a straight line. It just hits the sharp rock that was avoided before. This time, the damage is doubled. Yeah. Seeing that Lu Yin had the upper hand, Zhang Baoer waved his arm excitedly. Now that the flaming chicken has the upper hand, the game will become more interesting. Different from Zhang Baoer's idea, the smile on Haruko's face froze, and then it converged. She wanted to ask now, the guy who said Lu Yin couldn't do it in the live broadcast room. Isn't that what you said? Isn't what you say is not too demanding? This kind of grasp of the battle situation, and the decisiveness when giving orders, is what a garbage trainer can have. At this time, the editor who said Lu Yin couldn't do it before nodded proudly. Sure enough, the remarks that Lu Yin is not a genius are all rumors. Only someone as wise as me can see through the truth and encourage everyone to come to the game to prove it for him. I'm so smart. Haruko, Mom sells batches. Before 1 o'clock in the morning, the 10 chapters will be updated first, and the other content will be updated one after another during the day, and it will be updated before 8 o'clock in the evening. Thank you for your continuous support. Everyone knows the character of the scholar who writes the book. He is not too supervising and does not write on his behalf. If you think it is not good, you can leave at any time. If you have any opinions, you can feel free to mention them in the comment area, but please don't swear, otherwise the scholar will definitely delete the post, and if it is too much, you will be banned. Everyone keeps saying that the rhythm is slow, but the rhythm of the book has never been slow. The first few chapters explain the background, Golden Finger. Then the first female protagonist appeared, the flashing carp dragon was subdued, and Anbo was brought out. In the later part of the memory, it may be that I didn't handle it well, so I won't say anything good here. The author can only say that the number of words here is quite large, and it can be regarded as quantity instead of quality ~. In the back, the heroine, Sister Bauer, and Hu Jie, the backer, were brought out, and the enemy was cheated again, and they got various benefits: Katie Dog, Divine Beast Egg, Casey Egg, Little Magneto Elf Egg. Next is the Golden Finger upgrade routine, plus conquering the Lizard King. You say water, but it's not water, it has all the content and plot that it should have. Of course, the author has to admit that Anbo's challenge to the gym owner has been delayed for too long. As compensation, the author will send you 2 chapters of the original content after it was released. In the next rhythm, the protagonist will enter the elf world and begin to act as the master of the gym in the 2 worlds. Pretend, of course, will end the Anbo plot that everyone has been waiting for a long time. Chapter 59 _ Combination Recruiting. Everyone is amazed. 4/3 free Chapter 1. That's what you said, isn't it? Although I only showed a small hand, I am ashamed of this decisiveness and observation. Lu Yin, come on, shadow, go with you like a shadow. Xiaoqi hasn't exerted his strength yet, and he will know how to continue watching the game. Similar to Haruko's idea, there are many people who are watching the live broadcast. Now is the information age, and it is the era of all people subduing elves. Maybe some people are not trainers, and some people may not be so strong, but they can distinguish the strength of elves and trainers. The eyesight, basically everyone has. It was just a confrontation just now, and they could all see that if Lu Yin was not a blind cat and a dead mouse, he would definitely not be weak. As for some people who doubt that Lu Yin may be a blind cat and a dead mouse, the answer is negative. The distance is widening. Glancing over Bai Diao, Lu Yin calculated the distance between it and the flaming chicken in his heart, and immediately shouted, "Flaming charge." Bidiao is an elf with a general type and a flying type. The effect of fire-type tricks on it is average, but the flame chicken will have the same attribute bonus effect when using fire-type tricks, so it is better to use this type of tricks than other tricks. Flare charge is a fire-type big move. This move requires a long enough time to exert its power to the greatest extent, otherwise the power will be greatly reduced. Lu Yin is now just grabbing the gap that is far apart from Beagle and Flame Chicken, and let the latter charge as much as possible. Fire-flame. The Flame Chicken stepped a little and fell steadily to the ground. Hearing Lu Yin's order, it didn't hesitate, put his hands on his chest and began to gather strength. Boom! Fiery red flames burst out from the Flame Chicken's body, wrapping its body. As time passed, these flames burned more and more vigorously, and the temperature became higher and higher. Want to hit the distance difference? Is it an emergency response or a layout? Seeing that Lu Yin did not miss any opportunity to take advantage of, Xiao Kai became more and more vigilant in his heart, and immediately raised his head and shouted at Biao. Divine Bird Strike. Divine Bird Slam is a physical big move in the flight system. It is different from Flare Charge, which is used to exert a greater power of the ultimate move. This move requires enough energy to accumulate enough power to use it. If it is interrupted in the middle, it will be used. The meeting will fail. However, the distance between the Beagle and the Flaming Chicken is very far, and the latter has to use the Flash Charge, which is a good opportunity to charge up the Divine Bird Slam. The Divine Bird slammed, a very decisive decision. Hearing Xiaoqi's instructions to Bidiao, the expression on Lu Yin's face changed slightly, obviously thinking of the result of being hit by the Divine Bird. With the strength of the eagle, combined with the consistent bonus effect of attributes, as well as the powerful power of the Divine Bird Slam itself, plus the flight system doubles the restraint of the Flaming Chicken, if the Flaming Chicken chooses to hit hard, it is possible to be killed in an instant. How can you succeed? Sure enough, if the opponent is Xiao Kai, this whole card can only be used first. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he immediately shouted, "Flaming Chicken, use a combination move." Sword Dance. Spinning Flare Charge. Flame. A flash of fire flashed in the eyes of the flaming corn, it looked up at the position of the statue, and jumped violently under its feet, and its body rotated in midair. Boom! White light and fiery flames wrapped the Flame Chicken's body, and a red and white fire tornado slowly formed with the Flame Chicken's action, and the Flame Chicken was at the head of the fire tornado and rammed straight towards Biziao. Seeing this scene, Xiaoqi's calm expression suddenly changed. What? How is it possible to combine moves? No wonder Xiao Kai was so shocked. As we all know, the elves can only use two unique moves at the same time to a certain extent if they step into the elite level. This is because before stepping into the elite level, the control of the elves over their own bodies, the control of their energy, and their proficiency in unique skills, etc., are not enough. If the strength is not enough, it is difficult to even use the ultimate move, let alone using two at the same time. Therefore, being able to use two unique moves at the same time can be regarded as a sign that the elves have stepped into the elite level. Of course, this is not what surprised Xiao Kai. As a gym trainer, the weakest must have the strength of the elite level and the low-level strength. Lu Yin's Flame Chicken has the elite level strength. Xiao Kai was shocked that Lu Yin's Flaming Chicken could actually combine moves. Combination moves. the basic requirement is that the elf's strength reaches the elite level, and can use 2 or even more unique moves at the same time. Afterwards, this elf could combine these 2 or more tricks with no side effects, in order to pursue greater power and effect. But the latter one is very difficult. Generally speaking, only quasi-king level trainers, after accumulating enough training experience, have enough knowledge about their own elves, and at the same time, elves also have enough understanding of trainers. There is a certain degree between the two. Tacit agreement. With so many preconditions, it is possible for elves to create combo moves, and it takes a long time to use them successfully. The appearance of any combination move is a powerful proof of the abilities of trainers and elves. And now, under the command of Lu Yin, the flaming chicken actually used a combination move, which means that Lu Yin's training ability as a trainer is definitely at the quasi-king level. As for Lu Yin's actual combat command ability, it can be seen from some of the details just now that it is definitely not weak. Such a person, as long as he has a strong enough elf in his hand, his strength must be amazing. It's a rival. At this moment, Xiao Kai completely restrained the arrogance in his heart. He never despised anyone, because he knew that despising others was a taboo. But Xiao Kai has absolute confidence in himself. In addition, he did not get good results in the Kanto League last year. He was also called the strongest rookie of that year. He also had a little arrogance in his heart to become famous. Therefore, when he first saw Lu Yin, a gym trainer who looked a few years older than him, Xiao Kai was also very arrogant. But now, he has restrained this arrogance. Xiao Kai has returned to a state of absolute calm. The real battle is about to start now. Chapter 60_Amazing Combo. 5/3 Free Chapter 2. In fact, when Xiao Kai was shocked, the water friends who were watching the game in the live broadcast room were not calm. Lying __ trough, combination move. I remember someone said before that a trainer who can train a combination move is definitely at the top of an elite level, a quasi-king level, and now I just want to say, Lu Yin force. Broken voice. Such a person, you tell me I'm a waste. Come, who said that? Stand up and see if I don't kill you. It's a stone hammer. Lu Yin has become more mature after his parents disappeared, so he's too lazy to behave in school. The combination trick is so cool. From today onwards, I'm a fan of Lu Yin, a fan of Hengcheng Jim. Upstairs, if you are sincere, the shadow welcomes you, and the shadow travels with you. This is a proper genius level trainer. Maybe he will become a heavenly king trainer in the future. I heard that Hengcheng Jim will recruit staff recently. I'm going to sign up, worship the god at close range, and hug my thighs early. I said that people in this elf world are a little excited. The people watching the game and the water friends are undoubtedly excited. Some of the people from Hengcheng who were mixed in were even more excited, and they all had a sense of expectation for Lu Yin's next performance. They want to see if the geniuses around them who have been famous since childhood are still so talented now. At this time, in the gym's opposing battlefield. Via __ sculpture. Biziao waved his wings to adjust his posture, followed by flying towards the heights, and began to accelerate continuously. As it moved, a powerful momentum continued to condense on the surface of its body. Underneath, the flame chicken that turned into a fire tornado was getting faster and faster, and slammed into the direction of Biziao. At this moment, the comparison between the two is time. And Xiao Kai and Lu Yin can only watch, waiting for the final result. Xiao Kai couldn't make Bidiao change his moves, because he couldn't do it, and the elf who used the ultimate move couldn't interrupt the process on his own. Lu Yin didn't need it. He believed that the combo moves used by the flaming chicken would be successful. This is the culture of a world. The combination of flaming chicken, Lu Yin created a new move based on some experiences in his previous life, combining the two unique skills of sword dance and flash charge. For Lu Yin, there is no need to detect and try again. Compared with other trainers, he has the memories of his previous life, and he saves a lot of groping time that trainers need. And the flame chicken is leveling up on the game machine, and has the strongest understanding of all the tricks, and the intimacy value with Lu Yin is even more full. So they spend time special training combination moves, which can be practiced in a short period of time, and when they are used now, they have just achieved miraculous results. Via sculpture. The beagle in the sky suddenly let out a loud chirping, which was a signal that it had finished charging. At this moment, it stopped rising and turned to look for the position of the flaming chicken. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kai opened his mouth to give auxiliary instructions. But at this moment, a red and white fire tornado had come not far below Biziao. It's too late. Xiao Kai froze in her heart, opened her mouth, and finally made no sound. It was at this moment that the flaming chicken collided with the eagle. Bang! A powerful explosion sounded. The combo moves used by the flaming chicken were too unexpected, and the rotational force provided by the sword dance trick also greatly increased the speed of the flaming chicken, and Bai Diao was hit in an unsuspecting situation. Fortunately, there is still the power and flight type energy condensed around Bidiao's body, and it will not be killed by the flame chicken. C tilde. It's better than the eagle being knocked out by the powerful force of the flaming chicken. Bidiao. Before the energy layer around the body was broken, Bidiao finally figured out the situation, and immediately started to fight back, flapping his wings, and condensing the strength of his entire body to slam into the flaming chicken. Bang! Under everyone's attention, a phantom image condensed by a blue-violet ability layer and a fire tornado stalemate in midair, seeming to be evenly matched. But with the passage of time, the flaming chicken occupied the unpredictable first-hand attack power. With the blessing of the sword dance's rotating power, the power of the flame was amplified, and the power of the flash charge was directly raised by a notch. The power of Bai Diao's divine bird slam was weakened a lot because of its initial disadvantage. Under the situation, the white-red fire tornado finally swallowed the blue-purple phantom. The attack of the flaming chicken successfully hit the beagle again. Boom! Bidiao poured out with flames burning all over his body, and finally fell to the ground where he was placed, smashing a big hole, and the dust flew for a while. Flame! The flaming chicken flipped in the air and finally landed firmly on the field, but there was still a hint of pain on its face, indicating that although it had the upper hand in the confrontation with Bidi, it was not easy on its own. Moreover, the flash charge itself will also cause a certain amount of damage to itself, and the flame chicken is obviously also injured. But in the next moment, a burst of red light lit up on the surface of the flame chicken, which improved its mental state a lot. This is the power of the sword dance. The rotational force provided by the sword dance to the flaming chicken is only a manifestation of the expression of the ultimate move, but it is not the real effect of this move. Using the sword dance, the elves can greatly increase their attack power in a short period of time. So now, the attack power of the flaming chicken is stronger than before. Lu Yin's advantage is even more obvious. Via sculpture. On the field, the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Bai Diao waved his wings and tried to stand up to continue the fight. Seeing its appearance, Xiao Kai immediately encouraged, Bai Diao, don't admit defeat. Use Hasu. Feather Su is a flight-type move. After using this move, as long as the flight-type elves return to the ground, they can recover half of their physical strength, at the cost of giving up their flight-type attributes in the next game. In other words, Xiao Kai intends to give up the advantage of the flight system in exchange for more physical strength than Diao. I have to say that his decision is very decisive, because now Bai Diao is on the ground, the timing of using this move is very appropriate, and Bai Diao's physical strength is obviously not much left, and it will not recover, even if he has the advantage of the flight system attributes are also unavailable. However, Lu Yin has already counted all this. Now, he is more hopeful than Xiao Kai not to be directly cold. His eyes swept across Bai Diao, who was about to struggle to get up, and Lu Yin showed a weird smile. Great opportunity. Today I am indeed O. Flaming chicken, don't give the opponent a chance, use roar. Chapter 61 _ Lu Yin, Goddess of Luck came to me today. 1/20. Roar. Hearing Lu Yin's order, Xiao Kai was stunned for a moment, and Zhang Bauer and Lily I also showed puzzled expressions. The water friends in the live broadcast room were also stupid. How could Lu Yin give such an order to the flaming chicken? This trick has a very simple effect. If it is to deal with wild elves, it is simply used to run away. But if it is used in a trainer battle, the effect is to forcibly send back the opponent's spirit that has already played, and forcibly summon the next spirit at random. Lu Yin asked the flaming chicken to use this move. Was it just to interrupt the rhythm of Bidio's recovery of physical strength? Of course it's not that simple. A wise light flashed in Lu Yin's eyes. Let the flaming chicken use roar at this time, and interrupting the beagle to recover his stamina is only one of the goals. Xiao Kai carried 6 elves with him, and Lu Yin guessed that with this children's character, he must be carrying a fire-type elves, and possibly a grass-type elves. After the first battle, both he and the flaming chicken have shown enough strength. If Xiao Kai loses the game, Lu Yin believes that the elves he will send next time will definitely be elves with superior attributes, such as water arrow turtles. This is to regain the victory and restore the decline. But this is not what Lu Yin wants situation scene. So he let the flaming chicken use a roaring trick. In this way, it is a bet on luck. Lu Yin looked at the arena expectantly. The roaring sprite is a random one. Although it is a gamble, this gamble, for him, the worst case is immediately. It's just the sprite that Koji wanted to use. He used the roaring trick in order to prevent Bidiao from recovering his stamina. But if the randomly generated elf is not the elf that Xiao Kai originally intended, it will destroy his tactics. Then Lu Yin said that he earned it. And if the sprites that come out randomly are still elves that are restrained by fire, such as steel and grass, this is the real blood earned. And now the result is flame. The flaming chicken roared in the direction of the eagle, and the harsh sound instantly reached the side of the eagle. Under the effect of this sound, Bibi Diao was completely unable to resist, and his body was enveloped by the red light, which soon turned into a beam of light and returned to the pokey ball around Little Chi's waist. Immediately after, a ray of light shot out from the pokey ball at a certain moment in Xiao Qi's waist. A new sprite appeared on the field. Seeing this elf, Zhang Bauer, Lily, Haruko, and the water friends in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Xiao Qi's expression suddenly turned ugly. As for Lu Yin, he smiled. Very good, Miss Luck is on my side today. Name, Frog Flower Attributes, Grass Poison Features, Lush and Hidden Features, Chlorophyll has Level, Advanced 29 Qualification, Heavenly King Intimacy, Stone, Skill, Slam. Flying Knife. Flower Dance. Instant Amnesia. Grow. Dive into a collision. Sunbeam. Parasitic Seeds. Poison Powder. Hypnotic Powder Whipping. Hit. Cry. Rattan Whip. Slightly. What appeared in front of Lu Yin and the crowd was a wonderful frog flower. Seeing the appearance of the wonderful frog flower, everyone couldn't help but admire Lu Yin's luck, but at the same time they also admired his wit. This roar is a stroke of genius. While interrupting Biao's recovery, he also interrupted Brother Qi's layout. This attack is very good. Looking at Lu Yin's expression, all this seems to be within his expectations. Nima is so handsome, this old man's young heart. You are poisonous upstairs. Women are already tired of robbing men. Why are you men still joining in? You're wrong upstairs, polygamy, alas, women have no pressure to find men, but if we men don't like women, it will be difficult to find men. My God, what are you talking about? This time, all the advantages of the game go to Lu Yin's side. The goddess of luck really favors my appearance. When the water friends were discussing, a smile appeared on Lu Yin's face. This time, his luck was very good. The elf that Xiao Kai randomly dispatched was the fantastic frog flower whose attributes might be restrained, and the strength of this meow frog flower was not yet at the elite level. Under the condition that both attributes and strength are dominant, although the flame chicken lost some physical strength in the battle against the eagle before, the chance of winning is still very large. Compared to Lu Yin, Xiao Kai became more and more serious. This time he really suffered a big crisis, but the blood in his body was boiling. Attributes are not dominant, the strength is at a disadvantage, these. In his view, they are all problems that can be overcome. It's not time to decide the winner yet. Meow hua hua. Earthquake. This time, Xiao Kai took the lead in giving instructions, and as soon as he shot, he quickly and accurately wanted to inflict strong damage to the flaming chicken, and at the same time change the field environment. Earthquake is a ground-based trick that doubles the restraint of the flaming chicken with the fire attribute. And the damage of the earthquake may not be much, because the attack pattern has spread in the past, but the effect it can create is very good. Hearing Xiao Qi's order to meow frog wall, Lu Yin immediately ordered, "Flaming chicken, jump up, charge up the flames." Frog flower. The wonderful frog flower suddenly raised its two front legs that glowed with yellow light, and fell heavily. Boom! Immediately, an invisible wave spread to the surrounding with the wonderful frog flower as the origin. Driven by this wave, the sight showed that there were cracks one after another, and pieces of giant rock pillars broke out of the ground. Boom! Under the influence of the earthquake, the stone pillars in the most important lava circle on the site collapsed one after another. Coupled with the surrounding rocks pushed over, the lava circle was flattened a lot. At the same time, on the same side, the flaming chicken bent its legs and provoked it forward, jumped into the air, and fell in the direction of the wonderful frog flower. A circle of burning flames appeared around its body again. Charged flame attack and flash charge are both possible tricks, but the former is less powerful than the latter, but it does not cause damage to itself, and it can temporarily increase its own speed after use. Flame. The flaming chicken that wrapped the flame quickly approached the frog flower, so fast that when it moved, it looked like an orange-red streamer. So fast. Xiaoqi's eyes narrowed, and when the flaming chicken was about to knock down the seeds of the wonderful frog, he shouted, "Use the rattan whip to help and avoid. Use the flying blade." Frog flower. Two legs on the left side of the frog flower are forced, and the thick vine whip under the flower is stretched out on the ground on the left side. The strong force makes the frog flower quickly traverse, and it can barely move away at the moment when the flame chicken is about to touch it. Continued to rush forward under the influence of inertia because it was too fast. Seizing this opportunity, Meowahua exerted force on her right hind leg, her body made a 45 rotation, and then stopped, shooting a large flying blade from the flower behind her. Shish! The flying leaf knife hit all the flames around the flaming chicken, all of which turned into ashes and disappeared, without causing any substantial damage to the flaming chicken, but the flames around the flaming chicken were also consumed. And at this point, it stopped. Seeing this, Lu Yin and Xiao Kai shouted at the same time. Spray flames. Venom attack. Chapter 62_2 wins in a row. Xiao Qi's proposal. 2/20. Flame. Frog flower. The flaming chicken turned around quickly, followed by a thick flame spewed out of its mouth, and the flame vortex swirled and rushed towards the wonderful frog flower not far away. On the opposite side, the frog flower also opened its mouth and spit out purple liquids. Bang! The flame and the liquid collided together. The flame chicken is stronger than the frog flower, and the venom attack is not a simple water attack. The power of the flame overwhelms the water, and the venom is all dried up and turned into a purple mist. Seeing the purple mist, a strange light flashed in Xiaoqi's eyes, and he shouted again, "Use the vine whip, jump up." Frog flower. Frog flower threw out 4 vines and whipped it on the ground, and with the help of the reaction force, its huge body flew up. Shish! After the frog flower took off, the flaming chicken's jet flame passed through the purple mist to the position where it stood before. The flame just passed under it. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin showed a successful smile on his face and shouted, "Flaming chicken, this is the time." Flame kick. Ow! Flame. Flaming corns. A sharp light flashed, and the eyes were locked on the wonderful frog flower that could not move in the air. The legs condensed the burning flame, and took off extremely quickly. Shish. Has been increased again due to the energy storage flame attack. In the case of using the flame kick, its speed has become faster, and there is only a string of afterimages left in the air. With almost an instant of strength, it came under the wonderful frog flower and kicked it out. Bang! The flaming chicken's foot wrapped in flames directly hit the belly of the frog flower, and the powerful force kicked it to a higher place. Boom! An orange-yellow flame spread out from the abdomen of the frog flower, covering its entire body in an instant. The powerful power of the flame brought huge damage to the wonderful frog flower, and it couldn't help roaring. Frog flower. Entering this scene, a relaxed smile appeared on Lu Yin's face. Very good. The flame chicken has great achievements in physical attack and special attack, but the relatively stronger one is physical attack. In addition, the sword dance has been used to greatly increase the attack power, and now it uses the physical type of flame type trick, and the damage directly explodes. Moreover, the flame chicken is an elite level low grade strength. Although it is only a low grade, it is also an elite level. It is much stronger than Meow Frog Flower, which only has high level strength. The gap between the senior and the elite 10 hits down. There is a 90% chance that the wonderful frog flower will be instantly killed. But as long as the winning rate is not 100, Lu Yin will not relax in advance and be fully prepared. Flame Fist, get ready. Lu Yin's quiet voice sounded in the ears of the flaming chicken. Flame. The flaming chicken fell steadily to the ground, gasping for breath, and after 2 consecutive matches, using various tricks alternately, it also lost a lot of stamina, but after hearing Lu Yin's order, it still did it the first time. React. Ow. The flaming chicken raised his hands, with burning flames attached to them, his eyes locked on the wonderful frog flower wrapped in flames in the air, ready to wave at any time. At the same time, Xiao Kai, who was on the field, glanced at the purple color in the field in the smoky area. He glanced at the frog flower in the air again, took a deep breath and shouted, Meow Frog Flower. Sunshine Flames. Sunshine Flame. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment, followed by the sudden reaction, and looked at the wonderful frog flower wrapped in flames. Good idea, use the power of fire to save the time of charging, and instantly release the flames of sunshine. When Lu Yin wanted to understand Xiao Qi's intentions, the wonderful frog flower in midair had already moved. He completely gave up his resistance to the flames, and instead absorbed the power of light and heat. The energy needed by the full sun and flames was accumulated almost instantly, and the wonderful frog flower turned sideways and launched it at the flame chicken. All this happened too fast, and there was no time for the flaming chicken to avoid and defend, but Lu Yin was not false, and shouted again, Flaming chicken, stop. Flame. The flame chicken's eyes narrowed, and the hands attached to the flame were placed on the chest, and collided with the white light beam representing the flame of the sun. Bang! Under the impact of the flames of the sun, the flaming chicken was pushed back and kept retreating, but because its hands were attached with flames that restrained the power of grass, the attack did not hurt the body. Ow! Flames! After retreating a full 10 meters, the flaming chicken raised its head and roared, increasing the output of the power in its hands, and the flames on its hands suddenly became larger, completely resisting the flames of the sun. Bang! 2 unique moves were deadlocked for about 5 seconds, and the flame chicken pushed forward with both hands, and the flames were scattered. At this moment, the wonderful frog flower fell from the air to the ground, the flames on her body disappeared, and she fainted. After the battle, Lu Yin took the lead in defeating Xiaoqi, an elf. There is not much left in the eagle. The physical strength is enough to fight, and if Xiaoqi wants to use the eagle again, Lu Yin will definitely give it a head-on attack. A certain sense, Bai Diao was considered a waste. Xiao Kai could already be counted as a 2-game losing streak, and Lu Yin only used a flaming chicken. Although Lu Yin's 2-game winning streak has an element of luck, luck is a kind of strength. What's more, he can have this luck because of the proper use of tactics. Miao Huahua loses the ability to fight, and the flaming chicken wins. Lily carefully confirmed the situation of the frog flower, and then shouted with the flag raised. Please challenge the challenger to use the next sprite. Thank you for your hard work, frog flower. Xiaoqi took out the elf and took back the wonderful frog flower, and then fell silent, as if thinking about the next elf to use. That Lu Yin let the flaming chicken use really disrupted his original tactics. Xiaoqi is a very decisive person, and it didn't take long for him to make a decision and pick up a pokeball again. However, he did not rush to throw the elf ball, but raised it to look at Lu Yin and said, Master Lu Yin, I suggest that you take back the flaming chicken first and fight me with a new elf. Lu Yin looked up at Xiaoqi with a smile on his face, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He didn't think that Xiaoqi would talk nonsense and pretend, that's not Xiaoqi. There must be a deep meaning to what this guy said. Why did he let himself take back the flaming chicken first? Although the flaming chicken lost a lot of stamina, the strength of the battle is still full. So it is. The next moment, seeing the performance of the flaming chicken, Lu Yin stopped thinking, he already understood what Xiaoqi meant. As expected of Xiaoqi. This layout is fine. Chapter 63 _ The Last Battle, the showdown of the three fire-based royal families. 3/20. Flame. Of Lei Feng Pagoda, a huge pain hit the battlefield, the flame chicken screamed in pain, his legs went soft, he half knelt on the ground, his body trembled uncontrollably. From time to time, a layer of purple light appeared on its body, which was obviously a sign of poisoning. The flaming chicken is poisoned. As for the reason, Lu Yin glanced at the area where the flaming chicken was at this time, and when he saw the thin purple mist that filled him, he couldn't help but sigh. Kai Yi is still the same. Kai Yi, although he is still a little immature now, he can't be underestimated in all aspects. The layout, tactics, etc. have begun to mature. It turned out that this was the deep meaning of his previous use of venom to attack the frog, artificially creating a poisonous mist that swept the audience, subtly poisoning the flaming chicken. Perhaps at that time, Xiaoqi wanted to direct Meow Frog to give it a go, but he had already begun to consider the worst case and make the final layout. Lu Yin had to admit that he didn't see it. At this time, watching the flaming chicken kneeling in pain, the audience watching the live broadcast also reacted one after another. It's amazing, these two are definitely genius-level trainers. So young, they can already respond efficiently and deploy on the spot when commanding battles. To be honest, as a bystander, I can't keep up with their rhythm, but as the parties, they can quickly make various responses, and they can also make arrangements for the back. It's amazing. This is a genius, and this is a trainer. Ordinary people can only rely on time to accumulate experience, and they may not be able to reach this stage. Both are still handsome guys. I'm confused. Why can't women open harem? The upstairs is very ambitious, but now it seems that the owner of the Lu Yin is a bit more powerful. That's right, because Lu Yin Pavilion Master's roar tactics were successfully launched, Brother Qi's wonderful frog flower was completely sent to blood, and Bai Diao was almost defeated. Although the situation of flaming chicken has become very bad now, Lu Yin Pavilion Master there are still 2 intact combat powers, so the odds of winning are higher. Not necessarily, if Brother Kai finally sends a strong enough water elf, as long as the command level is maintained, it may not be impossible to achieve a string of 2. So what I said is that Lu Yin has a better chance of winning, not a sure win. But the rumor that the pavilion owner Lu Yin is no longer a genius is now self-defeating. I can only hope now. Looking forward to what kind of battle will break out between Master Lu Yin and Brother Kai, and the battle in the future should be more intense. On the screen of Haruko's mobile phone, in the live broadcast room, the barrages slid into pieces, and the popularity of the live broadcast room had already risen to 3 million unconsciously, and this number is still rising. The reason for this popularity can be said to be luck, or it can be said to be inevitable. Lu Yin has always been well known in Hangzhou, and the fact that he became the master of the gym has always been a hot topic discussed by the people of Hangzhou, and even people in some surrounding cities. Especially recently, there has been a lot of uproar about Lu Yin's upcoming acceptance of the gymnasium battle position, and everyone is waiting to watch the excitement. At this juncture, suddenly there is saying that he is about to accept the first gym challenge, and that his opponent is Xiao Kai, who is also the most powerful newcomer in the Kanto alliance of the elf world, will naturally attract more attention. Moreover, the healthy competition between the elf world and blue is deepening under the guidance of the rules of the world, and the topic of the duel between the genius trainers in the elf world and the blue star world is a flashpoint. So many explosions are concentrated together, and the result is that Haruko's live broadcast room exploded. At the same time, there are also audio and vibrato videos, audio vibrato hot searches, and Weibo hot searches. The topic of Lu Yin and Xiaoqi's battle is being hotly discussed, and is being spread faster and more efficiently. Hot this move will be when it comes to an end. But all of this, the two parties don't know yet, and even Haruko and Zhang Bauer forgot because they were attracted by the battle between the two. Continue to follow the live broadcast room. Come back, Flaming Chicken. Lu Yin was good at it, took out the Pokeball and took back the Flaming Chicken. The Flaming Chicken fought 2 games in a row, and now he was poisoned, and the next game is also a food delivery. Reality is not a game, a strategic retreat is necessary. Taking back the Flaming Chicken, Lu Yin looked at Xiao Kai and smiled. Why, are you going to see my second elf deciding which elf to use in the end? According to the regulations, Xiao Kai should be the first to release the elves. Of course not. No matter what. Which elf do you use? It's my choice. Xiao Kai looked calm, raised the Pokeball in his hand, and pressed the switch. Shish. Roar. Red light shot out, accompanied by a powerful roar. A fire-breathing dragon that Lu Yin had seen once appeared on the field. Seeing the fire-breathing dragon, Lu Yin grabbed the hand of the wind speed dog Pokeball for a while, then grabbed the Pokeball of the flaming monkey and threw it. Then let's have a super burning duel between the 3 fire-based imperial families. Bang! A red light shot out from the Pokeball, and along with this red light, the strong figure of the flaming monkey appeared on the field. Ow! As soon as the flaming monkey appeared, it felt the momentum of the fire-breathing dragon. It raised its head to look at the fire-breathing dragon in midair, its eyes became very sharp, and it issued a provocative roar. Roar! That was comparable to it, and roared not to be outdone. The 2 elves are the 3 elves of the royal family, and they are also the 3 fire-type U family who like to fight, and their strength is in the same elite level middle ranking. The game has not yet started, and an invisible smell of gunpowder smoke has permeated the field. Maybe it will be a duel between the 3 families next. Zhang Bauer and Qingzi both showed their expectant eyes. Countless people who were watching this game also calmed down tacitly. They are all looking forward to what a wonderful battle will break out between Lu Yin and Xiao Kai. Gouda. Lily, who was the referee, swallowed softly. She was the closest to the battlefield and in the middle. She could feel the atmosphere between the fire-breathing dragon and the flaming monkey. This is so exciting. Fortunately, none of these auras were directed at her, otherwise she wouldn't be able to judge properly. The game continues. Lily waved the flag in her hand. Shish. Lu Yin and Xiao Kai looked at each other from afar, their eyes collided substantially in the center of the field, and when they heard Lily's voice, they both shouted at the same time, Flaming Fist. Chapter 64_Flames Meet. The Bond Evolution that opens at the same time. 4/20. Flame Fist. Lu Yin and Xiao Kai gave the same instructions. At this moment, their thoughts were the same, and they both wanted to use the flame kick to verify the quality of the other's elf. Speaking of which, the fire-breathing dragon needs to learn the flame fist through the skill machine, while the flame monkey learns the flame fist through parental inheritance. These 2 elves knew this trick, and they were used by Lu Yin and Xiao Kai together, which was a coincidence. Roar! Ow! The fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings violently, and its body suddenly accelerated towards the flaming monkey. It raised its right paw and condensed a mass of flames. Outdone, The flaming monkey also controlled the energy of the fire system in his body to condense a flame in his hand, and then kicked his legs hard, rushing towards the fire-breathing dragon in the air. Bang! The fire-breathing dragon and the flaming monkey interacted in the air, and both sides threw their fists at the same time and collided. Two fists condensed with flaming fists wrestled with each other in the air, and finally the power dissipated, the two elves crossed, the flaming monkey jumped towards a higher place, the fire-breathing dragon swooped down, and its wings returned to the air again. This confrontation, there was no winner or loser between the two sides. The fire-breathing dragon had a slight advantage in strength, but the flame monkey with fighting attributes could still be equal to it in strength. But now that the two elves are in the air, the fire-breathing dragon that can fly seems to have the advantage. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kai wants to give a certain order to let the fire-breathing dragon pursue the victory. But of course Lu Yin wouldn't give him the chance to take advantage of it, and had already shouted, "Flame wheel!" Roar! The flame monkey's eyes condensed, mobilizing the energy of the fire element in the body, and at the same time controlling his body to jump ahead and do a violent somersault. Swish! A layer of flame covers the surface of the flame monkey's body. The flaming monkey took advantage of the situation, turned into a spinning fire wheel, quickly fell to the ground, followed by a quick U-turn, and rolled in the direction of the fire-breathing dragon. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kai withdrew the order he originally planned to give, and instead shouted, "Use the flame fist to block it." Xiao Kai asked the fire-breathing dragon to use the flame fist again. The fire-breathing dragon club has a lot of tricks, but it doesn't mean that it can use all the tricks well. After all, the proficiency of different tricks is different, and the speed and accuracy of the use are completely different. Focus on selecting certain tricks for training only one elf based on their own experience or positioning the elf in their hands, and will not chew too much. As for the remaining tricks, as long as the elves can fully grasp it, it can be used successfully at some special moments. For example, now, the flaming monkey is aggressive, and Xiao Kai chose the most direct method. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon's fierce wings controlled his body shape, and then raised his right claw into a fist, condensing the flames with all his strength. Boom! The flaming monkey that turned into a fire wheel quickly slid across the field, and at a certain moment, it was violently provoked, and it slammed into the fire-breathing dragon. The fire-breathing dragon's eyes have been on Lai's body, moving with its movement, and only when it is about to come to him, does it swing out in a sharp circle. Boom! Which turned into a flame wheel, and the fire ring of the fire-breathing dragon collided, and the two began to wrestle again, this time for a longer stalemate, until the fire-breathing dragon threw a punch again. Flame monkey was opened, and the flames on his body. It's now. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Jianqi attack!" Fire! Blazing monkey put his hands on his chest, forming a circle of white light spots in Zhou Sheng. Not good. Xiaoqi's heart shuddered. The rock type 4 times restrained the fire-breathing dragon of the flight type and the fire type, and must not let the sharp stone attack of the flaming monkey hit. But the distance between the two is too close, and it is unrealistic to want to avoid it. Or the use of the defensive trick is not the same. It is too late to say. The power and success rate of the defense, the more you use it, the worse it is, and if he wants to win the game, the fire-breathing dragon has to deal with not only the flaming monkey. Thinking of this, Xiao Kai made a decision and hurriedly shouted, "Air slash!" Air slash, a flying trick, if used by a fire-breathing dragon, with the same attribute bonus, it can cause triple damage to the flaming monkey. Xiao Kai intends to exchange injuries for injuries. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon stared at the flaming monkey, quickly flapping its wings, and the frequency of the flapping became faster and faster, creating blue-purple energy wind blades. Ho! Flaming monkey looked at the sharp blade of air that looked towards him, and he used all the strength of his whole body to condense the sharp stones. Shish! Pieces of sharp rocks were condensed and formed under the efforts of the flame monkey, and finally, under its control, they pressed towards the fire-breathing dragon in a surrounding circle. Boom! Almost at the same time, the flame monkey was hit by several wind blades in the chest, and the chopped ones flew out and finally fell to the ground. The fire-breathing dragon was hit by the sharp stones shot from all directions, and finally was crushed to the ground by these sharp stones. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin and Xiao Kai still refused to give in and shouted at the same time. Flame kick! Roar! The flaming monkey and the fire-breathing dragon who had just landed immediately got up, no matter what. The pain and injury on the body, ran towards the opponent at the fastest speed, and then jumped at the same time, kicking the condensed flame into the opponent's face. Bang! The faces of the two elves suddenly turned black, and they flew out again. But the next moment, before Lu Yin and Xiaoqi could give new instructions, the flaming monkey and the fire-breathing dragon got up and ran towards each other again, using the trick. Bang! Flame monkey used his true chi fist to hit the fire-breathing dragon first, knocking it out, but the fire-breathing dragon was not to be outdone. On the body. This time, the two sides fell to the ground and took a long rest before struggling to get up. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin and Xiao Kai twitched the corners of their mouths. These two guys seem to be really hot, can't they wait? But Lu Yin and Xiao Kai can also feel the feelings of their respective elves. The opponents glanced at each other, read the fighting spirit in their eyes, and shouted at the same time, "Flame monkey, fire-breathing dragon, don't give in, I believe in you." Roar! The flaming monkey and the fire-breathing dragon stood up again. Immediately after, a mutation suddenly occurred, and a strange scene appeared on the bodies of the flaming monkey and the fire-breathing dragon. At this moment, countless people who are watching the game through the live broadcast are not calm, and many even burst into foul language. Fuck! Bound evolution. 2 at the same time. Chapter 65 _ Lu Yin. My flaming monkey has become a monkey brother. I really miss it. 5/20. Fire-breathing dragon, don't give up, we will never admit defeat. Seeing the fire-breathing dragon struggling to stand up, Xiao Kai stepped forward and cheered, with an aura of perseverance in his voice. Roar! The fire-breathing dragon raised its head and let out a roar, flapped its wings and flew back into the air. Very good. Seeing the fire-breathing dragon recover, Xiao Kai threw his arms excitedly and shouted, "We will do our best." Roar! The fire-breathing dragon roared in response. At the same time, on the other side, Lu Yin looked at the panting flaming monkey in the pothole, and could not help clenching his fists and shouting, "Flaming monkey, don't admit defeat. Victory belongs to us. Ah, monkey." The flame monkey raised its head and roared at the fire-breathing dragon that flew back into the air, then slammed the ground with both fists and stood up again. Shish! The eyes of the fire-breathing dragon and the flame monkey intertwined in the field, colliding with substantial sparks. Lu Yin and Xiao Kai are also looking at each other, and the fighting spirit in their eyes is no less than the other. At this moment, a strange aura spreads between Xiao Kai and the fire-breathing dragon, and some strange power descends, linking them together. At this moment, there is also a strange aura spreading between Lu Yin and the flaming monkey. Some kind of strange power makes Lu Yin feel as if his soul is about to rise and become one with the flaming monkey. This kind of power unknown, but very powerful. At this moment, Xiao Kai and Lu Yin opened their eyes at the same time. Boom! A blue flame flashed in the little red eyes, and at the same time, a layer of blue flame suddenly appeared on the body of the fire-breathing dragon in midair. The blue flame completely enveloped the fire-breathing dragon, and in the flames, its body shape began to change. Boom! A golden flame flashed in Lu Yin's dark pupils, and at the same time, a golden flame suddenly appeared on the flame monkeys on the field. Golden flame, the body of the flaming monkey is also obviously changing. This scene shocked everyone on the scene. I was also stunned by all the water friends watching the live broadcast in front of the screen. God, what did I see? It's actually a bond evolution. They are the future kings. We are fortunate enough to see two talented trainers whose future achievements are at least Tianwang, and it is their first bond evolution battle, which is too lucky. I want to video, I want to broadcast. It's so burning. such a great picture, how can I be the only one who sees me, calling more people to watch? At this moment, everyone who saw the performance between Lu Yin and Xiaoqi and their elves were stunned and excited. Because, this is the evolution of fetters. If Lu Yin created a combination move before, it means that his ability to train elves is at the quasi-king level, and he has the qualification to enter the heavenly level in the future. So now, the ability to evolve the bond between him and Xiao Kai means that they will definitely be able to enter the heavenly king level in the future. It's only a matter of time, and it won't be too long. Now that Xinhua has been around for a long time, everyone is concerned about the evolution of the bond. Also have some understanding. According to the research of Alliance professionals, the evolution of fetters involves the deep application of the aura. The ability to use the aura is a sign of the Heavenly King level trainer. There are many levels of the Heavenly King level trainer. The last one is the one who only masters the Heavenly King level elves and can command the battle in front of them. The typical one is the elves. Stronger some of them are trainers who have comprehended the aura, and can 100% be able to express the strength of Heavenly King level elves. Naturally, there are stronger elves and trainers, but it is not listed for the time being. It is worth mentioning that it is not necessary to comprehend the aura to use the bond evolution, and the use of bond evolution also involves many other issues, such as the tacit understanding between the trainer and the elves, the level of trust, and so on. And so on. One of the hardcore conditions of the aura. But a trainer who can break out the bond evolution with the elves means that as long as he is given time, he will definitely be able to comprehend his own aura and learn to use it. This shows that as long as that person has a Heavenly King level elves in hand, he will be a real heavenly class trainer. Therefore, from the moment when Lu Yin and Xiaoqi and their respective elves have fettered and evolved, their status it has completely changed. Now they have become genius trainers who will definitely enter the Heavenly King level in the future. It is an existence that cannot be underestimated by any force or human being. Of course, these... It has nothing to do with Lu Yin and Xiao Kai for the time being. Now they are completely immersed in the game. At this moment, their wills and their respective elves have become one. Boom! The blue flame on the fire-breathing dragon dissipated first. At this time, its appearance changed greatly. The original orange-red skin turned black, the flame on the tail turned blue, and the head became a little bigger. And a third horn grows at the back of the head. This fire-breathing dragon is very similar to the combination of the fire-breathing dragon and the fire-breathing dragon after the evolution of the fire-breathing dragon. This is because of the special super-evolution of the fire-breathing dragon caused by the combination of the will of Xiaoqi and the fire-breathing dragon, and the fire-breathing dragon has become a unique little red version of the super fire-breathing dragon. Other side, just as the fire-breathing dragon revealed its new face, all the golden flames around the flame monkey faded away. The brand new face of Lu Yin's version of Super Blaze Monkey appeared in front of everyone. So handsome. Zhang Bao'er's eyes lit up, and he spoke the heartfelt voice of countless people. So far, only flaming chickens and fire-breathing dragons have discovered their transformation forms among the three elves in various places, so now Lu Yin's fetters have evolved and the flaming monkeys are the first known examples of super evolution of the flaming monkeys. This means that the flame monkey has the possibility of super evolution. Of course, the super flame monkey that resonated with Lu Yin and evolved to become the Lu Yin version of the super flame monkey is still the only one. At this time, the Lu Yin version of the super flame monkey, the image of the flaming monkey, attracts everyone's attention, even Xiao Kai is no exception. Roar! The super blaze monkey raised his head and saw that the orange-yellow flame burning behind his head when he was still the blaze monkey had turned into a gorgeous golden flame, and it had turned into two long strips, like phoenix wings. A beautiful golden hoop appeared on its head. The golden yellow swirling scales that were originally all over the body of the flaming monkey have now spread all over the body of the Lu Yin version of the super flaming monkey, making it look as if it is wearing a scale armor. Generally, very handsome. The most peculiar thing is that there is a stick that is completely condensed with flames on the hand of the super flame monkey. The super flame monkey at this time is really too handsome, too cool, so cool that he has no friends. In the age of elves, the biggest stars are elves and powerful trainers, and there is no doubt that in the next long period of time Lu Yin's version of the flame monkey will become the new face of the elf world. The elf version of Xiao Shanru. At this moment, I don't know how many people have the idea of subduing a flaming monkey in their hearts. At this time, Lu Yin looked at the familiar and somewhat patterned appearance of the flaming monkey, and his eyes were a little dazed for a while. This is, crossed again. I actually saw Brother Monkey. Chapter 66_ Lu Yin's version of the Super Flame Monkey versus the Little Red version of the Super Fire Breathing Dragon. 6/20. I really miss it. Looking at the brand new appearance of the Flaming Monkey Man with some familiar patterns, Lu Yin suddenly had the urge to burst into tears. This world does not have the 4 famous novels in the world of the previous life, and naturally there is not many favorite Monkey King, who is known as the Monkey Brother. Now suddenly seeing the Super Flaming Monkey, which is somewhat similar to Brother Monkey, Lu Yin really misses it. But he also knows that now is not the time to miss, and the extra thoughts in his mind only exist for a moment, so he checked the Super Flaming Monkey through the game console. Brand new information on Charizard and Super Blaze Monkeys. Name: Super Fire Breathing Dragon. Xiaoqi exclusive attribute: Dragon Fire Flight feature. Hard Claw unique hidden feature. Sunshine unique level. Elite top grade 52 temporary qualification. Master intimacy, skill. Yan Longbow's special trick. Fusion Dragon. The power of the fire element and the fire element. The power is equivalent to destroying the death light. Name: Super Flame Monkey. Lu Yin exclusive attributes: Firefighting superpowers. Only have multiple abilities, not restrained. Features: Fire hidden features. Iron Fist grade. Elite top grade 50 temporary qualification. The power of the King's Bond is. Gene changes in the body. Aptitude is improved. Intimacy. Burst. The power of the superpower. Control it with superpower. The power is comparable to the destruction of the dead light. Mom. Seeing the data of the evolution of the fire-breathing dragon and the flame monkey, Lu Yin instantly became uneasy. It is understandable to temporarily break through a small level of power. I believe that when the elves are stronger in the future, this increase will become smaller. But the exclusive trick is a bit irritating. Fortunately, there is only one. Brother Monkey, that's not right. It's his own Super Flaming Monkey, or he is too powerful. After the evolution of the fetters, there is an extra attribute of the super power system, is it? Because the father of the Flaming Monkey is a sucker golem, and this one only has multiple abilities, not much damage, which means that when using superpowers to hurt people, the same attribute bonus effect is still given, but others use restraint superpowers. When the trick comes, you don't have to take extra damage. Okay, Lu Yin said that he likes this. And that, the exclusive trick is too cool. Swish. Know the number after the evolution of the bond between the two elves. Looking at Xiao Kai, he saw that he was also looking at him. The eyes of the two intertwined again, and they both understood each other's meaning, flaming fist. Lu Yin and Xiao Kai made movements at the same time and shouted loudly. The arena, the Super Blaze Monkey and the Super Fire Breathing Dragon acted as soon as ideas emerged in the minds of various trainers. Shish. The Super Fire Breathing Dragon flicks its wings, creating a powerful wind pressure. Driven by the wind pressure, the Super Fire Breathing Dragon came to the front of the Super Flaming Monkey almost instantly, and immediately followed, it raised the fist that had already condensed the blue flame, and slammed it forward. Faced with this situation, the expression on the Super Blaze Monkey's face did not change in the slightest. It stretched out the flame stick in its calm hand and inserted it into the ground, followed by a punch, and the golden flame on its fist burned more and more with its swinging movements. The more prosperous. Bang! The two fists clashed again. It is also another confrontation of the flame fist. But this time the match was completely different from the match at the beginning of the match. After the two fists collided, the flames on the fists of the Super Fire Breathing Dragon and the Super Flame Monkey began to burn more and more vigorously as time passed. Boom! The flame finally enlarged to the extent that it enveloped both elves. Seeing this, Lu Yin and Xiao Kai shouted at the same time, "Flash charge!" Roar! The two bodies wrapped in flames let out a roar in unison, and then everyone saw that one blue-purple, one golden, two groups of increasingly vigorous flames collided violently. Bang! At the moment when the two groups of firelights touched each other, a loud noise broke out. The blue flame and golden gold each spread over half of the venue, and for a while, the temperature in the entire gym began to rise. On her forehead, secretly glad that she was still smart, and ran to the auditorium ahead of time, otherwise she would definitely not be able to stand the match of this level of tricks in the venue. However, this is actually nothing more than a quasi-celestial king-level confrontation. At best, such a trick is more visual in the hands of the super fire-breathing dragon and the super flaming monkey. In the face of the real powerful elves, this is nothing. Shoo! The flames quickly dissipated, and two figures also retreated to the rear. Sonic Fist. Dragon Claw. Lu Yin and Xiao Kai waved their hands at the same time, one forming a fist and the other holding a claw. Bang! When two elves come to a high-frequency duel, the two sides come and go, and they are incompatible with each other. During the period, Xiao Kai handed a hint to the super fire-breathing dragon. So in the next continuous confrontation, under the deliberate guidance of the super fire-breathing dragon, the position where the two touched each other kept moving upwards. Bang! Again, the super fire-breathing dragon and the super fire-breathing monkey were separated in the air, and the two sides actually had a considerable position on the ground. This time, the super fire-breathing dragon has the opportunity to attack the super flaming monkey, and naturally he will not give up this opportunity. Wing attack. This time, Xiao Kai chose to use the super fire-breathing dragon to take advantage of the flying type to restrain the fighting type, and it was obvious that he wanted to beat Lu Yin by surprise. The only flying trick that fire-breathing dragon can learn by training is air slash, which also depends on talent, and through the skill machine, you can learn flight control, acrobatics, air slash and storm. If you want to learn to attack with wings, you can only rely on heredity. One of the parents who needs fire-breathing dragons is On Long, one of Sonic Dragon and Ping Rap Dragon who learned the trick of wing attack. Therefore, the probability of fire-breathing dragons attacking with wings is very low, and most people will not think of it. This is Xiao Qi's calculation. Want to give me a surprise? Lu Yin smiled and saw through Xiao Qi's intentions. Xiao Qi would never know that his fire-breathing dragon can attack with wings is not surprising to him at all. After all, he is a man who is open. He has already prepared a gift for the fire-breathing dragon. At the agreed time for the order, Lu Yin also shouted, "Lightning Fist." Flame Monkey can learn the trick of Thunder and Lightning Fist through practice, and Lu Yin has many electric-type elves who can use Thunder and Lightning Fist. Naturally, he arranged for Flame Monkey to learn this trick early, so that in the future, there will be opponents who will arrange flight-type elves to deal with the flames. When he is a monkey, he has the means of countermeasures. And now, here's your chance. Chapter 67 _ The Ultimate Match of Special Skills. Aftermath. 7/20. Roar. The super fire-breathing dragon flapped its wings, its body posture changed, and it swooped down towards the super flame monkey in midair. The blue-purple light on its wings became stronger and stronger as it moved. At this time, Lu Yin ordered him to do so. The super blaze monkey made a flexible spin in the air to face the super blaze dragon, then raised his hands, clenched them into fists, and gathered the power of thunder and lightning. Not good. Xiao Qi's pupils shrank. The confrontation between the super fire-breathing dragon and the super flaming monkey was a matter of moments. He didn't wait. When the super flaming monkey fell, he commanded the super fire-breathing dragon to launch an attack, originally wanting to hit Lu Yin by surprise. But the result was that he was beaten by surprise. But it was too late to avoid it now. Moreover, Lu Yin still had his back. Don't let it escape. Roar. The super flaming monkey understood what Lu Yin meant, and waved at the flame stick that was inserted before on the ground opposite. To tell the surprise, Luyan wanted the flaming monkey to use superpowers to be the real surprise. For example, now use the power of mind to control the stick. Shoo! A blue light burst out from the eyes of the super blazing monkey, and then, the same light appeared on the fire stick, indicating that the fire stick moved and shot straight into the air. Bang! The fire stick hit the back of the super fire-breathing dragon and pushed it to the front of the super flame monkey more quickly, but at this time, the flight energy on its wings was not fully condensed. Huh! The super flame monkey didn't hold back at all, and took the thunder and lightning fist straight forward, successfully hitting the body of the super flame-breathing dragon. Bang! The power of thunder and lightning spreads to the whole body of the super fire-breathing dragon along the body of the super flame monkey, and the effect is outstanding. Roar! The sound of electric current sliding through the air spread to everyone, and the power of thunder and lightning made the super fire-breathing dragon roar uncontrollably. But the damage that the thunder and lightning brought to the super fire-breathing dragon did not make him give up, but the pain in his chest aroused the violence in his heart. The super fire-breathing dragon didn't care about the attack of the super flame monkey, and waved its wings violently, and the blue-purple light on the wings rose in an instant. Bang! The wing attack hit the body of the super flame monkey and knocked it out, but the super flame-breathing dragon did not stop there. It interacted, and the speed of the wings became faster and faster. Shish! The blue-purple wind blades condensed and formed under the wave of the super fire-breathing dragon's wings, chasing the backward super flame monkey overwhelmingly. Seeing this scene, the super flame monkey once again waved in the direction of the super fire-breathing dragon. Bang! Boom! Boom! The golden fire stick stands behind the super fire-breathing dragon. At this time, under the control of the super flaming monkey's superpower, it rotates back to its hand, and easily destroys all the wind blades along the way. Shoo! The super fire-breathing dragon was hit by the thunder and lightning fist, and the super flame monkey was hit, both of which were double damage, and it was impossible to say who earned it. The two elves fought to a tie again in a way. But this time, they didn't act rashly and looked at each other. They don't have much stamina left at this time, and it's time to finally decide the winner. Final blow. Luyan and Xiaokai looked at each other, understood the meaning in each other's eyes, and shouted at the same time, Yan Longbow. Flame stick. Both of them chose to let their elves use the strongest exclusive special skills. Roar. The fire-breathing dragon fluttered its wings and fell to the ground, condensing an energy ball intertwined with purple energy and flames in front of its mouth with all its strength. On the other side, the super flame monkey raised the golden fire in his hand, a blue light shone in his eyes, and he was concentrating on injecting superpowers. Shish! Battle quieted down for a while, but the atmosphere of the battle became more and more tense. Woo! Zhang Bauer, Liliai and Haruko all instinctively held their breaths. If you even watch it carefully, you can find that Haruko's live broadcast room suddenly quieted down, and there was not a single barrage. But the number of followers has exceeded 5 million. This kind of popularity, but there is no barrage, it can be seen that everyone's attention has been attracted by the battle between the super fire-breathing dragon and the super flame monkey. So everyone understands that after the final confrontation, the game is about to end. The match between super fire-breathing dragon and super blazing monkey is coming to an end, as is the match between Xiaokai and Luyan. Anyone can understand the game so far. Even if the super fire-breathing dragon can defeat the super flame monkey, it will not have the energy to deal with Luyan's last elf who still retains his rights. Xiaoqi's last remaining Bixiao is even more unreliable. So the result of the game has already appeared. The difference is only what kind of result Xiaoqi will lose. Roar! Huh! Finally, both the super fire-breathing dragon and the super flaming monkey moved, and the super fire-breathing dragon sprayed out a blue-purple beam of light. Super blaze monkey also threw out the golden fire stick wrapped in blue superpower with both hands. The golden fire stick swirled and flew in the direction of the super fire-breathing dragon. Both delivered their strongest blows. Boom! The two tricks touched in the middle of the two elves, and the two tricks stalemate each other, until at a certain moment, a loud noise broke out. Swish! Huge smoke accompanied by blue and golden flames filled the entire venue almost instantly, obscuring everyone's sight. Xiao Kai and Lu Yin only felt their brains sink, and they both stumbled back a step at the same time, but soon returned to normal. This is a side effect of using the fetters to evolve. The weightlessness after the spiritual willpower is stripped from the elf. This also shows that the two elves can no longer maintain their super evolutionary forms. As for the result of the match, shish! The black smoke slowly dissipated, and a huge crater appeared in front of everyone. On both sides of the crater, the fire-breathing dragon and the flaming monkey were lying on the ground, obviously fainted. Between the super fire-breathing dragon and the super flaming monkey was a draw. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin let out a sigh of relief. A bleak flashed in Xiaoqi's eyes, but he was very restrained. Around the field, Lily walked to the center of the field again. She carefully determined the situation of the fire-breathing dragon and the flame monkey, and then waved the flag and shouted, "The fire-breathing dragon and the flame monkey are incapacitated at the same time. Please let the trainers of both sides release the spirits to be used next." Hearing Lily's verdict, Lu Yin and Xiao Kai both took out the elf balls and took back their elf. The latter pondered for a while, then said with some difficulty, "Master Lu Yin. This game, I admit defeat." "That's right, Lord Kai has admitted defeat. Although defeat is more honorable than admitting defeat, but rationally telling Xiao Kai that even if he knows he will lose, he will continue the game in a bad state, which is disrespect to the elves. At this moment, it is more valuable to admit defeat than to persevere to the end." Chapter 68 _ The genius is still the genius. Hengcheng shakes. On the hot search. 8/20. Admit defeat. Expression on Lu Yin's face was obviously stunned. He was a little confused, but soon he understood Xiaoqi's thoughts. Xiaoqi's hand. There is only a beagle whose physical strength is almost bottomed out, and there is an unused elf in his hand that is in its prime. In addition, although the flaming chicken in his hand was poisoned, it should not be difficult to die with Bai Diao. After previous games, he has also proved his strength as a trainer. It is estimated that Xiao Kai also guessed that the strength of his last elf would not be weak, maybe even stronger than the flaming monkey. For these reasons, he chose to admit defeat, and did not want to come out and be beaten again. "Okay, then the game is over." Lu Yin shrugged indifferently, and then asked with a little teasing, "How about it, do you want to challenge my Leiwen Jim again? The strength of the electric elf in my hand is stronger than that of the fire elf, and I will definitely not disappoint you." Ah! The corners of Xiaoqi's mouth twitched. Because of his temperament, now he has an urge to scold his mother. "Hit your sister, hit. I even lost 2 of your fire-type elves, and I even played a stronger electric type. Isn't this self-inflicted? He doesn't have a tendency to be abused. But Xiaoqi, I also know that Lu Yin is taking revenge this time. Who made him pretend to say those words when he was at the gate of the gym?" Thinking of this, Xiao Kai suddenly walked in front of Lu Yin with a few steps and took a serious bow. Bowing, he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Master Lu Yin, I did despise you when I was at the gate of the gym before. You let me know that my strength is far from enough. Even among my peers, there is still a powerful existence like you. I can understand why you can become the master of the Hengcheng Gym. I benefited a lot from this battle, and I hope to have the opportunity to fight with you in the future." Xiao Kai said every word very seriously, and it could be seen that this time he was educated by Lu Yin. "After that, my heart has matured a lot, and I have taken a solid step towards the future title of Kai Yi." All right. Lu Yin is very thick-skinned. Xiao Kai said this, but he also took it calmly. At the end, he reached out and patted Xiao Kai on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Be strong, boy. I am the master of the gym, waiting for your challenge again at any time." Xiao Kai. This seems to be a bit shameless. What's the matter? The battle between Lu Yin and Xiao Kai ended in Lu Yin's overwhelming victory. Xiao Kai quickly took Haruko to say goodbye. Listening to what he meant, It seemed that he planned to return to the elf world for special training for a while before coming to the China Alliance to challenge. Of course, this has nothing to do with Lu Yin. He has already told Lily to close the gym, and he will not be open for the next 7 days. Now he is ready to go to the elf world. But what Lu Yin doesn't know is that after he and Xiao Kai fought, the internet will be completely lively. First of all, the alliance is vibrating. All kinds of videos of him and Xiaoqi's battle have been spread all over the place. No matter. It is the battle of double kills of flaming chickens, and the battle of the 3 families of fire system between fire-breathing dragons and flaming monkeys, which has attracted a lot of people to watch and comment. However, after these people saw that Lu Yin and Shiga's respective elves developed feathers and evolved, and after Lu Yin's version of the super flaming monkey and the little red version of the super fire-breathing dragon appeared, they couldn't speak. The last comment turned out to be an all or nothing, fuck. Occasionally there are comments. My girlfriend asked me why I was kneeling to watch the League's music video, and now she is kneeling with the past. Feather evolution, this is Bond evolution. Xiao Kai, in the future, I will make a reservation. Lu Yin, me too. The confrontation between the geniuses of the elf world and the geniuses of the blue star world, our blue star world is finally better. I can't say that. After all, Lu Yin has been a primordial elf for 2 years, and Xiao Kai has been an elf for 1 year. Lu Yin is 1 year older than Xiao Kai. Upstairs, you were wrong. Although Lu Yin got the initial elf for 2 years, he got the flaming monkey at about the same time as Xiao Kai. And now, he is a junior and beat Xiao Kai. The solution is upstairs. I can't say that. After all, Xiao Kai is from a normal background, but Lu Yin has Lu Tong, the father of a Heavenly King level trainer. But the owner of Lu Tong disappeared a year ago. Lu Yin trained the flaming monkeys by himself. Did the team recruit Yu Xiaoqi? Now Lu Yin is definitely stronger than Xiao Kai. There's nothing to contend with. The result of the battle speaks for itself, but the talent is hard to say. Haha, I'm afraid you don't know there is a saying, there is a kind of genius called Lu Yin. No matter what, they are rising stars to look forward to. Someone said that Lu Yin was abolished before, but I laughed. It's obvious that they have grown up. Discord, the little boy is finished. That's right, people are now qualified to inherit the gym. So why are they still in the 2nd year of high school? Genius, still that genius. On the Alliance's duo, various screenshots from Haruko's live broadcast video became popular, and Lu Yin also became popular, and the fire was very thorough. The young is named as a genius, the descendant of the trainer of the Heavenly King, the evolution of feathers, the youngest heir of the pavilion owner, the strongest newcomer of the strongest alliance in the world of defeated elves, etc. The labels are all labels on Lu Yin. After Lu Yin has shown enough strength, these tags have become super popular. There are 3 hot searches about him in the League's Weibo hot search. 5th place, Feather Evolution. The strongest rookie in the Kwantong League. 11th, there is a kind of genius called Lu Yin. 17th, the youngest gym owner. The first gym game. Lu Yin can be so popular on the internet, except for the various auras he possesses, which are very attractive in addition to strength. It is mainly to step on Xiaoqi to the upper position. After all, Xiao Kai was the strongest rookie in the Kanto League last year, and his popularity is very high. Of course, it may have only been popular at first, but it will not be so popular. The fact that there is fire to this phenomenal level is because he and Xiaoqi resonated with the elves at the same time, and started the evolution of feathers. The ability of feathers to evolve made Lu Yin and Xiaoqi directly draw the line with ordinary geniuses. Of course, these are hardcore elements, necessary for fire. In fact, there are also external forces acting on it. This external force is the people from Hengcheng who came to watch Lu Yin's game after hearing the news. People from Hengcheng naturally have special feelings for Hengcheng, and they call for Hengcheng Lu Tong and Ji Yu Ying, who have received many brilliance and glory and even reasons, also have special feelings. This feeling will naturally be derived from Lu Yin's body. Now that Lu Yin's performance is dazzling enough, they are naturally excited. Xiaokai, the strongest regional alliance in the elf world, the fourth strongest youth alliance in the Kanto alliance, is known as the strongest newcomer, with sufficient strength and potential. But it was such a person who was now defeated by Lu Yin, and was defeated by a big gap while using all his strength. This shows that Lu Yin is still the genius, even more genius than before. They are proud, and even happy. So, it naturally increases Lu Yin a lot of exposure. Of course, it has nothing to do with Lu Yin for the time being. At this time he plans to set off for the elf world. And before that, Sister Bauer, let's go to the research institute. Lu Yin smiled at Zhang Bauer, and then threw a pokeball. We don't use the car, we use it. Chapter 69 _ Go to the Fairy World. Light Ball Plaza, 9/20. Roar. The elf ball shot out a ray of light, accompanied by a mighty roar, and the heroic figure of Wind Speed Dog appeared in the open space at the entrance of Lei Feng Pagoda, fluffy hair blowing in the wind. Ah! Seeing the Wind Speed Dog, Zhang Bauer immediately screamed, and his eyes were very bright. Fengsugo, this is her favorite elf. How could Lu Yin have Lu Yin? Didn't Lu Yin just win a Katie from a Ning yesterday? Could it be? That's not right. Katie, only with high-level strength can you evolve with the help of evolution stones. That Katie dog is not so powerful. The author himself said, too handsome. Zhang Bauer resisted the excitement in his heart, turned his head and asked Lu Yin, Xiao Yin, how can you have a wind speed dog? Am I going to tell you that my wind speed dog and the one in your hand, Heavenly King level qualified wind speed dog are brothers, but they were trained to advanced by me overnight. Lu Yin smiled proudly. He would definitely not tell Zhang Bauer the truth of the matter. After all, it involved his biggest secret, and finally he thought about it in his heart. He has already prepared the reason for putting off Zhang Bauer. Humph, this is something I encountered in the wild some time ago. The aptitude is elite level, and the strength has also reached the elite low level. It took me a lot of effort to conquer it. Well, isn't it? It took a lot of hard work, but he had a good time with a Ning. Okay, you don't even tell the story of subduing the wind speed dog. Are you afraid that I will rob it? Zhang Bauer raised his little pink fist, with a fierce look. What do you think? Lu Yin smiled and asked back. Humph. Zhang Bauer snorted. Of course she knew that was impossible. After all, she wanted to give Lu Yin a catty dog with Heavenly King qualification yesterday, but he didn't want it either. This man will not be so boring. Okay. Lu Yin reached out and touched Zhang Bauer's hair, smiled and said, I'm here to surprise you. Next time, I'll take you and Lily for a ride with the wind speed dog. That's a good feeling. Zhang Bauer agreed immediately. She liked this feeling. But Lily I on the side heard Lu Yin's words. Her whole body trembled, and she wanted to say no. Although she likes elves, she can't be in close contact with elves at all, and she doesn't even dare to think about such things as riding a wind speed dog. But Lu Yin, who knew her very well, didn't have the chance to open her mouth. He picked her up by the waist, and then jumped on the wind speed dog's back. Zhang Bauer ran to Lu Yin's back, hugged him, and waved his hand excitedly. Go. At the same time, on the other side, in a luxurious room in Hangcheng, and Ning angrily threw away the cup in his hand. Bang! Cup shattered, but the anger in a Ning's heart could not be quelled. There was a computer in front of him, and at this time the video of Lu Yin and Xiaoqi's battle was played. After watching these videos, Ning is not calm at all. Why are you so strong? Why do you have the ability to bond and evolve with elves? Ning's anger stemmed more from jealousy. After seeing Lu Yin and the flaming monkey resonate in the video, after the latter's feathers evolved into a super flaming monkey, he was really jealous. Back then, he made a rumor that Lu Yin was not a genius, and it was true. That's right, people are indeed no longer the geniuses they used to be, because they have become more geniuses. But in addition to jealousy and anger, Ning felt a little worried for no reason. A week later, Grandpa and Sha Yang's Gym Master Challenge. Is it really foolproof, isn't it? Click. Rode, the wind speed dog, Lu Yin, Three people galloped on both sides of the road, becoming the focus of everyone. The speed of the wind speed dog is very fast. It can run 10,000 kilometers a day and night at the fastest. That is to say, the speed is more than 400 kilometers per hour. This speed is faster than the fastest sports car that humans can create at present. This speed is also one of the reasons why the wind speed dog can attract more attention than the sports car. Wow, it's the wind speed dog. Sure enough, so handsome, so fast. Looks like there is one. Dream it, there's everything in it. No, don't even dream about it. The wind speed dog is too fast. I don't know which big guy is on his back. Because the wind speed dog needs the advanced strength of the catty dog to evolve, which also means that the wind speed dog is at least advanced strength. A person who can have a high-level power elves is already considered a little master in the eyes of ordinary people. Well, the back of the wind speed dog, Lily's body was terrifyingly stiff, half because she touched the wind speed dog, but the other half was because Lu Yin was holding her too intimately. However, with the constant change of things around her, her inner interest has calmed down a lot, and her eyes are shining. She feels very novel about everything outside. Things that used to only stay on books and computers are now constantly appearing in front of her eyes, which fills her heart with excitement. Half an hour later, the wind speed dog led Lu Yin and three people to the research institute. Lu Yin had called Hu Jie long ago, and he had arranged for Song Bing to wait at the door. Brother Song, trouble you? Holding Lily Ai and jumping off the back of the wind speed dog, Lu Yin smiled and greeted Song Bing. Although Song Bing suggested that Hu Jie should monitor himself, that was a decision based on the trend of his position. It's not troublesome, it's all trivial matters. Song Bing smiled indifferently, but his eyes swept over Feng Sugo. Even though he was just a researcher, he also liked Feng Sugo's handsome and coquettish Mount Elf. An hour later, under the leadership of Song Bing, Lu Yin and Lily Aki signed some documents and walked through the process. It's just to reapply for a smuggler's legal status, and to help Lu Yin get the qualification to go to the elf world half a month in advance. Hu Jie's face is there, these things are easy to solve. However, the process still has to go, be a human being. It's been pretty quick. People don't care. Takes several days to apply for an identity or go through the formalities for going to the elf world, not to mention going to the elf world in advance. Registering the information, Lu Yin called Hu Jie to express his gratitude, and then used the wind speed dog to bring the two girls to the elf center in the northernmost suburb of Hangcheng. After the will of the world lowered the light spheres, the Alliance built a new spirit center next to each light sphere. If people in the Blue Star world want to go to the elf world, they only need to find the elf center and show their legal identity information. Lu Yin and the three arrived at the spirit center. It was already noon. Three of them rubbed together in the elf center, and then came to the light ball square behind the elf center together. Here, there is a gate to the fairy world. A light ball square. Chapter 70 _ First stop at Silver Mountain. A copy of the fairy world. 10/20. Shining. In the center of the light ball square, there is a direct 10-meter light ball suspended at a height of 5 meters, with brilliance shining in it. Standing here, you can see that many people suddenly disappear under the light ball, or some people appear out of thin air. Some of these people wear uniform equipment on their wrists, and some do not. From the presence or absence of tools, it is easy to tell which world these people belong to. Those who wear equipment are trainers from the elf world, and those who don't have equipment are people from the Blue Star world like Lu Yin and Zhang Bauer. Alliance police officers in police uniforms stood in all 4 directions of the light balls, which shows how closely the Alliance protects these light balls. There is a police booth in the gym 10 meters to the left of the light ball, where the police officers on guard rest and the light ball management personnel work. Lu Yin took a window on Lily's side and handed over the documents prepared in his hand. These documents were all handled in the Hangcheng Research Institute. After some confirmation, the staff signed Lu Yin and Lily Ai, and Lu Yin got a printed badge. This is a specially printed badge that records part of Lu Yin's identity information. This badge can only be used by the owner. Different from Lu Yin, Lily got a white bracelet. The style of this bracelet is exactly the same as those on the hands of some people outside. It should be the equipment that will be condensed from the elf world to the blue star world. Lily's tool is a replacement, but the effect is the same. From the moment Lily put on the bracelet, she didn't care. In any corner of the blue star world, the return function of the bracelet can be inspired. Once the return function is activated, the device will emit incredible power, which can send Lily to the light ball before she enters the elf world. However, since Lily was a smuggler, the equipment she brought now can't send her back to the point before he came, and can only send her to the light ball corresponding to the Hengcheng light ball in the elf world. Location of the light ball corresponding to the Hengcheng light ball from Huzhe in advance. The light ball is called the Silver Light Ball, and it is located at the foot of the Baiyan Mountains in Guandu continent. And Lu Yin is no stranger to this Silver Mountain range. Okay, I'll go first. Before the ball of light, Lu Yin was saying goodbye to Zhang Bauer and Lily, and he didn't send the two girls back with the wind speed dog. Don't want to, at the speed of the wind, it won't take long. The main thing is that Lily can't touch the elves. During lunch, she asked Lu Yin to stop taking her with the wind speed dog, so the matter of sending her back to Leifeng Pagoda is still up to Zhang Bauer. Come on. Zhang Bauer made a cheering gesture to Lu Yin. Because of the special equipment, she would not go alone and Lu Yin would encounter danger to her life in the elf world. Be careful. Lily said in a low voice. I'll be back in a few days. Lu Yin waved his hand, and turned towards the ball of light gracefully. See you then. The policeman next to the ball of light glanced at Lu Yin's shoulder, and saw that he was wearing the qualification badge, so he didn't speak. Under the gaze of Zhang Bauer and Lily, the figure finally disappeared into the ball of light. A new journey has begun. Guandu continent, recognized as the most comprehensive continent in the elf world, is also the largest continent in the elf world. The Silver Mountains are located in the middle of the Guandu continent, stretching for thousands of miles, dividing the continent into two areas, the Chengdu area and the Kanto area. The alliance established the Chengdu Sub-Alliance and the Kanto Sub-Alliance respectively in these two regions. In addition, the headquarters of the Elf World Alliance is built on the Quartz Plateau next to the Silver Mountains, and it governs the entire World Regional Alliance. On this day, a boy walked out of the ball of light at the foot of the Baiyan Mountains. The boy was wearing a black one-piece casual suit, and his fair skin was shining in the sun. The young man has a high nose bridge, and his eyes are as bright as the polar star in the dark night. Lu Yin, who has just set off from Hengcheng Light Ball and finally set foot in the Elf World. This is the Elf World, the Silver Mountains. It doesn't seem to be any different. Lu Tong ignored the passing pedestrians and looked at the surrounding environment with interest. Silver Mountain, no matter the previous life. Whether it was in the game or in the anime, he had seen it many times, but it was the first time he saw it in reality. It was a very interesting feeling, just like when she first met Lily and Catalia. The same. There is a different kind of novelty. However, Lu Yin didn't look at it for too long. He had the right company this time, but he didn't want to regard it as a trip. Is this a tool? Lu Yin glanced down at the black bracelet on his hand, stretched out his fingers and tapped. This bracelet seems to have only one legendary function, which is triggered by pressing the only bump on the bracelet. Simple, clear and useful. However, Lu Yin suddenly lost interest in the ring. He took out his mobile phone and called up a map. There are many spheres of light in the China Alliance, and these spheres of light may lead to a certain sphere of light in any area of the elf world. There are two light balls near Hengcheng. One leads to the Carlos area and the other leads to the Silver Mountain, so the trainers near the Hengcheng area do not lack maps of the Carlos area, the Kanto area and the Chengdu area. Due to some considerations, Lu Yin chose the light ball to Baiyan Mountain, and before he came, Hu Zhe, who learned of his plan, passed him a relatively precise map of Kanto. As this direction, quickly identify the direction. Lu Yin reached out to touch the position of her wrist. She plans to ride a bicycle to the nearest city of Joban, and then from Joban City to Junshin Town. He has always had many questions in his mind, and in Junshin Town, he should be able to find some answers. But before he acted, the game console in his mind suddenly made a sound. Ding! Capture the space ripples of the elf world. Start forming copies. Well, even a huge elf world can form a copy. Hey, the elf world can also form a copy. Lu Yin was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that the elf world, which is about the size of the blue star world, could not form a copy. Had he guessed wrong, but he liked it. However, as if to confirm his guess, the sound of the game console sounded again. Ding! The target space was huge in the past, and it is judged that it is not a secret realm and cannot form a copy. Chapter 71 _ A new ability for game consoles, Serena who ran away from home. 11/20. Ding! The target space is too large, and it is judged that it is not a secret realm and cannot form a copy. Ding! The host found the second complete world, the real map function was turned on, and the fixed point function was turned on. 3 inches dings. After that, the console sound disappeared. Lu Yin. Well, it is impossible to form a copy, but the addition of a new function is also an unexpected gain. And this is the first time that new functions have appeared. Does this mean that the functions of the game console will continue to increase as he explores and secretly remember this matter in his mind? There is a map-like logo on the screen of the machine. Open it with your mind, and two maps appear. Blue Star World Map, Hengcheng Light Spot. Elf World Map, Silver Mountain Light Spot. Along with these two maps, there is also a message that tells Lu Yin how to use these two maps. The method used is very simple. For example, this map is similar to the Pokemon game that Lu Yin played in his previous life. In the game character can command the elves to use the flying technique in any corner of the outdoors after gathering the conditions. With the help of the flying technique, the character can instantly reach the center of any elves he has reached. The ability of the two maps is an upgraded version of the flying ability in the game. The future, as long as Lu Yin goes to other spheres of light, the map will record the coordinates of the spheres of light. After the recording is completed, he only needs a thought to appear at the points where these spheres of light are located through the map anytime, anywhere. For example, if Lu Yin is currently in the Shanao area, he only needs a thought to appear at the Baiyan Mountain Light Ball Point or Hengcheng Light Ball Point. The future, it will mainly record as many light ball points as possible, then the whole world will just use the mind to find points on the map. This thing is a teleportation ability that spans two worlds. This will become his trump card again. I remember that Vibrant City has a light ball that links the island country Tokyo, you can try it out. Holding back the joy in his heart, Lu Yin took out his bicycle, followed the direction indicated by the map, and rode along a small road towards Vibrant City. He did not use the wind speed dog, because the location of Joban City is too special. He doesn't want to be targeted by a mortal organization so soon. Behind the Lu Yin Silver Mountains, on the other side, in the Carlos area, Osaka town. A girl with slightly curly flaxen hair, blue-green pupils, wearing a blue-black sleeveless shirt on the upper body, a red miniskirt on the lower body, black stockings and black sneakers, holding a small bag and sneaking out. Home door. Mom, although I like Iron Rhino, I don't want to be an Iron Rhino rider. I want to live my life as I want. Although I haven't found my goal yet, I plan to travel to find my goal. I'm sorry, Mom. After speaking, the girl walked in one direction without turning back. But the girl didn't realize that, on the second floor of the house behind her, a figure stood behind a window, watching her leave the whole time. This child, in the end, didn't say what he thought. But running away from home can be considered progress. Serena, I hope the next time we meet, Mom will see a brand new you. Meanwhile, at Blue Star World, Sioux City Airport, Catalia stepped into a plane with graceful steps, with uncontrollable anger in her eyes. Damn Lu Yin. Miss Ben has grown up so much and has never been treated like this before. Think I can't find you, huh? I'm really looking forward to seeing your face in the future. At the same time, on the other side, a teenager with a hat on his head and two iconic lines on his cheeks rushed towards a beach angrily, with a very serious expression. What? Any badge is given to me. The elves follow me and pity me. How can I be so embarrassed? I must conquer an elf with my own power, just open your eyes and show me. Huh. There's a spirit here. The elf picture book. At the same time, in the Fengyuan area, under a volcanic lava, a sleeping figure opened his eyes. In a deep-sea cave, a sleeping figure also opened his eyes. In the sky, there was a streamer flashing in the eyes of a flying figure. Meteor Falls, a famous tourist holy place. An old man raised his head to look at the sky and muttered, the prologue of the awakening of the super-ancient elves. It's on. Jobin City. As expected of a metropolis that hides the headquarters of Team Rocket in the Kanto region, its level of development is not inferior to Hangzhou. It's too one-sided in the anime. In Vibrant City, Lu Yin came here after riding a bicycle for half a day, and was visiting this metropolis with great interest. Jobin City is not too far from Junxin Town. It would take half a day to walk and an hour to cycle, so Lu Yin didn't care about wasting a few more minutes. Oh, here we are. Finally, Lu Yin came to a square. In the center of this square there was a light ball suspended. The light ball and the light ball at the foot of Baiyan Mountain were still the same size as the light balls in the suburbs of Hangzhou. However, compared to the police force around the light ball in Hangzhou, there are no special personnel to manage the light ball near the light ball in the city square and the light ball at the foot of Baiyan Mountain. This is the difference between the fairy world and the blue star world. In the elf world, 16-year-olds can already get the initial elves to travel. For the people here, the existence of the light ball is just another place to travel. The strategy of the Elf World Alliance world is to stock up and not limit the choices of trainers in this world. Because of this, the Elf World occupies a large position in the first battle. Of course, some hidden dangers have actually been buried. Lu Yin walked in front of the ball of light, and easily let the game console in his mind intercept the note of the ball of light. This time he had another option to teleport. Doing all this, Lu Yin decided to set off for Junxin Town. The rockets were hidden behind Vibrant City. For the time being, he didn't want to stop any contact with this giant. Leaving was the best choice. As for the light ball point of the East Beijing corresponding to the vibrant light ball, Lu Yin was not in a hurry. But not long after Lu Yin left, a man in a suit and leather shoes with a short head and sharp eyes walked out of the ball of light. Behind him, there was a white beard in a white coat and bald head. Old man. Seeing these two people, some people who happened to be near the square were immediately excited. It's the owner of the Sakagi Pavilion. And the owner of Xiaobo. Flowers, monthly reward tickets, evaluation tickets. Chapter 72 Sakagi and Chabo. Dr. Oki, 12/20. It's the owner of the Sakagi Pavilion, the owner of the Xiaobo Pavilion. I didn't expect to meet these two Heavenly King-level gymnasium masters, and my luck today is too good. They appeared from the ball of light. Are they going to the opposite blue star world? You're not talking nonsense, or you don't know what the two pavilion masters are going to do. Hearing the chatter around, Xiaobo and Sakagi had flat smiles on their faces, and didn't show superfluous expressions because of the popularity of others. However, the two of them moved their mouths slightly, obviously communicating. Xiaobo, the experiment has reached the most critical time. Don't give me any more trouble. Sakagi-san, I went to the opposite island country because there are ghost trails there. If there are living cells, it must be much better than the ingredients extracted from eyelash fossils. The current information is enough to create it, and you don't need to make extra efforts. If it wasn't for me this time, you would be dead. I see. At the same time, on the other side, Hangzhou, Anbo got in touch with a person through some special means. Hey, General Lance. Things may be unexpected, and that person's strength exceeds our estimates. The means behind can't be used. Hujie is staring at the back. I can't use the power outside the rules. Okay, if there is an accident, I'll wait for your arrival. Clap. The phone hangs up. Phone. Lance, one of the 4 generals of the Rockets, was sitting in an office, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he picked up the phone in front of him and dialed a number. Hey, Athena, it's me. To close the internet cafe, contact needs to control more power of the gym owner. Mazishi's side is not a problem. I'm going to ask for instructions. It's just a matter of interests. Aju needs to work harder. You can contact Kazuki for help. The only comparison. The trouble is that Natsu's side, this super girl, no one knows what she is thinking. Well, I will personally come forward to contact him. If it doesn't work, I can only go out in person. Natsu has this qualification. An hour later, Liu Yin successfully arrived at Junshin town before dark. Standing on a small boss, he looked down at the whole real estate. New town. This is the real new town that exists in reality. The environment is not much worse than Leifeng Pagoda Zhou. It's a good place to live. Looking at Junshin town, which was gradually surrounded by shady curtains, Liu Yin suddenly had a feeling in his heart. Pilgrimage. Feeling. The legendary hometown of champions lives in a hidden place like Dr. Damu, and is also the hometown of Xiaoji and Xiaoqi. I can't help but want to find out. Liu Yin smiled, then stepped on the pedal and rode his bicycle to the southernmost position of the whole town, where there is the largest building in the town. Is no need to recruit people to ask for directions. Liu Yin can also be sure that the largest building must be Dr. Damu's research institute. In a place like Junshin town, no one can build such a big building except this invisible local tyrant, and the area behind the building is also vaguely enclosed. Soon, Liu Yin stopped his bicycle in a hurry, and he had come to the door of Dr. Damu's research institute. Ding dong. Liu Yin rang the doorbell, and the communication device at the door was quickly connected. Hello, this is the Damu Research Institute, and my assistant is Yamagi. Hello, is Dr. Damu there? Excuse me. Hello Assistant Shanmu, my name is Liu Yin, I have something to do. Please, Dr. Oki. Do you have an appointment? I don't have an appointment, but you can talk to Dr. Damu. I was recommended by Dr. Hujie. He should be willing to see me. Okay, please wait. Communication hung up, and Liu Yin waited at the door. For this, he had no idea. Just kidding, Dr. Damu is the Taishan Beidou of the researcher, the current patriarch of the Damu family, and a master trainer. Be a problem if such a person just came to meet him in person. If Liu Yin hadn't had Dr. Hujie as a signboard, he wouldn't have come to the Damu Research Institute so directly, but would have tried to find a way to talk to Dr. Damu first. Befriend. As for the problem that Dr. Damu has assistants, he runs such a large research institute, and there is no problem without assistants. The waiting time was not long, and the phone communication was quickly connected again. This time an old man's voice came from inside. Hello, this is Damu. Hello, Dr. Damu. I'm Liu Yin. I'll help Dr. Hujie bring you some souvenirs. Ha ha ha, Xiaohu still remembers this. Okay, please come in. Dr. Damu did not doubt the authenticity of Liu Yin's identity and purpose, and directly opened the door of the research institute. However, with his status and strength, it seems that there is no need to be afraid of whoever is plotting evil. In the face of absolute strength, everything else is empty. Liu Yin walked into the door and walked along the steps to the door inside the research institute. The next moment, a familiar and unfamiliar face appeared in front of him. Hello, I'm Damu. Hello, Dr. Damu, I'm Liu Yin from the Blue Star World. Dr. Hu, please ask me to bring you something. Looking at Dr. Damu's face, Liu Yin was slightly taken aback, and quickly asked a polite question mark. The doctor in front of him was exactly the same as Liu Yin remembered, kind, wise, and refined. But the feeling is completely different from what you see in the anime. In reality, although Dr. Ogi is still kind, he has a faint sense of oppression. Especially when he thought that Dr. Damu was known as the #1 doctor in the elf world, and he was also a master-level trainer. Lu Yin felt that the pressure was stronger. This is still the result of Dr. Damu's ability to restrain his aura. Otherwise the aura of a master-level trainer is definitely not something that Lu Yin can resist now. Speaking of which, this time I can meet Dr. Damu smoothly. I want more Hugo. After successfully meeting Dr. Damu, Lu Yin thought of Hu Jie, who was also an elf doctor. When Hu Jie came to the elf world before, he had an intersection with Dr. Damu. He is a genius in the field of elf research. He has a good relationship with Dr. Damu. But in Lu Yin's view, Hu Jie is very smart and a person who can manage contacts. Because Hu Jie actually discovered the hidden attribute of Dr. Damu, instant noodle control. Chapter 73_Gym Master Challenge Mode. Xiaoji is calling. 13/20. Instant noodle control. Lu Yin couldn't help but want to laugh when he thought of the nickname of Dr. Damu mentioned by Hu Jie when he was in the research institute during the day. In the anime, Dr. Damu likes to eat instant noodles all day because no one usually takes care of him, and it is convenient to eat instant noodles. But this kind of thing can't happen in reality, and people at the level of Dr. Damu can't lack dedicated chefs and nanny. It's just that Lu Yin didn't expect that Dr. Damu still likes to eat instant noodles, and he has the attribute of being controlled by instant noodles. According to Hu Jie, Dr. Damu likes instant noodles of various flavors. For the sake of history and culture, the elf world and the blue star world, the former is more advanced in black technology, and the latter is more successful in the development of food. If you go to some developed cities now, you can often see people from the elf world go to the blue star world to buy delicious food on a large scale. And Hu Jie did what he liked and gave Dr. Damu a lot of instant noodles, so the relationship is like this established. Of course, Hu Jie himself is talented enough, otherwise Dr. Damu would ignore him. The patriarch of the dignified Damu family will be short of instant noodles from you alone. Boy, who is still so polite. Dr. Damu laughed twice, and then he seemed to have found something, stretched out his hand to hold his chin, and looked at Lu Yin seriously. Ah, Dr. Ogi, do I have any problems? Lu Yin felt uncomfortable when Dr. Damu saw him, so he couldn't help asking. Dr. Damu didn't answer in a hurry, but wrinkled his brows, and suddenly, he slapped his hand violently. I remember where I saw you. You look a lot like that guy. That person. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment, then thought of some possibility, and immediately asked, Dr. Damu, are you talking about Lu Tong? That's right, it's that kid Lu Tong. Dr. Damu nodded again and said with a smile, Lu Tong came to visit me back then, a 30-year-old Heavenly King level trainer with good potential and temperament. I remember him. Speaking of which, next to Junxin Town is Jobin City, and Jobin City used to be Baiyan Mountain. Through the light ball of Baiyan Mountain, you can go to Hangzhou City, the China District Alliance in your Blue Star World. I remember that Xiaohu and Xiaolu were both that person. Xiaohu, Xiaolu. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. Can call Lu Tong and Hu Jie, Xiaolu and Xiaohu, is the one in front of me. Dr. Damu. Thinking of Lu Tong, Dr. Damu asked curiously, you said your name is Lu Yin, could it be? Yes, Lu Tong is my father. Lu Yin nodded immediately and replied, my father is the owner of the Hangcheng Taoist Pavilion, and uncle who is my father's friend and works at the Hangcheng Research Institute. About Lu Tong's disappearance, it's a big taboo to talk in a simple way. And to be honest, apart from the East Beijing of Vibrant City, the Hangzhou City that Baiyan Mountain can go to is the blue star closest to Junxin Town. In a developed city in the world, Lu Yin does not think that Yi Damu will not know some news. Good, all my own. Dr. Damu stretched out his hand and patted Lu Yin's shoulder, and said with a smile, boy Lu Yin, you, not here to give me instant noodles, right? After half a year of running in, The elf world and the blue star world are now in relative peace, but some comparisons and battles are still inevitable. Going to the opponent's world to challenge the gym to participate in the league competition has always been a matter of glory for the world, and young people today will have such a motivation. Who had just challenged Lu Yin, had this kind of mentality to a certain extent. It's a pity that he was given by Lu Yin. I haven't thought about it yet. Lu Yin replied that he really hasn't thought about it yet, because he wants to determine whether Xiaoji exists first, and whether he has started traveling. If he has already started traveling, where did he travel now? Make a corresponding plan after he knows the exact news. But challenge the gym, I will definitely challenge. Lu Yin said to Dr. Damu, with a strong fighting intent in his eyes. Seeing Lu Yin's expression, Dr. Damu seemed to see himself when he was young, and he laughed and said, young people just have this kind of hard work. If I were this old, I wouldn't be so free. Lu Yin rolled his eyes in his heart. You have always found a new interest, and your strength has become stronger, and you don't have the idea of traveling to become stronger. If you really want to go out for a walk, there are a few trainers in the world who can beat it, but there is one thing, Lu Yin didn't make it clear to Dr. Damu. He did intend to challenge the gym in the elf world, but not as an independent trainer, but as a trainer of the Blue Star Gym. The challenges of different identities can be completely different. Since the fusion of the elf world and the Blue Star world, the alliance of the two worlds has jointly launched a new competition mode, badge battle between gym owners. The emergence of this mode is for the two worlds to expand the influence of their own world. And the rules of this mode are also very simple. The alliance of one world allows the gym owner of one's own world to go to the other world to challenge the gym in any area. This gym tournament is a prescribed 3-on-3 wizard battle, and both sides must fight with all their strength. And the battle screen of this game will be broadcast live on TV in the cities where the two gyms are located. If it is a battle between two well-known gym owners, the alliance will even stand up to help build momentum. At that time, there may be a situation where multiple cities will broadcast together. Example, if Lu Yin were to challenge Sakagi now, both Hengcheng and Vibran would broadcast live at the same time, and because of Sakagi's reputation as the first pavilion owner in Kanto, this game is likely to become an all-rounder in Kanto and China. District Live. Even a global live broadcast is not impossible. This challenge mode is more exciting, bloodier, and has more meanings. After Lu Yin knew about this challenge mode, he planned to play this and simply collect badges to fight the alliance. It would be too boring. After all, the strongest rookie in the elf world last year has already lost to him. Life, all you want is for power, status, fame, and beauty. And as long as you can continue to win in the gym master battle, all of them can be easily owned. But I plan to implement it after I have dealt with Anbo and Sha Yang's Gym Master Challenge. As for now, ding ding ding. Suddenly, a ringing sound came to mind in the research institute. The sound stopped quickly, and someone had already answered the phone. Then, a young man in a white coat ran out of the research institute and shouted at the same time, "Doctor, Xiaoji's phone call, saying that I have important business with you." Lu Yin was surprised. Small Kai. Chapter 74 Xiaoji's recent situation. Ancient Elves. New target. 14/20. Small Kai. Hearing the young researcher's words, Lu Yin was stunned, followed by a burst of ecstasy in his heart. This world. That would be great. In this case, there are many things, many plots, and many elves, all of which can be expected. And this time, it really didn't take much effort. Before, Dr. Damu asked Lu Yin what plan he had, and he answered no, but in fact he did. The first step in his plan was to determine whether Xiaoji exists or not. If so, what is the situation now? But it's not so easy to know these news. Dr. Damu definitely knows the answer, but Lu Yin can't ask directly, because he can't explain where Xiaoji got it from, and why he pays attention to this person. So, this call is really timely. Ow, tell him to wait. Dr. Damu responded calmly, and then said to Lu Yin, if you don't have a plan, think about it slowly. You're staying in the Research Institute today, there are free guest rooms here. As long as you don't need a password, you can move freely. After speaking, Dr. Ogi walked towards the room where the Young Research Institute came out before. Seeing this scene, Lu Yin quickly followed. Just kidding, he has no curiosity about the Dr. Damu Institute, and even if he sees something good, he doesn't dare to take it. Now I have a rare chance to get in touch with the news of Xiaoji, of course I can't miss it. Lu Yin followed behind Dr. Damu and entered a room similar to a scientific research room. There are various experimental equipment in this room, which should be Dr. Damu's usual a place to do experiments. Dr. Damu glanced behind him and found that Lu Yin was following, but he didn't say anything. Not to mention whether Lu Yin understands some research reports that require professional knowledge to understand. Even if he understands, Dr. Damu doesn't care, because important information is all in the computer. Of course, Lu Yin wouldn't be foolish to study materials, he just looked at the research equipment and looked like a curious baby. Of course, his attention was actually on a communication screen in the research room, and there were three faces he was very familiar with on the screen. Xiaoji, Xiaosha, Xiaoging. Seeing the faces of these three people, Lu Yin was excited. The three of them were together, which meant that the world was really the same as he imagined. Finally, the stone hammer, he no longer has to worry about gains and losses. Some foresight can also be used, don't be afraid of making empirical mistakes. Moreover, Xiaoji actually traveled with Xiaosha and Xiaoging, which means that he may have just started traveling, and at most he will travel to the Chengdu area. Many benefits from Fangyuan, Shanao, Hezhong, Carlos and other places in the back. Just when Lu Yin guessed that Xiaoji and the others were traveling, Dr. Damu spoke and answered the doubts in his heart. Oh Xiaoji. Long time no see. I haven't seen you for more than 3 months, you are still alive. Doctor, what are you talking about? Xiaoji's slightly exaggerated voice came from the communicator. Speaking of which, Doctor, have you received my tong crab? Oh, are you talking about him? Dr. Omu turned slightly to the side, revealing a small water tank behind him, which was filled with the tongs all the time. Great, my tong crab is still there. Xiaoji breathed a sigh of relief. I'm really afraid that you will be eaten by Dr. Damu. Your tong crab is not delicious. Xiaoji's words were immediately refuted by Dr. Damu, and then he moved the camera a little bit, and took pictures of the other crab that has been tongs, and said at the same time, look, if I want to eat, I also eat this crab. That one of yours is stunted, skinny, and I don't even have the desire to study it. Ah! Xiaoji was shocked, and only after comparing him did he realize how small his own crab was. It was not half the size of a normal crab. This is taken by my grandson Xiao Mao. Dr. Damu said proudly. My grandson, Xiao Mao, has now conquered nearly 50 elves. Ah! As if struck by lightning, Ash's body stiffened there. The conversation between Dr. Damu and Xiaoji later, Lu Yin didn't listen anymore, because he already got the answer he wanted. From what is known, it can be speculated that Ash has just set off on a 3-month trip. Judging from the fact that he just captured the tong crab and called Dr. Oki to inquire about it, his location must now be the Zhengwei Lighthouse in the White Strait. Then he should only get 2 badges now, and there are 7 elves that he has conquered, namely Pikachu, Bibi, Bird, Ba Butterfly, Little Fire Dragon, Jenny Turtle, Wonder Frog Seed, and Claw Crab. It is worth mentioning that, if nothing else happens tonight, Ash and the others will meet the Ancient Fast Dragon. Ancient Fast Dragon. Lu Yin's eyes flashed a scorching heat. This kind of ancient elf with a huge body, he has a great desire to conquer. But this is something to think about now. Not to mention that he couldn't get to the White Strait in a short time. Even if he could get there in an instant, it is absolutely impossible for it to be an opponent of the Ancient Fast Dragon, and subjugation is a joke. But he can still think about it in the future, and when it comes to the ancient elves, he remembers that in the mountains behind Junshin town, there are ancient Hooty, ancient Gengar and ancient Fat Ding. These three still have enough time for him to conspire. Recently, in Miacha mountain behind Junshin town, there is a huge rock snake that even the four heavenly kings of Kanto can't help but want to conquer. You can plan to conquer it. To conquer the elves unscrupulously like Xiaomao in the mouth of Dr. Damu. Have been 45 elves in 3 months. Even if they were given to Lu Yin, she still wanted them, because he didn't have the financial resources and energy, and he didn't have a grandfather like Dr. Damu to take care of them. He's definitely going the elite route. However, although his favorites are the electricity and fire types, he will never let go of the outstanding elves from other types. Now that you know Xiaoji's situation, the target is easy to find. Lu Yin touched his chin and had a plan for the next step. Xiaoji is now in the Lighthouse of Light, and the old man can't cut his beard. Next, she will challenge the Dry Leaf Gym, and then go to the San Anu. There is nothing good in it. There is a huge stinger jellyfish after that, maybe you can think about it. And that 1,000-year-old ghost. But these, all of which need Xiaoji's plan to trigger the plot, so we can only wait. And my match against Amber is imminent. In this way, the most suitable elf for me to conquer now is her. Looks like I have to change my target. Chapter 75_New Target. More powerful teleportation than superpowers. 15/20. What is certain now is that Xiaoji has just set off on a 3-month trip, and is about to meet the ancient fast dragon. Consider the timeline. Among the elves that Ash meets next, the ones that are worth conquering are the giant stinging jellyfish, the 1,000-year-old ghost, and so on. But the elves seem to have to wait for Ash to arrive before they appear, so it's useless for me to go ahead. You don't have to wait for the elves in advance, it seems that only the ghost stone of the elves' tower. Smelly mud. Hakrons and mini dragons in the wild, this must be remembered. I don't know where the incredible garden of frog seeds is, otherwise I can go there. I know the location of Pikachu Forest, but there is only one Pishin, and ordinary electric mice will have a chance to be subdued in the future. I don't even know the location of the island of the water arrow turtle. Crystal rock snakes and giant rock snakes are good, but they don't help me much for the time being. After all, if I want to defeat Anbo 100%, I can only go to him. Lu Yin lowered his head and thought for a while, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Although he can now achieve fetters and evolution with the flame monkey, so that the super flame monkey has the strength of a quasi-king level for a period of time. However, the 3 water elves that Anbo used to challenge the gym must all be real kings. Their attributes and strength are at a disadvantage, and his chances of winning are not big. And in the Gym Master Challenge, he couldn't use elves other than fire attributes, so after thinking about it, he found that in the end he only had one choice left. Hopefully, my luck won't be too bad. Time comes to the next day. Morning, Lu Yin, who had rested for the night at Dr. Damu's research institute, said his goodbyes. He wasn't quite sure about the things in his heart, so he planned to leave early to be on the safe side. Can do it 1 more minute, 1 more minute, 1 minute earlier, he will have absolute confidence in that matter earlier. Entrance of the research institute, Damu looked at Lu Yin, smiled and said, I'm in such a hurry to leave, I wanted to chat with Duo. I'm still very interested in the Blue Star world, and I'd like to see your elf. There will be opportunities in the future. Lu Yin smiled. I have something to do temporarily, so I hurried to leave. I will definitely visit again when there is a chance in the future. I hope that Dr. Damu will not be stingy with me living here. If it's all right, Lu Yin is really willing to deepen the relationship with Dr. Damu. It's not a flattery or something, he just wants to make friends with these people, who he saw in the anime in his previous life. Ha ha ha. Dr. Damu laughed a few times. As long as you come, I will welcome you at any time. Well, goodbye, Dr. Oki. Lu Yin sat on the bicycle, nodded to Dr. Damu, and left without looking back. He was not in a hurry to get to know the villain yesterday, and he believed that there would be opportunities in the future. Looking at the back of Lu Yin's departure, Dr. Damu's eyes were filled with curiosity. Lu Yin, the new Hangzhou gym master, can achieve evolution of fetters and defeat Xiao Kai. Nice junior. People from the Star World. He should be better than Lu Tong. Young people, become stronger, the future is yours. Obviously, Dr. Damu had already investigated Lu Yin's information in private yesterday, and also knew the events and results of the battle between him and Xiaoqi. For young people who are talented, come from a good background, and have a good temperament, Dr. Damu naturally has a good impression. On the other hand, Lu Yin came to the periphery of Junqin town. He looked around and was sure that no one was there. After putting away the bicycle, I communicated with the game console in my mind. Map function. Try it. Shish. 2 virtual maps appeared in front of Lu Yin. One of these 2 maps represented the Elf world and the other represented the Blue Star world. 2 maps. There are 2 lights on the map representing the Spirit world, namely the Light Ball Plaza in Jobin City and the Light Ball Plaza at the foot of the Silver Mountains. Only one of the low extractions in the Blue Star world is lit up, and it is Hengcheng Light Ball number 1. With a thought, Lu Yin chooses to go to the Light Ball Plaza at the foot of the Silver Mountains. Shish. As Lu Yin made his decision, he only felt a sudden burst of white light in front of him, and when it was reflected again, he had come to the periphery of a light ball. Look around, see if someone walks into or emerges from the orb of light. Some people wear bracelets, some people don't. These people noticed Lu Yin's gaze and nodded politely, because the silver elite trainer badge on Lu Yin's shoulder was too dazzling. No matter what. In that world, elite trainers are the mainstays, and Lu Yin looks very young, no matter. Whether these people know him or not, they don't want to provoke such an existence in case. Lu Yin also nodded symbolically, seeing the familiar scene around him, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. The location where he is now is the Light Ball Square at the foot of Baiyin Mountain that he visited yesterday. The power of this map is amazing. Register a light ball in a place in the future, and it will be much more convenient to travel. Relieving the excitement in his heart, Lu Yin threw the Pokeball with the wind speed dog. Yesterday he didn't release the Pokeball because he didn't want to be targeted by the rockets, but now that he has confirmed Ash's existence, he is not afraid of being targeted. With the game console, he is invincible. If the rockets mess with him, he doesn't mind helping the Kanto and Chengdu leagues. Come on, wind speed dog, in that direction. Lu Yin, who released the wind speed dog, once again became the focus of the audience, but he didn't care. His footsteps jumped to the back of the wind speed dog, and then pointed in one direction. The direction he made the wind speed dog drive in is the exact opposite of the direction he was riding his bike in yesterday. There are 4 directions to go from Hengcheng to Guangzhou Square at the foot of Baiyin Mountains. To the north is to head towards the heights and depths of the Silver Mountains. It is said that the more you go inside, the stronger the elves are, and there are even rumors of seeing divine beasts from time to time. To the east is the Quartz Plateau and Champion Road that Lu Yin went to yesterday, through which you can go to the Kanto region. But now, what Lu Yin wants to go to is the Chengdu area in another direction, on the same continent as the Kanto area. You can go to the Chengdu area by going south or directly west, but the route and destination are different. You go south, you have to go all the way to the front of a big river. At that time, you can choose to take the waterway, then the empty road, and then go west, and you can reach the easternmost town in Chengdu, Rui Town, in half a day. And if you go directly west, you need to go directly through a part of the forest connected to the Silver Mountains. There are some powerful and aggressive elves in this forest, and only powerful trainers will choose this path. After passing through this forest, you can directly arrive at Yanmo City, where the Yulong family, the strongest family in the Chengdu area, is located. Lu Yin's goal is, go to Yanmo City first. Chapter 76_7 days in a blink of an eye. The world announcement is back. 16/20. 7 days later, an unknown valley, a handsome young man ran around on a wind speed dog, sighing helplessly from time to time. It's so annoying. I've been looking for it for 5 days, but I haven't found it yet. Could it be that the halo on my head can't even compare to Xiaogang? There's not much time left. If it doesn't work, I can only go back to meet Sha Yang's Gym Masters Challenge, and I'll try to delay Anbo's game for as long as possible. The boy was Lu Yin, who used the game console as an explorer. He came to this area 5 nights ago in search of an elf. 5 days ago, he first rode the wind speed dog, crossed the mountains attached to Baiyan Mountain in 3 hours, and arrived at Yanmo City in the Chengdu area. Arriving in Yanmo City, he did not rush to visit the base camp of the Yulong family, but just ran to the light ball square in front of the dark caves around Yanmo City to record the coordinates. After recording the coordinates, he found the ice cave according to the direction marked on the map, and came to Kaji Town through the ice cave. Arriving at Kaji Town, he spent another 4 hours. Seeing that it was getting late, he stayed in Kaji Town for 1 night, and stopped by the nearby Wrath Lake Light Ball Plaza to record the coordinates. The next day, Lu Yin set off again, came to this valley between Yuanzhou City and Kaji Town, and began to look for a certain elf trapped here. There is still an hour before the match with Sha Yang starts. If I can't find it again, I can only go first. Hey, it's foggy. Wait, fog. Lu Yin was stunned for a moment, and at this moment, a clear voice sounded in his ear. Hello, this, traveler. Meanwhile, Elf World, Hengcheng Gym. Today's Hengcheng Taoist Hall is extraordinarily lively. The side of the venue, there are several staff of the Alliance Hengcheng TV station playing with the equipment. According to the regulations, today's 2 main games of the gym will be broadcast live. Guarantee absolute fairness and openness. In addition, the auditorium around the venue of the Flame Gym on the first floor of Hengcheng Gym is already full of spectators. Wow, it's been a year, and finally I saw the opening of Hengcheng Gym. Yesterday, did you watch the game between the Master Lu Yin and the strongest rookie in Kanto in the Elf World, Xiao Kai? As a Hengcheng native, of course I watched it, and I said that I would blow up the owner of Lu Yin Pavilion. The genius is still the same genius. With the strength that the patriarch Lu Yin showed yesterday, it is not a big problem to be the pavilion owner in Hengcheng. Well, although it's not as good as the Heavenly King level gym owner like Lu Tong, the master of Lu Yin has talent, so he may not be able to impress the achievements of the master Lu Tong, or even surpass him. But there is a gym master competition today. I just don't know if Lu Yin can be re-elected. There is absolutely no problem with being re-elected as the master of the Leiwen Gym. We all know that the most powerful one of the Master Lu Yin is an electric dragon, whose strength is definitely stronger than that of the flaming monkey that can be fettered and evolved yesterday. He has an advantage in both attributes and strength. In this case, Sha Yang is looking for abuse. He can't beat Xiao Kai. Indeed, although Sha Yang is considered a genius, compared to ordinary people like us, there is no comparison between Master Lu Yin and geniuses like Xiao Kai. Haoyao Taoist Hall can't keep it. It's a pity. What does it matter? With the talent of the pavilion Master Lu Yin, sooner or later he will surpass the old man Anbo, and it will be fun to be the pavilion owner in Hengcheng for the next time. Listening to you, I know that you are a fan of Lu Yin Pavilion Master. Sorry, we're basically all the person. Me too. In the auditorium, the audience talked a lot, and at the same time waited for the arrival of the game time. 7 days ago, after the video of Lu Yin and Xiaoqi's battle became popular, the people of Hengcheng and even many netizens were talking about this topic during this time. The spectators who came to watch the game today all had the same thoughts. They felt that it was not a problem for Lu Yin to continue to be the gym master of Leiwen Gym, but it was a little worse to deal with in Bo. At this time, in a reception room next to the venue, Zhang Lan, Zhang Bauer, Lily, Hu Jie, and Bo, Sha Yang, and Ning, and several alliance leaders in suits and ties gathered here. Crack. Anbo put down the teacup in his hand and opened his squinted eyes. There is still half an hour before the competition time stipulated in the challenge document. Lu Yin, the master, Hasn't appeared yet. He won't be timid, right? It has been almost an hour since Bo and his party arrived here, and Lu Yin has not appeared during this time. Of course, Bo knew that Lu Yin couldn't not show up because he was timid. He also watched the video of Lu Yin and Xiao Qi's game a week ago, and he had to admit that Lu Tong's son was a real genius, better than his grandson and better than him. The most proud disciples are all geniuses. He also knew that Sha Yang was definitely not Lu Yin's opponent. He now regrets that he chose to challenge the fire element gym for the so-called face. If he had known, he would definitely let Sha Yang challenge the Huoyao gym, and he challenged the Leiwen gym. But things were not known so much earlier. He also remedied, contacting some people to do something about it. Who knew that Lu Yin went to the elf world after the game, and now no one knows where he is. Bo guessed that Lu Yin had something to delay in the elf world now, or maybe he was deliberately hanging on to him, so he wanted to test it. Hearing Bo's words, Zhang Baoer on the side, Pucci, laughed and said, "You are so funny, your apprentice, don't be slapped by Xiaoyan, it's not bad, and you're timid. You don't always think that the atmosphere is dull now, so tell a joke to liven up the atmosphere." PFF'd. Hearing Zhang Baoer's words, Lily couldn't help laughing, Hu Zhe and Zhang Lan couldn't help but smile, only Sha Yang's face was ashen, but he couldn't say anything. Sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Bo squinted his eyes and looked at Zhang Baoer. The old quasi-Tianwang level trainer's aura was all released, and he said coldly, "Uneducated, elders are talking, do you have a place to speak?" Zhang Baoer's heart froze when Bo saw it, but she still insisted on what she wanted to say. She didn't bother to care about Bo's identity and seniority. She only knew one thing, saying that her family's Xiaoyan is. "No way, Baoer." Zhang Lan stood in front of Zhang Baoer, confronted Bo, and sneered, "Do you need any respect for those who are disrespectful to the old?" Zhang Lan, Bo took a deep look at Zhang Lan, but didn't say anything in the end. As the deputy chief of the Hangcheng Alliance Police Department, Zhang Lan also has the strength of a quasi-celestial king. Although this strength is a little worse than that of Bo, he is also very afraid. Anyway, in half an hour, he will lose. Bo was silent for a while, then suddenly sneered, "Maybe he will die in that place in the elf world." "Will you speak?" Zhang Baoer was upset, but she was in a hurry, because Lu Yin did go to the elf world and never came back, so she was also worried. Hu Zhe narrowed his eyes and glanced at Bo. He felt that Bo's words were not so simple. Could it be? At this moment, a simple voice suddenly appeared on the scene. Everyone, or in other words, it sounded in the ears of everyone in the elf world and the Blue Star world. World will announcement. Blue Star World trainer Lu Yin was the first to capture a Heavenly King level elf in the elf world. Special reward. Special reward for the opening of the elf world and other secret realms, Volcanoes Island. Chapter 77 _ Conquer the Superpower Nine Tails. In the name of Lu Yin, the glory is added. 17/20. Looking back to the wizard world, Chengdu area. An unknown valley. Go back 1 minute in time. It's foggy. Lu Yin, who was in a valley somewhere, found that a large amount of fog suddenly appeared around him, and the fog quickly covered his sight, causing him to lose his direction for a while. However, noticing the surrounding situation, Lu Yin did not lose his fear of the opposite, but instead showed an excited expression. Great, it's foggy. Although it is impossible to see the direction clearly in the fog, it is not a problem for Lu Yin. He has a wind speed dog. With its excellent sense of smell, it is not difficult for the wind speed dog to find the direction and leave, and he can also use the game console to make teleportation props. No matter how bad it is, he can return to the elf world Hangcheng Light Ball Plaza with the tools he has in hand. Moreover, Lu Yin can't wait to encounter such a situation, which means that the elf he hoped to find finally appeared. The same is true. After the fog thickened to a certain extent, 2 looming silhouettes appeared in the fog in front of Lu Yin with a faint firelight, accompanied by a pleasant sound. "Hello, this Traveler. Are you lost? That's right. Luyan immediately rose up, nodded and said, I'm really lost. Are you someone who lives nearby? Yes. Under Luyan's gaze, a pretty girl with an oil lamp slowly walked out of the fog in front of her. But what attracted Luyan's attention was the beautifully haired Ninetails beside the girl. This was the always beautiful Ninetails. Like ordinary Ninetails, she was covered in beige hair, but her eyes were not bright red, but blue. Ninetails just squatted on the ground, and her well-proportioned body and upright stance made it look very noble and elegant. The Ninetails of this Ninetailed are also smooth and slender, 7 of which have golden highlights at the ends, while the one in the middle is azure highlights, and there is a pink highlight beside it. Name: Ninetail's special attributes. Fire Super Fairy. Feature: Igniter has hidden features. Sunshine has special features. Transforms into a body transformed by goblins, energy and superpowers. Level: Heavenly King 69. Qualification: Heavenly King Intimacy. Carrying items: Stone. Skill: Hypnosis. Lightning flashed. Power. Trick. Hit sparks. Jing Nian. Wagging the tail. Slightly. Special reminder: this is the Ninetails who have been for 200 years. They are very loyal and have been waiting for the return of the owner who has died. Without destroying her original Pokeball love, you will get her allegiance until the moment you die. Very good. Seeing the Ninetails data displayed on the screen of the game console in his mind, a heavy stone finally fell in Luyan's heart. The strength of this Ninetailed is Heavenly King level, which is considered to have reached the bottom line he guessed, but looking at the qualifications of the Ninetailed, Luyan also thinks it is very reasonable. Qualification is a limitation, but it doesn't mean that you can't break the 5, as long as you find the right way. But the Ninetails in front of her obviously didn't find the right way, so she has lived for 200 years, and her strength is still the king level, but there are 2 more special attributes: super power type, fairy type. However, even if it is only the strength of the Heavenly King, it is enough for Luyan. That's right, this Ninetailed is the target of Luyan's coming to the elf world. After he was sure that Xiaoji really existed, he thought of this Ninetailed animal who had been waiting for 200 years in the Chengdu area and never left his master's house. This Ninetailed Ninetails mastered superpowers on their own, claiming to have lived 2 white years. Ninetails are fire-type spirits. If you can conquer this spirit, you will definitely be able to use it in battles. Luyan had guessed before that this Ninetailed creature's strength was at the Heavenly King level at its worst. In order to find Juwei, Luyan recalled the journey of Xiaoji and his group. Fortunately, he still remembered that after completing the challenge of the Whirlpool Islands competition, Ash and his party turned back to Yuanju City, and then headed towards Kaji Town, where Kaji Gym is located. During the period, they met Suijun and Manaki, and after a Pokemon race, they came to a valley. After the fog in the valley, Ash and his party got lost. Suddenly appeared, and invited them to his house as a guest. However, these are all illusions created by Ninetails. The girl does not exist, and the mansion has long since been in ruins. Therefore, this Ninetailed exists in a valley between Kaji Town and Yuanju City, and in this valley there is a ruined wall turned into a mansion. And now Luyan has been there. What he's looking for is this piece of ruins. A traveler. Mirage, the master girl created by Ninetails, smiled and said, I am a nearby resident. It's so late, why didn't you? Okay, I'll go with you. Wait, after the girl asked, Luyan hurriedly agreed, and then looked into the blue eyes of Ninetails and said, but instead of staying with you for 1 night, I will take you away. Ninetails. Originally, Luyan planned to go back to his residence with Juwei first, and then see if there was a chance to fool her away. However, the special prompt of the game console made him dispel the idea. The special prompts of the game console are not easy to appear, and when they appear, they can definitely help Luyan a lot. This special tip is always aimed at an elf's greatest likes or weaknesses. Obviously, the one with the 9 tails. The old Pokeball is its sustenance, and it is also a manifestation of her loyalty. As long as Lu Yin subdues her without destroying this Pokeball, she will be able to get her approval. This is a difficult task for others, but not for Lu Yin. As long as it is an unowned Pokeball, even if it contains Pokemon, the game console can directly label it as Lu Yin. The special Pokeball in the secret realm belongs to the Alliance by default, and if there is an Elves, it cannot be forcibly owned. Lu Yin is sure that the simple Pokeball 200 years ago only has the function of holding a pixie, and has no authentication function, so he can put his own brand on it. The truth is the same. Ninetales were very curious about how Lu Yin could tell the truth at once, but when he heard that he could take him away, he took Lu Yin to the place where the mansion was originally, and took the initiative to put the 200-year-old. Pretending to be his elf, the ball came out. In this way, Lu Yin obtained a power at the peak of the Heavenly King at an extremely fast speed, lived for 200 years, and also possessed the special Ninetales of the super power system and the fairy system. That is at this time, the Will of the World announced appeared. World Will announcement. Blue Star World Trainer Lu Yin was the first to capture a Heavenly King level elf in the elf world. Special reward. Special reward to the elf world to open the secret realm, Volcano Island. Announcement sounded 3 times in the minds of everyone in the 2 worlds, and along with this announcement came Lu Yin's handsome image. At this moment, Lu Yin's name is filled with glory. Chapter 78 _ The Boiling of 2 Worlds. All parties are moving. 18/20. World Will announcement. Blue Star World Trainer Lu Yin is the first to capture a Heavenly King level elf in the elf world. Special reward. Special reward to the elf world to open a secret realm, Volcano Island. Hearing the announcement resounding in my mind, at this moment, everyone in the 2 worlds lost their voices collectively. It's been a long time since Zyrna's announcement sounded, but someone has already subdued the Heavenly King level elf. Especially after hearing the announcement and seeing the unconcealed appearance of Lu Yin in their minds, everyone is not calm. Such a young person, who actually subdued a Heavenly King level elf, was recognized by the will of the world, which shows that this person named Lu Yin has definitely subdued this Heavenly King level elf. That is to say, this Heavenly King level elf will follow Lu Yin's command to fight. Don't worry about Lu Yin's commanding ability and training. One thing everyone understands is that Lu Yin has become a Heavenly King level trainer. Regardless, the strong one, or the weak one, he's the kind of official Heavenly King level trainer who can receive badges from the Alliance. Such a young King level trainer shocked everyone. But soon, everyone reacted, and then rushed into Weibo, discussing this matter in full swing. It's awesome. It's awesome. This time, Blue Star World is actually leading the way. As a Blue Star World trainer, I'm a little bit incredulous. I believe it. The most unbelievable thing for me is that it was Lu Yin who did all this. He just hit the hot search. Is this Lu Yin famous? Upstairs, I suggest you search for the video of Lu Yin vs Xiao Kai, and learn about the evolution of fetters. Genius is no longer a genius, he is already a veritable powerhouse, a Heavenly King level trainer. You will be called an adult when you see it in the future. Such a young king, I feel like I have lived on the wind speed dog all these years. Are you worthy of the wind speed dog? You are at best a coyote. It's heartbroken upstairs. I'm very curious about what kind of spirit Lu Yin Tianwang subdued. Lu Yin Tianwang did not hide his appearance. I believe it will be announced soon. I'm super curious about how he managed to subdue that king-level elf. The will of the world recognizes it. That's a real subdue. Same curiosity. Speaking of which, there is no one who challenged Lu Yin Tianwang's position as the master of the gymnasium today. I feel like there is a good show to watch. It is strongly recommended that the gym master position challenge be broadcast live on the entire network. Lu Yin Tianwang is so handsome, I want to give birth to a child for him. Upstairs, welcome to join Lu Yin's fan group and become the shadow of a heavenly king. The emotions of the people in the 2 worlds were instantly mobilized, and the discussions were very lively. After all, the fact that Lu Yin became a Heavenly King level trainer is so amazing. Of course, for ordinary people, this matter will be discussed inside, but for some uncommon people, it is not the same. Junxinjun. This kid. The big doctor stopped the movements in his hands, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. I didn't expect it to be this kid. Originally, we old guys were expected to have at least 2 months to pass them. Only one of the younger generation can train the elite level elves to the Heavenly King level for the first time, and then Blue Star World has conquered the Heavenly King level elves, after all, the Heavenly level elves. I didn't expect this little guy to walk straight. How he did it. Curiosity kills my old man. Next time you have an opportunity, be sure to ask. But now, well, it's not long since I came back, and I'm going to the Quartz Plateau for a meeting again, but the old man Yulong and I are okay. After all, we're close. ZVQI and the others are coming by plane again, haha. Meanwhile, at the Rocket's headquarters, after Lance heard the announcement, he immediately made a video connection to Sakagi to report the situation urgently. There has been a huge flaw in the matter of entering the China Alliance. That, Lu Yin on the announcement is the master of the Hangcheng Taoist Hall. Sakagi narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, it's that Lu Tong's son. For Lu Tong, Sakagi has some impressions. After all, he is a Heavenly King level trainer with high-end combat power in the world. Yes, so there is no possibility of Lu Yin being wooed by us. And Bo, who originally approached me, has already made a plan, but now that Lu Yin has a Heavenly King level elf, things may change. Well, I see, but recently, I have a 3-level emergency. Don't be in a hurry to deal with him. After all, the elf world is our main goal. Well, if the one named Anbo succeeds, give him a reward to raise a level and support him to hold the position of the head of the Hangzhou Gymnasium. If he fails, give up this person and arrange for Nazi, a Jew, and Ma Zishijong. One to challenge Lu Yin and suppress his arrogance. By the way, check the quality of these 3 newcomers. At the moment when the announcement sounded, Heavenly King level combat power can be brought directly to the Blue Star World, which is not a bad thing. Yes. Blue Star World, the Alliance headquarters in the far north, the counselors who were discussing at the beginning heard the announcement, and for a while, did not return to their senses, and looked at each other in dismay. After a long while, the member of the Kimchi district looked at the member of the Chinese district and said, congratulations, that Lu Yin, is you a member of the China District Alliance. Kimchi district councilors' words brought everyone back to their senses, and all of them congratulated Wa district for a while. These congratulations are true and false. The Blue Star Alliance is a strategic alliance when it comes to the competition between the Blue Star World and the Elf World. There are still struggles within. Not all regions are willing to watch the China Alliance become stronger and easier to obtain. The members of the Chinese District Alliance naturally knew this situation, but he still accepted everyone's congratulations with a smile. Just kidding, their China District Alliance is one of the strongest regions in the Blue Star World. I'm afraid that someone in their own region will win glory for the world, and naturally they will win glory for the region. Of course, they should be proud. About how to discuss rewarding Lu Yin with the senior officials of the China Alliance after the meeting was over. In order to encourage competition, the reward system within the alliance is very sound. Lu Yin has won a secret realm for the China Alliance this time, and he will definitely get rich rewards. At this time, in the Hangcheng Taoist Hall, the person who was originally planning Lu Yin was shocked. Auditorium. I'm hallucinating. You heard it too. It doesn't seem to be auditory hallucinations. Lu Yin's audience has become the king of heaven. Glory to the world, awesome. That's it, some of you have watched the Gym Master Challenge. Exciting. In the reception room, everyone was stunned. Zhang Bauer can't believe it. Am I hallucinating? Lily's eyes flickered with brilliance. Such a handsome pavilion owner. Hu Jie, what a huge surprise. Zhang Lan, this kid is so much better than Lao Su, but it's nice to have such a son-in-law. Anning, how is it possible? The expression on Anbo's face sank. How is this possible? But what if you subdue the Heavenly King level elf? As long as the elves you conquered are not fire elements, it will not help this Gym Master challenge. What should be lost is still lost. As long as I become the owner of the Hangcheng Gymnasium, for example, I can gain a higher status in that organization and get more support. There will be no problem in becoming a Heavenly King level trainer at that time. How will it end? No one knows yet. At this time, Lu Yin was counting his gains with his eyes shining brightly. In the previous announcement of World War, he did not conceal the secret realm, because the alliance would arrange for someone to come to him for an exchange of interests, and there was no meaning of concealment. But other gains, he chose to keep. He still understands the truth of not revealing wealth. Chapter 79_World Will Reward, Super Harvest. The Gym Master Challenge begins. 19/20. 3 Heavenly King Qualification Fruits. Help any elves transform their aptitude to the Heavenly King rank. 3 Glitter Fruits. Help any elf turn into a sparkling elf, choose any color, and awaken special characteristics. 3 Crystals of Fire Element Profound Truth. Help elite level Fire Element elves comprehend Fire Element Profound Truth in advance. Mysterious Volcano Island is a secret with a special flaming island. Lu Yin counted the completion of the first time to conquer the king level elves, this time. The harvest can't help but smile. Heavenly King level aptitude fruit, this thing is not useful to him. He has a game console, and he can steadily improve any elves, and he can steadily comprehend unique tricks, so he can't use it. Fruit. However, although he doesn't need it, he can use it to exchange benefits, or he can give it to his own people. When it comes to the second kind of shining fruit, Lu Yin is very hot. This can be regarded as a prop that can enhance his elf strength. And using this fruit, he can choose the color of the elf by himself, which means it is unique. But for him, the biggest surprise is the crystallization of the 3 profound meanings that can directly allow the elite fire elves to understand the profound meaning of the fire. Profound truth is a special power that can only be comprehended by Heavenly King level elves. Said that ordinary elves are still elves, the Heavenly King level has initially involved the comprehension of gods, and they can comprehend the profound meanings. After comprehending the profound meanings, the power of their unique moves in this department will be doubled again. There is a huge gap. This is also the reason why the children of the big family such as Sharona never thought of using the quasi-king level elves to go to the Blue Star World to defeat and subdue the Heavenly King level elves. Above is the champion level. The champion level elves have not only comprehended the profound meanings, but the elves of this level have already mastered the profound meanings. When this type of elves use their own tricks, their power will be doubled again. This is the realm of the real god. The second level god above this is the existence of the comprehension of the rules, which is rarer and more powerful. There are few trainers in the 2 worlds who can master such elves, and they need opportunities, resources, time, and so on. The first level gods above the second level gods can control the rules. They are real gods. This is a power that human trainers have not yet mastered. But this is not the strongest of the elves. The elves who master the priesthood and use the power of the priesthood, they can surpass the rules, which is a realm and level that human beings have never dabbled in. And on top of such an elves, there are even stronger super beasts. How powerful is that? Of course, these have nothing to do with Lu Yin for the time being. Now he just wants to hold the mysterious crystal and smile. With these 3 crystals, the wind speed dog, the flame monkey, and the flame chicken, they can all understand the profound meaning of the fire element, and they can use the more powerful fire element tricks ahead of time. After the level is reached, they can be directly upgraded. Level before. I just don't know that game opportunities will not have corresponding functions for this in the future. But these, I'll leave it to you later. For now, let's go to the Gym Master Challenge. I'm sure you've all been waiting. Hee, I deliberately didn't hide my image, anyway. Wait, when I use the 9 tails, everything will be exposed. It's better to show the limelight. And I've become a king, and I have a game console, so I don't need to fake anyone. Converging some thoughts in his heart, Lu Yin opened the map with a thought, and then chose Hengcheng Guangzhou point number 22. That's right, it's Hengcheng Light Ball point number 22. Lu Yin entered the elf world. At the beginning was Hengcheng Light Ball point number 1, which was far away from the Hengcheng gym, so he would definitely not be able to catch up with it for half an hour. But Hengcheng Guangzhou point 2 is relatively close, it only takes an hour to walk, and Lu Yin is a man with a wind speed dog. As for how Lu Yin can reach the light directly, it also has to say that when he was bored, he played with light balls to light up. One night when he was bored, he first used the map to move to Jobin City, and then passed through Jobin City Light Ball Plaza to enter the Fairy World Tokyo Light Ball Plaza. After entering the Tokyo Light Ball, he rushed to the number 2 Light Ball Plaza of Tokyo, which leads to the city of Carlos White Sandalwood. Enter Baden City in the Carlos area, and go to Maiquan Town on the side, where there is a point to the number 2 of the Light Ball Plaza of the Hengcheng Alliance. Now it seems that his boring action at that time was really prescient. He came to know 2 of Hengcheng Light Ball Plaza in an instant. Lu Yin, who had already experienced it once, was not surprised. He threw a pokeball and released the wind speed dog, then jumped straight onto its back. Go, wind speed dog, go in that direction. The gym challenge book will start soon. Lu Yin doesn't want to lose this game because of being late. However, when the wind speed dog was on his way, Lu Yin suddenly realized that he still lacked a flying elf to ride. At this time, it was obviously faster to use a flying elf. As for the super energy elves who can use teleportation faster, he already has Casey, as long as he cultivates it. Shoo! Soon, Lu Yin rode this wind speed dog and left the area of Light Ball Plaza. Only at this time did the surrounding Union police and passers-by react. Police 1. It looks like someone slipped away. Policeman 2. The alarm bell didn't ring, it's from our world, and it has a badge of qualification, it's okay. Police 3. Nonsense, of course it's fine, it's Lu Yin. Police 4. Oh, Lu Yin. Damn, it's actually Lu Yin. Passerby. Damn, who is that person? There is actually a wind speed dog. Blind, that person is the owner of Lu Yin Pavilion. Master Lu Yin is right, it's him, I just saw him in the world announcement, it's him. I didn't expect that the owner of Lu Yin still has a wind speed dog. He and Xiao Kai have not used all their strength in the battle, right? Who knows, I just want to know what kind of Heavenly King level elves he subdued. If it is the thunder element and the fire element, we will succeed in having a heavenly level gymnasium in Hengcheng. Other attributes are fine, but King Lu Yin needs to change the attributes of the gymnasium. I'm not going to the fairy world today, I plan to go home and watch the live broadcast. Go together, go together. I'm the only one who wonders how Lu Yin's audience will appear in the number 2 Light Ball Plaza. Is it the Carlos area opposite? Is he really a king-level elf captured by Carlos? Yes, didn't someone on the internet broke the news that Lu Yin's audience went to the Kanto region? Maybe it's what happened in the past 7 days. Now that the Light Ball Plaza is connected everywhere, it's not impossible to catch up. Time passed by every minute and every second. 7 p.m. at 7:05 p.m. There are still 5 minutes before the start time of the competition stated on the main challenge document of Hengcheng Gym. The first floor of Leifeng Pagoda, Hengcheng Haoyao Taoist Hall. The challenger of the first challenge, Sha Yang, has already stood on the battlefield, and now he will only wait for the original gym owner Lu Yin, who accepts the challenge, to appear. But now everyone thinks that it is unlikely that Lu Yin will appear in time. After all, he has just conquered the Heavenly King level elves in the elves world. Unless the place where he subdued this Heavenly King level elf was near the Silver Mountain Light Ball Plaza, there was no reason for him to come back so quickly. Lu Yin, what if you become a Heavenly King level trainer? For the next year, you will live in grief. A smug smile appeared on Sha Yang's face. Like the audience, he believed that the position of the gym owner was already in his pocket. According to the alliance, the new gym master can refuse the gym master challenge for the first year after taking office. That is to say, as long as 5 minutes later, he can be the gym master of Hengcheng Gym for 1 year, which is enough. Not only can it disgust Lu Yin, but also get the benefits promised by Anbo. As for offending Lu Yin, haven't they always been enemies? Soon, another 2 minutes passed, and there were only 3 minutes left. Seeing the smile on Xia Yang's face, Zhang Baoer in the audience couldn't help but scolded. It's too hateful for the villain to be successful. It's a pity. Hu Zhe sighed. In just 1 year, I can get it back. Xiao Yin is definitely not reconciled. Zhang Baoer pouted. He still feels disgusting. Humph. When Anbo heard Zhang Baoer's words, he snorted coldly, and then shouted to the referee, just announce the result, everyone knows that Lu Yin won't come back. But right here, a voice came from outside the gymnasium door. Who said I can't come back? Chapter 80_online live broadcast is on. The crushing begins. 2020. Who said I can't come back? A man's voice came from outside the gym, attracting everyone's attention, and everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the door. Shish. Everyone saw an orange-yellow figure flashing from the front of the door, and then jumped into the air in a dashing manner, past Xia Yang, and landed firmly in the center of the battlefield. Little hidden. Seeing the familiar figure in the field, Zhang Baoer stood up excitedly. In fact, not to mention Zhang Baoer, Liliai, Hu Zhe and others all stood up excitedly, and they were equally happy that Lu Yin was able to come back in time. Well, I am not late, am I? Lu Yin jumped off the back of the wind speed dog with a smile, turned his head and asked the league referee beside him. That decides the position of the gym master is naturally the responsibility of the special referee of the alliance. No. The referee glanced at the time on the watch, nodded and said, there are still 2 minutes and 20 seconds before the time passes. You came on time. That's right, you. The moment Lu Yin became a Heavenly King level trainer, he was bound to receive high-level respect, and no one in the 2 worlds did not know about him becoming a Heavenly King level trainer. That's good. Lu Yin took out the elf ball and retrieved the wind speed dog, then raised his head and waved in the direction of Sister Baoer, Liliai and the others. I'm back, don't worry. It's impossible for 2 people to take advantage of my position as the gym owner. Some 2 people. And Bo's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Lu Yin was even over his own ability. Lu Yin thought that he was Lu Tong, and if he could defeat himself without success, he would be considered to have a Heavenly King, level elf, and it was not the capital he should be arrogant. In the combat position, he twisted his neck and said, okay, let's start the game now. After the game, I have to go to the Alliance to get the badge of the Heavenly King trainer. Hearing Lu Yin's words, Xia Yang's heart froze. Although the former had a harmless smile on his face, he still felt threatened. This is to remind myself that I offended a Heavenly King level trainer or a genius Heavenly King level trainer. At this time, the surrounding audience finally reacted. It's the owner of Lu Yin. The owner of Lu Yin came back in time. Great, this time our gym owner in Hangzhou is still the owner of Lu Yin. This feeling is good, only the master of the king level gymnasium is enough. Everyone was extremely happy for Lu Yin's timely return. After all, Lu Yin is now a Heavenly King level trainer who has received the world announcement. For the people in the Blue Star world, he can be said to have returned home with honor. For the people of Hengcheng, the sense of honor is magnified even more. Not to mention that the world will reward Lu Yin's level secret realm. He will definitely set the entrance, near Hengcheng. This means that the heritage of Hengcheng will be deeper. As long as anyone who is proud of his Hengcheng identity, Lu Yin is full of goodwill. Damn. Anbo was icy cold, and the voices of the audience around him were very harsh. Obviously the voices belonged to him in the past year. But as Lu Yin defeated Xiao Kai, became a Heavenly King level trainer, and won glory for the world, everything changed. Now start the Gym Master Challenge. No one cared about Anbo's mood, so did the league referee, he walked to the center next to the field and took out the challenge rules document. Side, the staff of the Alliance Hangzhou TV station has turned on the shooting equipment and broadcast the live broadcast of the scene. Today's game will be broadcast live on Hangzhou TV and the homepage of the main event of the gymnasium on the official website. Wow, there are pictures. I thought I couldn't watch this game today. After all, the master of the Luyin Pavilion completed the feat of subduing the Heavenly King-level elves in the elves world. I didn't expect the owner of Luyin to catch up with the game. That's great. It's a feast for the eyes. Master Luyin, come on. The live broadcast room was all about supporting Luyin. This is hero treatment. The referee opened his mouth and said, according to the regulations, the challenger Sha Yang will use 3 water-type elves, and the challenged Luyin can only use 3 electric-type elves. When the 3 elves on one side lose their combat effectiveness, the other side wins. Neither side is allowed to change the elves at will in the game. Recalling the elves is regarded as a waiver. If the challenger wins, he will become the new owner of the Hangzhou Gym and establish a water system gym. If the original owner wins, he will receive millions of alliance coins paid by the challenger. Are there any objections on both sides? No. Luyin shook his head calmly. No. Sha Yang also shook his head. He was An Bo's disciple, his position was opposite to that of Luyin, and he could only go one way to the black. Okay, so now, the game begins. The referee waved the flag in his hand and shouted, please be challenged to release the elves first. No problem. Luyin shrugged casually and threw out a Pokeball. My first Pokemon, it's it. Shish. With a red light shot from the Pokeball, the figure of the electric dragon appeared in the battlefield. Alas, the first one is the electric dragon. Zhang Bauer couldn't help showing an unexpected expression. She knew that the elf in Luyin's hand was electric dragon. At the beginning of the game, what is Luyin, the strongest elf, going to do? Electric dragon. Sha Yang looked at the electric dragon, and then threw a Pokeball. Then I also use the elves with the dragon character here. Come out and fight, Tyrannosaurus. Roar. With a roar, a huge tyrannical carp dragon appeared on the battlefield. Dragon. Luyin's eyes swept across the tyrannical carp dragon, and used the game console to obtain the information of this tyrannical carp dragon for the first time. Judging from the information, this is a very common carp dragon, and its strength is only elite. Meaning to send appetizers at the beginning. The flying carp dragon with the water system was restrained 4 times by the electricity system. Luyin shook his head a little boringly, and then shouted to the electric dragon, thunder. Ow. The electric dragon let out a confident roar, raised his hands at the same time, and a powerful electric current emerged from his whole body. Boom. A sturdy electric current enveloped the Tyrannosaurus. During all this process, Sha Yang seemed to be sluggish and had no chance to react at all. Not that he doesn't want to, but something happened before, and the speed of the electric dragon is too fast. With his adaptability, it is too late to react. He can only pray that the tyrannical carp dragon can survive this battle. But, is it possible? Shoo. When the electric current on the carp dragon dissipated, its huge body fell straight to the ground, motionless. Boom. Sha Yang's first elf was instantly killed by Luyin's electric dragon. Grateful book friend Hailong Lu Titan reward 1000 VIP. Thanks to book friend Hailong Lu Titan for reward 100. Thanks to book friend Hailong Lu Titan for reward 100. Summer reading books every day, charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Chapter 81 Luyin realized the aura of the King of Heaven. 1/10 ask for custom. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, the audience in the gymnasium, the audience in the live broadcast room, the audience in front of the TV, all those who were watching the game unconsciously took a breath of air. Sekel. It's a sekel, the gap is so big. It's so strange. Sha Yang didn't react at all. If Sha Yang hadn't lost the game, Sha Yang would have to pay 1 million, and he's still An Bo's disciple, so I would suspect that he was acting. Is it because the electric dragon is too strong? Many people couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. They thought that Sha Yang would be defeated by Lu Yin, and that Lu Yin would defeat Sha Yang soon. After all, Lu Yin is a genius who can bond and evolve with the flame monkey, and a powerful trainer who can conquer the Heavenly King level elves. But no one thought that the elf released by Lu Yin could kill Sha Yang's elf in one blow. That Lu Yin is releasing now is obviously not a Heavenly King, but it can also be an elite rank. Even if there are 3 rank 3s, there won't be such a big gap, and Sha Yang is not ordinary. An elite level trainer, he is in Bo's apprentice, and he is also a young and famous genius. The elves in his hands are stronger than those of ordinary elite level trainers. But in fact, Lu Yin's electric dragon knocked Sha Yang's out with one move. The Tyrannosaurus was killed in seconds. The gap between the two elves is... That's right, the gap between the two elves is... so big. It's normal to be killed in seconds. Hu Zhe pushed the eyes on the bridge of his nose, and said with a chuckle, with the strength of the electric dragon, using an electric-type big move such as thunder, and counting the same attribute bonus effect, the 4-fold restraint against the tyrannical carp dragon as a total of 6-fold restraint. It's like saying that the tyrannical carp dragon suffered 6 times the damage of thunder. It's strange not to be killed in seconds. That's right. Zhang Lan nodded in agreement and said, don't say that Sha Yang's tyrannical carp dragon is only an elite class. If it only takes damage, the king-level tyrannical carp dragon will not feel good after taking this blow. Then why do I still find this scene so shocking? Zhang Bauer said a little puzzled. Everyone knows the truth, but I still think it's incredible when I see it. The reason lies in the attack speed of the electric dragon. Hu Zhe explained, Lu Yin definitely has specially trained the speed of the electric dragon's moves. Before the electric dragon used a big move like thunder, the time for condensing energy was extremely extreme, and there was no chance for Sha Yang to react at all. Sha Yang did not let the tyrannical carp dragon dodge, nor let it defend, nor let it block it with a unique trick, so he was so undefended and took a strike and thunder. He won't be killed in seconds. Who will be killed in seconds? That's right, the reason for this shocking scene is mainly because Sha Yang didn't give any command. But the reason is really as simple as Hu Zhe and the others analyzed. Does Sha Yang really want to command? Why, how could this happen? Arena, Sha Yang clenched his fists with both hands. A drop of cold sweat fell on his forehead, and fear filled his eyes. No one knows what happened to him before. Before, it wasn't that he didn't want to command, but that he couldn't command at all. At the moment when Lu Yin gave Dianlong an order, others didn't know it, but he felt a very strong sense of oppression. That feeling seemed to be aura. Has Lu Yin already realized the aura? Sha Yang was horrified. The aura was the hallmark ability of a Heavenly King level trainer, and it was also the dividing line between the strength and weakness of a Heavenly King level trainer. If Lu Yin, who has mastered the Heavenly King level elves, is just amazing and admired, then Lu Yin, who has grasped the aura and mastered the Heavenly King level trainer, is absolutely awe-inspiring. Because of that moment of oppression, Sha Yang felt that his brain was blank for a moment, and the speed of the electric dragon's attack was fast enough. When it was reflected, it was too late to take command, and he could only watch the tyrannical carp dragon eat it. One trick. As a result, the Tyrannosaurus was killed in seconds. Gouda. Sha Yang swallowed his saliva, then shook it. Illusion, it must be an illusion. How could Lu Yin understand the aura, and no one seems to feel it around? It must be because I just heard the announcement of his subduing the king-level elves, so there is an illusion now. Yes, it must be so. Sha Yang found a reason to force himself to calm down, then took out the elf ball and took back the tyrannical carp dragon, and then threw the second elf, his initial elf, which was also the strongest combat power he had cultivated. Water arrow turtle, come out and fight. Boom. With a flash of white light, the cumbersome body of the water arrow turtle fell to the ground, causing the entire field to shake. Came. As soon as the water arrow turtle came out, it roared at the electric dragon, with sharp eyes and a look of eagerness to try. Good fighting spirit. Luyan nodded. The water arrow turtle's eyes were very good, and at first glance, he had the experience of fighting against electric spirits, and he was not timid when encountering electric dragons. And this water arrow turtle he remembers as Sha Yang's strongest elf, and now using the game console to check, he can also see that his strength is at the peak of the elite middle grade, and he is only one step away from the elite top grade. However, the second strongest main force will be released. Luyan narrowed his eyes and glanced thoughtfully at an bow outside the arena. In this way, the blood has been paid. Then I will let you lose everything this time. With a cold thickness on the corner of his mouth, Luyan shouted towards Chao Dianlong, 100,000 volts. Slippery. A yellow light flashed in the dark pupils of the electric dragon, and he raised his hand to gather the energy of lightning. Crack. The power of 100,000 volts is much weaker than that of thunder, so the action of the electric dragon's ultimate move is faster. But this time, Sha Yang responded, Water arrow turtle, jump up to avoid it, and then use earthquake. The electric dragon is a pure electric elf, and only the ground type can restrain it. Sha Yang's common sense and adaptability are still there, allowing the water arrow turtle to use the earthquake while avoiding the opponent's attack. Bang! Under the control of the electric dragon, a powerful current shot towards the location of the water arrow turtle. Came. The water arrow turtle jumped with force, avoiding the 100,000 volts of the electric dragon dangerously, and at the same time gathering khaki energy under its feet. When the electric dragon's attack was over, the water arrow turtle fell to the ground, and the invisible waves spread in the ground, and the entire field immediately shook with the water arrow turtle as the origin. Seeing this scene, Sha Yang showed a smile that the plan was successful, but at this moment, he saw Luyan's eyes, and his heart thumped. What kind of eyes are these? Why do I have a feeling of being seen through my heart, in fear? Chapter 82 _ Strong Attitude. Gorgeous Spike. 2/10 ask for custom. Good idea. It's a pity it's too clumsy, it's easy to see through at a glance. Luyan smiled lightly, completely ignoring Sha Yang's performance. He never regarded Sha Yang as an opponent, and with his current strength, only Anbo has the ability to make him have some fun. Electric Dragon, use electromagnetism to float. Use the plasma bath again. Yo-yo. The electric dragon's eyes narrowed, and he raised his head and let out a roar, mobilizing the electrical energy in his body to form a layer of yellow current that enveloped the body, and an invisible electromagnetic wave spread with the electric dragon as the origin. Immediately after that, the body of the electric dragon floated gorgeously, just like the suspension of a superpower. At this time, the fluctuation of the earthquake just spread to the position where the electric dragon stood before, completely unable to cause any damage to it. Yo-yo. The electric dragon didn't care about the situation under its feet. It raised its head and roared again, using its hands to control the flow of power in its body. Immediately, a blue electric light enveloped its body. How could Xiaoyan in the plasma bath give such an order to the electric dragon? Zhang Baoer was stunned for a while, wondering why Luyan wasted time letting Dianlong use such a trick. Sha Yang's water arrow turtle isn't that strong, isn't it good to use more electricity-type tricks to defeat it? This is the gap between you and Xiaoyan. Zhang Lan on the side habitually scolded Baoer, and then asked, do you know what the effect of the plasma bath is? Nonsense, of course I know. Baoer was a little unhappy and looked down on Zhang Lan, but she still answered, after the electric dragon uses this trick, any ordinary tricks used later will become electric tricks. It's an auxiliary trick. Yes, support. Zhang Lan nodded and asked again, do you know which one is Sha Yang's strongest elf? I know, it's not. Zhang Baoer blurted out and wanted to say it was a water arrow turtle, but before she could say it, she realized something, stopped, and her eyes flashed with brilliance. Sha Yang's strongest is the water arrow turtle, but he used it in the second game. Now it's the Gym Master's challenge. Sha Yang can't release water, and it's impossible to arrange the lineup randomly, so there is only one reason for him to release the water arrow turtle in the second competition, his third elf is stronger. This shameless the old man. Zhang Baoer immediately glared at Anbo. She was sure that it was Anbo who exchanged his quasi-king level elf to Sha Yang. But at the same time, Zhang Baoer also understood that what Lu Yin is doing now is not to deal with Sha Yang's water arrow turtle, but to prepare for the quasi-king level elf in Anbo's hand. No wonder my dad said I wasn't as far as Xiaoyan thought. Zhang Baoer is not angry anymore. Well, Lu Yin is better than her, and she is happier than herself. At this time, in the arena, Xiaoyang lowered his head slightly, trying his best not to look into Lu Yin's eyes, or even to feel his sight. Reason, he felt that Lu Yin's eyes could see through everything, and if he looked at him, he would have a feeling of powerlessness that he was completely seen through. Water arrow turtle, water cannon attack. Seeing that the earthquake trick didn't achieve its own effect, Dianlong also took the opportunity to use the plasma bath trick, and Xiaoyang gave the attack command again. Came. The water arrow turtle stopped the movement of its feet, leaned forward slightly to reveal the 2 water cylinders behind it, and launched 2 thick water jets towards the electric dragon. Seeing this, Lu Yin said lightly, "Shadow clone. Lightning fist. Yo-yo." The electric dragon had finished using the plasma bath, and when he heard Lu Yin's command, he immediately shook his body and separated several shadow clones. Swish. The main body of the electric dragon and several shadow clones simultaneously made a posture of clenching their fists to condense thunder and lightning, and rushed towards the water arrow turtle in a suspended posture. Seeing this, Xiaoyang immediately shouted, "Sweep all the electric dragons to me." Came. The water arrow turtle turned its body and controlled the water column behind it to sweep towards the electric dragon next to it. Shish. The water column has hit the electric dragon on the far right at this time. No accident, this is just a phantom, but this phantom is different from the phantom of the general shadow clone and disappears when it is hit. After it is hit, it turns into an electric dragon. Electric dragon. At this time, with the action of the water arrow turtle, all the phantoms of the electric dragon were scattered by the water column from right to left, and these phantoms also turned into the electric current of the outline of the electric dragon. In the end, there was only one electric dragon left in the arena, which must be the body, and the water column of the water arrow turtle shot at it, and it was about to hit it. The next moment, everyone watching the game saw a very dazzling scene. I saw the last body of the electric dragon moved, and it suddenly raised its right hand, which gathered lightning, and shot it towards the water column used by the water arrow turtle. At the same time, the electric clones left behind after the electric dragon phantom was destroyed by the water jet seemed to have received a signal, and all flew towards the position of the electric dragon's fist. Everyone saw that one electric current with the outline of the electric dragon gathered in the hand of the electric dragon in an orderly manner in a flying posture. Swish. The electricity in the electric dragon's hand was extremely powerful in an instant, and the bright light made many people close their eyes, and some people who did not close their eyes were fortunate to see the scene of the water arrow turtle being abused. The thick orange-yellow current spread to him along the water column sprayed by the water arrow turtle. Came. The water arrow turtle was shrouded in powerful electricity, and suddenly let out a burst of pain, and stopped until the current on the body dissipated, and then collapsed directly to the ground. Bang! After fighting with the electric dragon a few times, the water arrow turtle was killed in an instant like the tyrannical carp dragon. If it wasn't for Lu Yin to deal with the layout of the last elf, it would have been killed in an instant earlier. It wasn't until the water arrow turtle, the crowd watching the battle and the water friends that they came back to their senses. Failed again. It's not even 2 minutes before and after so fast. Wow, the last trick of the electric dragon is too handsome, this is also a combination trick. That's right, and it's a triple combination move, because the electric dragon used a plasma bath before, so the shadow clones whose original trick attribute was the normal type became the electric type. After these shadow clones were shattered, they turned into electricity and gathered into the lightning fist. Go up, burst out with super power, and instantly kill the water arrow turtle. Brothers know very well. A little understanding, a little understanding. The onlookers are clear. Well, it is still the Luyin Tianwang who created this trick. Luyin Tianwang is awesome and needs you to say it. Haha, I originally guessed that the pavilion owner Luyin would crush Xiaoyang. At that time, I was worried that the game would be boring, but I didn't expect that even if it was crushed, it would look so cool. I'm starting my last game now. Chapter 83 Luyin is going to lose. Mega Electric Dragon. 3/10 ask for custom. Water Arrow Turtle is incapacitated. Please challenge the challenger to release the third elf. The referee dutifully pronounced the verdict and announced the end of the Water Arrow Turtle. Xiaoyang's second elf was so easily solved by Luyin's Electric Dragon. Come back, Water Arrow Turtle. Xiaoyang took out the elf ball and retrieved the Water Arrow Turtle, then hesitated for a while and threw the third elf. Shish. With a flash of white light, a relatively simple-looking elf appeared on the battlefield. Seeing this elf, the spectators and the water friends were stunned for a moment. Zhang Bauer and Lilia Ai were even more flushed with pretty faces. They were pissed off by Anbo's shamelessness. Name: Marsh King. Attributes: water and ground features. Moisture has water storage, no hidden features. Simple and simple. A elf is the Swamp King. The strength of this Swamp King is at the quasi-celestial level, and it is the pinnacle of the quasi-celestial level, and it is only one step away from the heavenly level. This elf naturally cannot be Xiaoyang's elf, it is one of Anbo's main forces. 7 days ago, after seeing the video of Luyin and Xiaoqi's battle, Anbo handed over his main force to Xiaoyang just in case, so that he could remedy it in the event of an accident. King Marsh's character is relatively good, although Xiaoyang is not his trainer, but after Anbo's instructions, he also obeys his instructions to fight. Anbo to intervene in the Gym Master competition by giving his own elves, but what is even more shameless is that he actually gave the Swamp King. The Swamp King has the water attribute and the ground attribute, and the difference in strength is not large. You can completely ignore the damage of the TV system. Sending out an immunity electricity spirit when challenging the electricity gym. It's not shameless, okay, it's a matter of position. If you are your own people, you will definitely think this behavior is very clever, but in the case of Zhang Bauer and Lily Ai, in the eyes of the people here, this is shameless. It's a good way. Hu Jie said abruptly, and Bo's actions were considered to have refreshed his shameless downline, but when he heard his words, and Bo really smiled complacently. Doctor Who is too famous. Hugo. This is not shameless, it is shameless. You really haven't changed at all. Zhang Lan couldn't help sneering. I remember Brother Lu Tong said that you who only know crooked ways will never be able to set foot in the realm of heavenly kings. It seems right now. Humph. And Bo's face suddenly sank. Zhang Lan's words touched his sore spot, but he would never admit it, and he countered, Lu Tong is amazing, but where is he now? Hee. You. Zhang Lan wanted to start angrily, but he couldn't see in Ren's success. But before he could speak, Lu Yin's voice suddenly appeared on the field. Uncle Zhang, don't pay attention to this person. An old rubbish with only intrigues left in this life. How dare you say I'm old trash? And Bo was angry. As a veteran quasi-king and strong, he was used to relying on the old and selling the old, and no one dared to say that to him. Isn't it? Lu Yin sneered and said, I'll teach you a lesson in a moment. Let him understand that not only can he not win against my dad, but even I can't win. Trash, always trash. You. And Bo was so angry that Lu Yin almost vomited blood, but when he thought of the live broadcast of the scene, he still felt that he should keep his image in his heart to make Lu Yin look good in the next game. What Anbo didn't know was that the audience in the live broadcast room had already started to frantically complain about him. I know that this Marsh King is Anbo's elf, and he actually used it for his apprentice. I'm just haha. Blatantly exploiting the loophole, you don't even want a face. It's disrespectful to the old, such a person is not worthy to be the master of our gym in Hangzhou. It was you who said that Anbo was the master of the gymnasium. At that time, we were thinking about Hengcheng, and we were reluctant. Now, of course, the owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion. That's it. From strength, to contribution to hangcheng, talent, to appearance, how can Anbo compare with the owner of Lu Yin Pavilion? PFF'd, upstairs, good looks or okay. Haha, I've seen the photos of Anbo back then, and it's considered a little fresh meat. Of course, he can't compare with the owner of Lu Yin. Mud Meng Crooked Lule. What accent upstairs? It's not a typo. Anbo didn't know the situation in the live broadcast room, otherwise he wouldn't need to play the next game, he would definitely be pissed off. At this time, Lu Yin didn't bother to pay attention to Anbo anymore, and directly stretched out his right hand, shouted, "Electric Dragon, respond to my heart. Change. Yo-yo." The dragon raised his head and let out a roar. The next moment, the evolution keystone in Lu Yin's hand and the fossil on the electric dragon's tail simultaneously emitted dazzling rays of light, and the two rays of light sensed each other and linked together in midair. Shish. The white light enveloped the body of the electric dragon, and when the light dissipated, the handsome image of the super-electric dragon appeared in front of everyone. The super-electric dragon looked at the Marsh King with sharp eyes, and his eyes were full of fighting desire. Lu Yin directly activated the transformation, although he was confident that he could command the electric dragon to defeat the Swamp King without using evolution, but that it takes time, and also depends on the layout. After all, the attribute disadvantage is not so easy to restore. And now, he can't wait to teach Anbo how to be a man, and he doesn't plan to mess with Sha Yang. Electrical attribute is not good, then dragon attribute. The sharp eyes swept across King Marsh, and Lu Yin was the first to shout, "Dragon Wave." Slip. The super-electric dragon opened its mouth and condensed a purple energy ball, which was then sprayed out. Shish. Almost in an instant, the purple dragon wave came to the Swamp King. All this happened too fast, and Sha Yang didn't have time to react. Swamp. Marsh King's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to condense a white shield. Bang! The wave of the dragon hit the white shield and was completely resisted. Seeing this scene, Anbo showed a complacent smile. Even if the elves he trained were not under the command of Sha Yang, Lu Yin could not defeat them at will. The smile on his face unfolded completely, and he heard Lu Yin on the field speak again. Anbo's character is not good, but the elf training is okay. Amber was instantly pissed off. And at this time, Lu Yin spoke again plainly, "Move at high speed." Iron Tail. Slip. The super-fast dragon immediately moved towards the Swamp King and went faster and faster, dragging an afterimage behind it. When it was in front of the Swamp King, it jumped up abruptly, and threw out its long tail. Shish. Chapter 84 _ The shock of the on-site commentator. Lu Yin is too terrifying. 4/10 ask for custom. Not good. This time, Sha Yang finally reacted, and hurriedly responded when the super-electric dragon ran towards the Marsh King. Swamp King, use digging. Swamp. The Marsh King condensed the strength of the earthy yellow in his hands, and then threw himself forward and plunged his head into the ground. At this time, the tail with metallic luster on the back of the electric dragon had just arrived, and the action of the Swamp King digging a hole just made him dodge this move. Call. Sha Yang breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, when he was fighting against Lu Yin, he felt that his thinking would become a little dull, and his coping ability plummeted. When the super-electric dragon used Dragon's Wave on the Swamp King before. That way, the former was fast, but he was in a hurry. If the Swamp King didn't react faster, he would be in a situation of being beaten. Fortunately, this time his reaction was always timely, not only dodging the attack of the super-electric dragon, but also making Lu Yin passive. Passive. Noticing the expression on Sha Yang's face, Lu Yin seemed to see through the thoughts in his heart, with a disdainful smile on his face. Electric dragon, use the grid. Grid. Lily blinked her eyes and asked Zhang Bauer in a low voice, "Sister Bauer, there shouldn't be an electrical trick for King Swamp, right?" This one. Zhang Bauer stood up straight and cleared her throat. Don't look at her like this. She really knew Lu Yin's plan. But it didn't wait. She opened her mouth to put a wave in front of Lily, and Lu Yin sounded a sarcastic voice on the field. You don't think that after the Swamp King entered the ground, I fell into a passive state? Amount. Xiaoyang was stunned. He wanted to ask, isn't it? Idiot. And Bo's face showed an expression of hating iron. Slip. Arena, the super electric dragon condensed a powerful electric dragon all over its body and spread out around it. Soon, a huge power grid visible to the naked eye spread over the entire site. Immediately afterwards, the power grid and the super electric dragon were linked together, and under its control, part of the power grid poured into the hole made by the Swamp King. The next moment, the Marsh King, who was trapped by a net of electricity, was brought out. Seeing this scene, many smart people took a deep breath. They were shocked. The shock wasn't because of the overly flamboyant effect of the grid on the field. Well, that's one of the reasons. Where shocked was Lu Yin. Looking at the side of the field with a smile, these people suddenly realized how terrible he was. Lu Yin's dominance over the field of competition was too strong and terrifying. He couldn't see this in the battle between him and Xiao Kai, because the difference between the two sides was not large, and the difference in the strength of the elves was not big either. But now it's different. Under the circumstance that the strength of the electric dragon is similar to that of the King of Marsh, Lu Yin has shown a commanding ability, layout, and ability that far exceeds that of Xiaoyang. In the live broadcast room, the camera is strong, and a woman looks at the person beside him. The middle-aged man asked, "Why are you breathing in the air conditioner?" The two people, the woman's name is Lu Shi, is the best reporter of the Alliance Hengcheng TV station, and the man is Wu Leng, a famous tactical analysis master in Hengcheng. Wu Leng's explanation of the battle video is penetrating, and he can always tell the key, and he has a lot of research on the magic tricks. Although he is not good at commanding and fighting, his theory is very solid, and it is still a big one on Weibo. There are many fans. Because of Lu Yin's gym master battle, he was specially invited by Lu Shi to come to the scene to explain. Well, Lu Shi is actually an alliance mission, and Wu Leng, that's a family mission. You don't know? Wu Leng asked, "What do you know?" Lu Shi was a little confused. "Go away, I don't talk to fools." Lu Shi, "You're amazing, how dare you talk to the old lady like that? Go home and wait for your knees on the washboard." Wife, I am sorry to watch the game too much. I forgot that the person sitting next to you is you. Have you ever watched a game with someone else before? No, absolutely. Let me explain to you why I was frightened. I'll settle the account with you when I get home. Lu Shi also knew where he was now, so he held back his temper and said, "Now, say it." Well, have you noticed that the super electric dragon's power grid is very large and spreads all over the venue? Wu Leng asked a question first, and he also remembered what he was doing now. I see, I'm also very surprised. I've seen the Tianwang level trainer exhibition game before, and the Tianwang level electric dragon of the Lutong Pavilion didn't have such a strong effect using this move. Lu Shi nodded. That's right. Wu Leng nodded, with an expression of admiration on his face, and said, but it's not because the electric dragon of the Master Lu Tong is not as good as the electric dragon of the Master Lu Yin. In one game, Lu Yin, the pavilion owner, made the electric current use electromagnetic flotation and plasma bath. Although we can't see it now, the entire site is actually covered with all kinds of electromagnetics. And the super electric dragon that uses the plasma bath can rely on electricity to make these electromagnetic reasons, which means that this venue has long been the private venue of the super electric dragon. The effect is equivalent to the super electric dragon using another magnetic field control trick. This is equivalent to saying that the master of the Lu Yin Pavilion made the super electric dragon use the power of 3 special moves with 2 special moves. Not only that, you can also see the power of the power grid. This is the strengthening effect of the 2 unique tricks. Now the power grid is like a web made by spiders, and the super electric dragon is Spider, Swamp King, is that food to be hunted, the kind that can't escape. And it can cause such an effect, because in the last game, Luyan Pavilion Master gave 2 instructions to let the electric dragon avoid the earthquake used by the water arrow turtle. At that time, we all guessed that Luyan's pavilion owner asked Electric Dragon to use the plasma bath to set up the next game. Now it seems that the layout is true, but what we saw is too obvious. This. Lu Shi was frightened by Wu Leng's speech, a little unbelievable. Asked incredulously, "What you said is too scary, I didn't respond if you didn't say it. Isn't it a coincidence?" Coincidence? Wu sneered, shook his head, and sighed, "I hope this is a coincidence. After all, it's amazing that this kind of layout comes from an 18-year-old youth. But look at the performance of the pavilion master Lu Yin, and the interlocking instructions. Does it seem like a coincidence? Even I suspect that he even considered the possibility that Sha Yang's last elf was the Marsh King. Look at the current situation. Although the power grid can't cause damage to the Swamp King, it can trap it, then next. Then it's time to end the game." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Dragon Wave. Grid. Alternate. Until the Swamp King is stunned." Chapter 85 _ Some people are shocked. What kind of monster is Lu Yin? 5/10 ask for customization. Slip. The super electric dragon opened its mouth to condense a purple energy ball, and then spewed it out. The fluctuation of the dragon directly knocked the Swamp King out, and before he could land, the super electric dragon used the power grid again. Due to the particularity of the current venue, the super electric dragon is an almost instantaneous power grid, instantly trapping the Swamp King and pulling it back, and then another wave of dragon waves erupts. Repeat this 4 times. Sha Yang has absolutely no idea what order to give. Crack. The Marsh King fell to the ground and passed out completely. Seeing this scene, everyone who was watching the game was shocked. Especially the people who watched the game through the live broadcast. They looked at the situation on the field and Wu Leng's analysis before contacting them. They were all stunned. To be honest, if it wasn't for Wu Leng's analysis, they wouldn't know that Lu Yin was so awesome. It is estimated that some people think that Sha Yang is unlucky, and some people think that the evolved super electric dragon is strong, but few people will realize that the most terrifying trainer in this competition is actually Lu Yin, the trainer. My mother asked me why kneeling on the ground and looking at my phone. I told her. Now she asks me to apply for an apprenticeship at Hengcheng Gym, not to mention, I have to pack my equipment. Upstairs, I have a hunch that the application for apprentices at Hengcheng Taoist Hall will be very popular. You should worry about not being brushed off. Originally, I thought that King Lu Yin had a strong training ability. He could train elves so well and grow so much in a short period of time. Now I know that the best thing about him is his commanding ability, and he is an all-rounder. Anyway, I know it now. If I fight against Lu Yin, I don't know how I might lose. Yeah, don't tell me Wu Leng. I don't even know that the master of Lu Yin has started the layout since the last round, and he has also considered so many things. Scary, really terrible. In this way, Wu Leng is also quite powerful. You can actually see so much. Wu Leng just took advantage of the onlookers. Upstairs, you go upstairs. Anyway, Wu Leng is not as powerful as Lu Yin. You're not talking nonsense upstairs. Wu Leng is really powerful. After all, he can see things that many people can't see. But one thing to say, his power is only analytical ability, which is based on the perspective of a bystander. The real power is Lu Yin. He is fighting against I thought about so much when I was in the middle of the pack, and I laid it out layer by layer, and I responded to every situation. It's terrible. Such a powerful scene. Dominance. Do you think Heavenly King Lu Yin has? Comprehend the aura. He can subdue Heavenly King level elves, get the approval of the world's will, and even achieve the evolution of fetters 7 days ago. Sigh. Thinking about it, it's a high-ranking Heavenly King level trainer who is less than 18 years old. It seems that no one in our Blue Star world did it earlier. Well, even in the elf world, Yu Longdu, the young king-level trainer record holder, didn't become a celestial king until he was 17 years old, and our elf world is even better than that. Amazing, my patriarch Lu Yin. In conjunction with the announcement of the will of the world, and Wu Leng's explanation, this, even if it does not involve the issue of the strength of the elves, Lu Yin is completely famous. The name of genius has been recognized by everyone. Of course, these have nothing to do with the current Lu Yin. He calmly relieved the state of get up. 3 threes with 1 electric dragon. He won the game with a crushing attitude. He did it, but his mood did not fluctuate too much. Too many things have happened recently, and winning Sha Yang is no longer worthy of giving him extra thoughts. That is to say, successfully protecting the Leiwen gym, which made him feel so happy. The referee, haven't you announced the result yet? Lu Yin turned his head and asked the dull-looking referee, with a relaxed smile on his face. Referee finally recovered from the shock, except Wu Leng. He was one of the few people present who realized how powerful Lu Yin was. That's why he behaved so rudely. The Swamp King is incapacitated. The game is over. Leiwen Gym Master Challenge is over, and the winner is the original Gym Master Lu Yin. According to the rules of the Alliance, the owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion will receive the adjustment fee of 1 million Alliance coins that the challenger has paid to the Alliance in advance, and he can refuse all challenges for the next year, but the referee announced a lot of benefits that Lu Yin got, of course, only mentioned some benefits that can be said to outsiders, and did not mention the benefits of some gym owners within the Alliance. Listening to the referee's announcement, Lu Yin behaved very calmly. After waiting until the referee announced the end, he didn't even look at Sha Yang, who had lost his soul. He turned his head and said directly to Enbo, "Come on, hurry up. Don't delay everyone going home to sleep. To be honest, if it wasn't for the torture, I could have a good dream at night. I really want to postpone this game and ask you to pay more." According to the regulations of the Alliance, the price to be paid to challenge the ordinary gym and the challenge to the king-level gym is completely different. If Lu Yin insists on not accepting Enbo's challenge today, because he has already accepted Sha Yang's challenge, he can postpone it until the next day. And during this time, Lu Yin can completely register as a Heavenly King level trainer and turn the gym into a Heavenly King gymnasium. When Enbo wants to challenge, he will need to pay more. But these prices, Lu Yin is not uncommon. He does not lack this money. He is more willing to see Enbo collapsed earlier. Humph. Enbo's face was very ugly. Sha Yang was a few years older than Lu Yin, and he was his close disciple, but his defeat was so unremarkable, it was a shame for him. And what Lu Yin said also made him feel that he was being despised. In the past, Lu Yin's old man would not deal with him everywhere, but now that Lu Yin was replaced, it would be even more abhorrent. But he didn't speak to Lu Yin. As an old coward, he was really afraid that Lu Yin would make him pay a higher price to challenge him. Wait when you cry. I don't believe that the Heavenly King level elf you conquered happens to be a fire-type elf. Enbo walked to the opposite side of the battlefield with a cold face, took out a pokeball, and waited for the referee to announce the start of the game. Lu Yin looked at Enbo, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he also took out a pokeball. Seeing the pokeball in Lu Yin's hand, many people showed expressions of surprise and doubt, and started talking there. The pokeball of the owner of Lu Yin Pavilion is so unique. I seem to have read it in a book. That is the style of the pokeball 100 years ago in the elf world. The owner of the Lu Yin Pavilion is also a collector. There are still people using such a unique pokeball. While everyone was discussing, the referee read out the rules again according to the regulations, and then shouted, "The game starts, please take the lead in releasing the elves." Good. Lu Yin raised the pokeball in his hand and pressed the switch. Kuei, in front of the world, let your beauty bloom. There will be 10 updates tomorrow, and 5 updates a day will be guaranteed in the future. I ask everyone for a custom support. Chapter 86 _ The King Level 9 Tails made a gorgeous appearance, and Enbo couldn't escape the fate of being killed in seconds. 6/10 ask for custom. Swish. As Lu Yin pressed the switch on the antique-like elf ball, a white light shot out, and under everyone's curious eyes, the nine tails waved their nine tails, and an elegant figure appeared in the center of the battlefield. As soon as Zhu appeared, he let out a cheerful cry. After 200 years, he was finally able to fight side by side with a trainer that he recognized. It couldn't help but look forward and excited. And after seeing the nine tails, everyone is not calm. Nine-tailed is a kind of beautiful elf with high popularity, but Lu Yin's nine-tailed is very special. It has the same beige hair as the ordinary nine-tailed, but it is more beautiful. It also has nine tails, but the highlights on two of them are different colors. And unlike the usual nine-tailed eyes with ruby-like pupils, this nine-tailed eye is azure blue, like a sapphire, so beautiful. And this nine-tailed body has a sense of agility that other nine-tails do not have. That's the fairy, the charm given by the power. As soon as the nine tails appeared, they captured the hearts of the scene and the woman in front of the screen in an instant. It's so beautiful, this nine tails is so beautiful. Trust me, as long as this nine tails stand on the stage, it will be the best performer, any performer, coordinator, as long as it has it will be invincible. Invincible is an exaggeration, but this nine-tailed is really beautiful. I want to buy this nine tails. I want to fly to Hangzhou to find the owner of Lu Yin, even if it is 100 million. Surprised local tyrants, ask for support. I am sorry to interrupt you, don't you feel the special aura of Zhu? What momentum! Heavenly King level aura. Setting. After the elf reaches the Heavenly King level and above, it has a mysterious aura, and people can see its strength at a glance. This is actually a Heavenly King level elf. I understand, this one is the Heavenly King level elf conquered by the Master Lu Yin in the elf world, God. If you want to buy this nine-tailed, please stand up. You think 100 million is enough, and even if it is a billion, you think the owner of Lu Yin will sell it. Stunned me. It's actually a nine-tailed king. Anbo saw the nine tails, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his heart was a little crazy. He wanted to ask why Lu Yin had such luck. There are 17 types of elves in the world, and the chance of 1 in 17 is 1 in 7. Lu Yin knows what Anbo is thinking, so he will definitely tell him, "Child, you are too naive, I am the right medicine, if you challenge others, I can also accept it for you." The prophet of the plot, it's just so awesome. Anbo took a deep breath. Although he was unhappy and a little uneasy, the game continued, and he threw a Pokeball. Come on, swim frog. Shish. Anbo's Pokeball shot out a white light, followed by a huge fast-swimming frog on the field, staring at the nine tails. The fast-swimming frog is a bipedal fighting spirit, with no toes on its feet and fat all over the body. The content is almost zero, because it is full of strong muscles, which leads to its heavy weight. Anbo can know that the strength is outstanding just by looking at the strong arms. It is worth mentioning that Anbo's fast-swimming frog is his fourth main force, and his third main force is the Marsh King who was handed over to Sha Yang before. Name: Fast-swimming frog attribute. Water fighting characteristics. Water storage moisture no hidden features. Yu free no grade. Quasi, Tianwang 59 qualification. Elite intimacy, carrying items. Aqua gems tumbling. Fog. Black fog. Bodybuilding. Slap. Hypnotism. Water gun. Brute force. Serial slaps. Blast fist. Eye of the heart. Cast. Fast-swimming frog. Seeing the fast-swimming frog, Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed, extremely weird. How should I put it? The fast-swimming frog is a water attribute plus a fighting attribute, and the fire-type trick to hit it will reduce the effect by half. From the attribute point of view, the nine tails of the general fire element are very unfavorable for this fast-swimming frog, and this fast-swimming frog has also brought props, and the damage of the water element attack has become stronger. If Anbo has no problem with his command, even if the nine tails are a king-level elf, this fast-swimming frog can still hit a dozen. But that means the 9 tails of the general system. My 9 tails, but there are also super energy type attributes and fairy type attributes, super energy type double restraint fighting type. 9 tails also understood the profound meaning of the superpower system, and the power of the superpower system trick can be doubled, so he said. Hypnosis. Lu Yin decisively issued an attack order. Think beautifully. And Bo is not. Sha Yang, as soon as he heard Lu Yin's order to Juwei, he wanted to understand the intention. Hypnosis is a superpower trick, which has a restraining effect on the fast-swimming frog. If successful, it can make it sleep for a long time. Swimming frog fast. Self-motivation. Self-motivated. Hearing Anbo's instructions to the fast-swimming frog, most of the audience showed confused expressions. They didn't understand what the operation was. Fortunately, Wu Leng's on-site explanation is now open for business, and he explained, "Okay, we now see the Anbo trainer using the fast-swimming frog to use self-motivation, and self-motivation is a trick to see the effect, just to improve its own attack and special attack. But when the elves use this trick, their attention will be raised to a very high level, and the body will condense a white aura. These changes in the body surface are enough to resist ordinary elves." Hypnotism used. The Anbo trainer let the fast-swimming frog use this trick. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It can not only improve its own attack and special attack, but also block the hypnotism of the 9 tails of the Lu Yin Gymnasium. After all, the 9 tails are not super energy elves, so. Nice. And Bo showed a satisfied smile, and Wu Leng's explanation won his heart and made him brilliant. The operation is clicked out. He's different from his trash apprentice. But this Sha Yang didn't speak for half of what he said. Did something happen? And Bo looked at the field with some doubts, and found that his fast-swimming frog was standing there in a daze, without the slightest sign of using a unique trick. What's the matter? There was a sense of unease in Anbo's heart. At this moment, Lu Yin shouted again. It turned out to be eating dreams. Of eating dreams cannot be learned by ordinary 9 tails, but Lu Yin's 9 tails are special. He has already researched this trick by himself. 9 tails raised her head and called out gracefully. A red light appeared in her azure eyes, and a wave that was invisible to the naked eye spread immediately. The next moment, standing on the field, the fast-swimming frog showed a painful expression, followed by a cry of pain, collapsed to the ground, and completely fainted. Anbo's fast-swimming frog was killed in seconds. Audiences. Commentary: Wu Leng, Sister Bauer and Lily. Anbo. So, it is agreed that Anbo is stronger than Sha Yang. Well, how could he be killed in seconds faster? Chapter 87 Anbo. Your luck only comes once. Lu Yin. Did you send Jahei Ninja seriously? 7/10 ask for custom. What's the matter? I don't get it at all. How did the fast-swimming frog get killed in seconds? Fool, of course, 9 tails hypnotism successfully hit the fast-swimming frog. The fast-swimming frog fell into a deep sleep, and then 9 tails used the dream food again. The damage exploded, and it was instantly killed with one move. Nonsense, I don't know this, but you have also heard the analysis of Wu Leng's commentator. How did Juwei directly hypnotize the fast-swimming frog, and can Juwei use Dream Eater? I don't read much, so don't lie to me. I'm totally confused too. Actually, there is only one explanation. What explanation? There is only one explanation. Wu Leng stood up excitedly, raised the microphone and said, it means that the 9 tails of the Pavilion Master Lu Yin not only have the fire attribute, but also have the super energy attribute. That is to say, the 9 tails of the Pavilion Master Lu Yin are still a super power type Heavenly King level elf, so the speed of her super power tricks, the speed and power of her tricks will be improved in an all-round way, and fast-swimming frogs can't avoid it. If this 9-tailed has super energy attributes and Heavenly King level strength, she will use the Dream Eater trick, and she will get attribute bonuses, and will get profound meaning bonuses, plus the fighting type fast-swimming frog is supercharged. The ability is twice restrained, it is equivalent to being hurt 6 times by the Dream Eater trick. It all seems unimaginable, but it's the only possibility. So the fast-swimming frog will be hypnotized without any precautions, so this Ninetales can use the dream food, so she can kill the fast-swimming frog in one move. Wu Leng's voice was filled with undisguised excitement, and his commentary surprised everyone. Lu Yin's Ninetales may have superpower attributes and also understand the profound meaning of superpower. Well, let's not dare to think about it. If you talk about it, it's really not possible. Look at Lu Yin's Ninetales special eyes and the special tail. To say that she is a shining elf, or a shining elf with special attributes, it is not impossible for everyone to imagine. It's just that no one dares to think about it. Ninetales are already good enough, and now there is an extra super energy attribute. My darling. Ah, Lu Yin expressed his calmness about this. Kidding, only to know that the Ninetales have another super power type and you are like this. If you know that she also understands the fairy, the type attribute is still available. If you know that she has 7 tails left, she can provide him with more attributes. Which also got a bunch of mortals. Anbo, you won't die, will you? Lu Yin looked at Anbo's sluggish expression and didn't react, and sneered, isn't it because he was killed in seconds? You've seen how many times your apprentice has gone through, but you still can't accept it. You. Anbo's expression disappeared, it was gloomy and terrifying. He took out the elf ball and took the swimming frog back. Instead of releasing the elf in a hurry, he asked, your Ninetales have super energy attributes. Swish. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, which was also their love, and the audience in front of the screen also pricked up their ears. Although everyone has already guessed, Lu Yin's affirmative answer makes people believe that it is not, yes. Lu Yin nodded and admitted directly, my Ninetales are still superpowers. It's amazing. The Ninetales let out a proud cheer, and the expression seemed to be in sync with Lu Yin. Just looking at the expressions of Juwei and Lu Yin, absolutely no one would be sure that it was just captured by Lu Yin not long ago. Damn. Anbo was so jealous that he went mad. Why can Lu Yin meet the Heavenly King level elf and conquer the Heavenly King level elf, and this Heavenly King level elf is so special that he has lived so big? 2 Heavenly King level qualification elves can't be bought, others don't sell him, the alliance it's not enough. Qualified, in the end, I can only join the criminal organization in the opposite world, but I still have to do various tasks. And why does the elf that Lu Yin conquered happen to be a fire type? You said that a fire type is a fire type. I'm very scared, but you have a lot of understanding of what the special super type is. Just listening to the Ninetales and the ice type and fire type, I have never heard of a super type. Fairy, the type is still unknown. Piss off someone. You're just lucky this time. Anbo took out a Pokeball again, and said coldly, you only achieved the effect just now by relying on the Nine-tailed superpower attribute and surprise. But there's only one chance. I won't make you proud the second time. After speaking, Anbo threw the Pokeball in his hand. Come out, my strongest friend. Koga Ninja Frog. Swish, as a white light flashed, an azure blue elf rolled in midair, landed steadily on the ground, and then attached itself. The elf's body and legs are dark blue, with a 4-pointed star mark on the legs, and a yellow chest with a large white bubble on the limbs. The most attractive part of this elf is the shuriken it holds in her hand, and her pink scarf that looks like a mask, but is actually a tongue. Name: Koga Ninja Frog. Attribute: Water Evil Trait. Torrent has a hidden trait. Transformation if you have any level. Quasi-King level Elite Top Grade 59 Qualification. Elite Intimacy, Carrying Items, Water Gem Skills, Assault on Key Points. Fog. Play. Lift the Tatami. Slap Call. Bubble. Lightning Flashed. Bubble. Tongue Licking. Waves of Water. Smokescreen. Shadow Attack. Sailing. Surprising Blow. Slightly. Koga Ninja Frog. Seeing the data of the Koga Ninja Frog, the expression on Lu Yin's face became, it was even weirder than when Anbo used the fast-swimming frog before. Weird for two reasons. Of course, Anbo intends to consider the nine-tailed superpower attribute, and plans to change the tactics. Lu Yin guessed in his heart that this was the first thing he felt weird. Anbo has 6 quasi-king spirits, the strongest of which is the Jahei ninja frog in front of Lu Yin. It is Anbo's original spirit and an old friend who has been with him for decades. The second is a violent carp dragon. The third is the marsh king for Sha Yang, the fourth is the fast-swimming frog, the fifth is a strong crocodile, and finally there is a dragon. Now Anbo directly dispatched the strongest Koga ninja frog, which made Lu Yin feel a little strange. Is it simply a matter of considering attribute advantages, or do you have a stronger whole card? Lu Yin kept an eye in his heart. He thought to wait, there may be unexpected changes. But for now, let's deal with the Koga ninja frog first. Jahei ninja frog. Lu Yin glanced at Anbo. He wanted to laugh now. Won't make me proud a second time. I don't think so. Nine tails, magic shines. Chapter 88_Spike. See Spike again. Anbo's mentality is about to collapse. 8/10 ask for custom. Magic shines. Hearing Lu Yin's attack command to Juwei, all the people watching the battle were stunned. At the moment when the fairies have not yet discovered and defined the attributes of the type, the magic flash is temporarily defined as a superpower type trick. And under the circumstance that the strength is not much different, the evil attribute can be immune to all attack type superpower type trick damage, which is a recognized fact. Even if the nine-tailed strength is Heavenly King level, and he has comprehended the profound meaning of the superpower system, he should not be able to cause any injuries in dealing with the Jahei ninja frog, whose strength is only a small level worse. How could Lu Yin make such a low-level mistake? Nine-tails use superpower system. The trick is to attack the Koga ninja frog with evil attributes. Hey, boy, are you proud of the fast-swimming frog who defeated me by luck? Anbo sneered. He felt that Lu Yin was too proud and despised him, so he made a mistake. Anbo would not miss such an opportunity. Humph. Koga ninja frog, ignore the opponent's attack and rush forward. Use the wave of water at close range. Anbo's plan is very good. First use Lu Yin's mistake this time to let the Koga ninja frog approach, and use the water type trick at close range to expand the advantage. Then he can command the Koga ninja to defeat the nine tails after a series of operations. Of course, it doesn't matter if the subsidiary effect doesn't happen, he still has something to prepare. He will let Lu Yin know that the battle is not just about luck, but also the command and experience of the trainer. There was a look of anticipation in Anbo's eyes. Many people who watched the game raised a heart. But of course there are exceptions to these people. Like Hugo. Xiao Yin. Huzhe glanced at Lu Yin, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Could it be that Xiao Yin also has experience and talent for studying elves? It's no wonder Huzhe has such an idea. The public's cognition of magic shining is still super energy, but this does not mean that Huzhe, who often comes into contact with various research materials and experimental data, is also so ignorant. The concept of the fairy system has been discovered and proposed, and few people know that magic glitter can be evil, but Huzhe knows that. He knows that magic glitter is a very special trick, super energy system. And this move can not only hurt evil spirits, but even the effect can be doubled. So Anbo will be tragic again this wave. Huzhe showed pity in his eyes, but if he looked seriously, the expression on his face was more like gloating. Lily looked at Huzhe curiously, and when she heard the latter's words, a question mark appeared in her little head. Anbo is about to be tragic. Why did Lily look towards the battlefield? At this time, on the battlefield, Ninetails raised her head in utter joy, and condensed a pink ball of energy in her chest. On the other side, after the Koga ninja got the order, he stomped on his hind legs and sped towards the Ninetails. Soon, the Koga ninja frog came to a position not far in front of him. His legs jumped up, his hands were placed on his chest, and a blue water polo began to condense. It was at this moment that the pink ball of light in Kyuubi's body suddenly spread all over her body. Her body was surrounded by rainbow-colored rays of light, and these rays of light became brighter in an instant, all focused on Koga Shinobi. Shoot in the direction of the frog. But even so, many people who were watching the battle narrowed their eyes. The magic that Ninetales used was so dazzling, but it was also very beautiful, which made many beauty lovers intoxicated. Beautiful. Somewhere in the big square in Hangzhou, there is a big screen hanging on a building, which happened to be broadcasting the game between Lu Yin and Anbo. A certain girl who was studying recruitment inspiration in the square was also attracted by the picture on the screen, raised her head unconsciously, and her eyes glowed with strange light. What game is this? Whose fight? Bang! Under the unbelievable gaze of most people, the Ninetales produced a forehead of colored rays of light that hit the body of the Koga ninja frog, and suddenly made a loud noise, and the Koga ninja frog flew out quickly and crashed into the wall behind him. How could this be? Anbo was stunned. This was completely different from the picture he had expected, making him lost in time. But Lu Yin wouldn't wait for him to regain his senses before fighting, and immediately seized the opportunity to shout again, "Trick!" Ah! Ninetales raised her head and let out a soft cry, and a strange black light enveloped her body. When the black light dissipated, the azure blue eyes of the Ninetales became brighter and brighter, which was a sign of her special attack improvement. Trick is to enhance the special attack of elves. Lu Yin asked Zhu Wei to seize the gap before the end of the game to improve himself, in order to deal with the powerful enemies that he may encounter in the future. As for the Koga ninja frog, it is no different from the previous situation of the fast-swimming frog, and it was directly killed. How is it possible? Anbo turned back to investigate the situation of the Jahei ninja frog, and found that it had passed out in a coma and completely lost its ability to fight. Koga ninja was killed in seconds. How is this possible? Most of the people who were watching the game were also stunned. What's the situation? How is the Koga ninja frog killed in seconds? Just when I thought that Lu Yin's master made a mistake and would be suppressed by Anbo for a while, Zhu Wei actually killed the Koga ninja frog in one fell swoop. What's going on? Make sure that Anbo didn't act. If the person who challenged Lu Yin's pavilion owner wasn't Anbo, I really thought he was acting. If it's acting, it's too disrespectful, right? You dare to write a script like the evil-type spirit being killed by a superpower-type trick, talent. Wouldn't this be more indicative of this not being played? Nonsense, there must be something tricky that we don't know about. It's a stone hammer. It is estimated that Lu Yin's pavilion owner let Zhu Wei use magic to shine. I feel like I'm going to be slapped in the face. It's impossible. Looking at the Jahei ninja frog who was killed by a single move behind him, Anbo couldn't accept it at all. He glared at Lu Yin, and roared, "It must be you. Did you do something or trick? It must be so." Speaking of this, Anbo felt as if he had discovered the truth, and shouted to the referee on the side, "I applied for arbitration. I think there is a problem with the confrontation just now." This referee was a little embarrassed. Although he didn't know what happened before, he didn't think Lu Yin had done anything. Enough. Lu Yin stopped Anbo's playful behavior, and said with disdain, "I am ignorant, no one can blame others." Saying that, Lu Yin looked at Hu Jie on the side of the field and smiled, "Uncle Hu, don't mind giving everyone a little bit of science. Let some people know that ignorance is not terrible, but ignorance is terrible." Chapter 89_Everyone. This is the crushing of knowledge. Sha Yang. This feels familiar to me. 9/10. There's a special reason. The same question mark appeared in everyone's heart, and they all looked at Hu Jie. Lily's ears pricked up immediately. When he heard Hu Jie talking to himself, he had some kind of guess. Now that he saw the nine-tailed killing Jahei ninja, and heard Lu Yin's words, she could be sure of this. There's something really weird about it. Cough. Hu Jie cleared his throat. He didn't expect Lu Yin to be himself, but now that it is, this face has to be given. Actually, the problem lies in the magic flash. Hu Jie made a popular science announcement, although I don't know the reason. However, the magic flash is different from the ordinary superpower type attack skills. Other superpower skills hit evil spirits and have no effect at all, but the magic flash can create double the effect. That is to say, the evil attribute is obviously restraining the superpower system, but the magic flash is very special, and it has a restraining effect on the evil attribute. So now it's not surprising that everyone can see the Koga ninja frog being killed in seconds. The power of the magic flash is not weak. When dealing with the Jahei ninja frog, the power will be doubled. In addition, the nine-tailed book has a superpower system, and I also understand the superpower system. Well, in fact, the current situation is the same as the previous fast-swimming frog was hit by the six-fold power of the dream, and the Koga ninja frog was also hit by the magic flash 6 times. So, hee. Hujie doesn't know the goblin department, this is his understanding and explanation. Hujie didn't say anything more, but everyone understood. It turns out that the problem lies here. It turns out that the magic trick is so special. It turns out that Lu Yin is not really stupid, but by surprise, he once again made Jue perform the drama revealed in the previous game. When the Koga ninja frog was killed in an instant, it was doomed when it rushed up to meet the magic flash and attacked. This is simply a crushing of IQ. I learned. I saw the charm of knowledge in the master of Lu Yin Pavilion. It's not that we are ignorant, it's that this knowledge is too unfamiliar. Generally, who would know that there is such a special existence in the superpower system, but Anbo is really funny. Anbo, you achieved the effect just now by relying on the nine-tailed superpower attribute and surprise. Amber, but there's only one chance. Anbo, I won't make you proud the second time. Upstairs, puff haha, your comment amused me. Is this the series that Anbo will be pissed off after watching it? The pavilion owner Lu Yin suddenly killed an elf in Anbo. Haha, is there any way to slap the face one by one? The audience in the live broadcast room had a very jubilant discussion. The scene, Shaoyang glanced at his master, Anbo, and felt inexplicably moved in his heart. He first told Anbo, Master, you are not alone, I am familiar with this feeling. But thinking that Anbo might have the urge to clean up after listening to it, he still endured it. That's what it is. Lily looked at Lu Yin with big eyes, took out a pen and wrote on a small notebook, very knowledgeable. These 555 characters. This book was called by Lily I as a record book for investigating Lu Yin's life, and it was specially used to record Lu Yin. She did this to analyze whether she wanted to become Lu Yin's woman in the future. If Lu Yin suits her mind, she will summon up the courage to chase after him. If not, she will become an archaeologist and die alone. For the time being, she has not found any shortcomings in Lu Yin. This man is so perfect, how do you feel? You have to consider whether you can chase it or not. Well, you can have a good relationship with Sister Boar, and have one more ladies' route. At this time, on the field. Hoo-hoo. And Bo took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. He realized that his previous performance was a little rude and he lost his usual calm. Also, the current game is broadcast live on the Alliance Hengcheng TV station, and it is also broadcast live on the whole network. I don't know how many people are watching it. How could Lu Yin cheat? The same way, he naturally knew that Hujie couldn't lie, and an elf doctor was not so stupid to lie in front of so many people. Come back, Koga ninja frog. And Bo took out the pokeball and took the Jahei ninja frog back, and comforted, thank you for your hard work, old man. This game is not a crime of war. If he had known the particularity of magic shining, naturally he would not let Koga ninja go forward to kill himself. This time, it is considered to have eaten no culture. The loss was defeated by Lu Yin's surprise. Thinking of the surprise, and Bo couldn't help but think of the rhetoric he made after the fast-swimming frog lost the game. Now that he thinks about it, it's like a slap in the face. Sound. Maybe this is the reason why he behaved so gaff before, it's too embarrassing. I won't give you another chance. I originally thought it would be useless, but now it seems that I can only take that step. After taking back the Jahe ninja frog, Anbo swept Lu Yin's body with cold eyes, but this time, he didn't say anything harsh. Because he wanted Lu Yin to directly feel the despair of defeat. As long as he wins today's game, the rockets will support him, and he will be able to step into the realm of the Heavenly King 100%, and then he will make plans for Lei Feng Tower. He must let Lu Yin live in pain. Thinking of this, Anbo's expression turned cold, and he threw out a pokeball. Come out, Tyrannosaurus. Shish. Boom. With a flash of white light, a particularly huge tyrannical carp dragon fell heavily to the ground, causing the entire venue to tremble. Seeing this tyrannical carp dragon, Lu Yin raised his brows. This tyrannical carp dragon, he had seen it several times, and he was sure that it was the tyrannical carp dragon that Anbo trained himself. Could it be that his worries and speculations before were that Anbo released the Koga ninja frog, which was really just a tactical challenge? No. The next moment, Lu Yin finally understood what Anbo's backhand was after seeing the data of the tyrannical carp dragon through the game console. Name: Tyrannosaurus. Attributes: Water flight features. Intimidation has hidden features. Overconfidence has levels. Quasi-Tianwang 59 qualifications. Elite intimacy, carrying items. Water elements. Esoteric gravels. Skills: Water essences. Shard stone. A specially processed gravel. In the state of the water elf, it can directly swallow the gravel, and briefly understand the profound meaning of the water. After the elf exited the state, the lifespan was greatly reduced, and he was unable to comprehend the profound meaning for the rest of his life. Seeing these data, Lu Yin sneered. It's really worth it, Anbo. Chapter 90_Heavenly King Level Tyrannosaurus. The opening direct mega, 10 out of 10. Ask for custom. It's really worth it, Anbo. Looking at the data of the tyrannical carp dragon displayed on the screen of the game console, Lu Yin understood Anbo's plan. The latter sent the strongest main force to play the second game, in order to directly win the game. If there is an accident, then he intends to sacrifice the tyrannical dragon in exchange for the final victory. The tyrannical carp dragon is Anbo's old-fashioned elf, and being able to enter the state can indicate the tacit understanding between them, but in order to win the game, Anbo now intends to sacrifice the future and life of the tyrannical carp dragon. It should be said, are you bold or cold-blooded, Anbo? Lu Yin didn't expect Anbo to do this, but he was even more puzzled by how Anbo got the profound truth crystal gravel. Unlike mystery crystals, which are valuable and have no market, mystery crystals crushed stone is not allowed to be circulated, sold and used by the Alliance because of its side effects. Anbo can get such a thing, could it be? Lu Yin has some guesses and doubts in his heart, and at this time, Anbo raised his arm and shouted directly at the tyrannical carp dragon. Reek it, tyrannical carp dragon. Change. Roar. The tyrannical carp dragon raised its head and let out a roar. The fossil on its forehead and the evolution keystone in Anbo's hand were linked to each other. Immediately, the huge body of the tyrannical carp dragon emitted a burst of white light. When the white light dissipated, the domineering figure of the super tyrannical carp dragon appeared in front of the person he was with. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the appearance of the super Tyrannosaurus carp dragon. It melts from the beginning. So hard. Actually understandable, Anbo trainer only has one elf left, so it's better to use the super violent carp dragon directly. As long as he can beat the 9 tails, the remaining fire elves of the Master Lu Yin may not be able to win. Indeed. Everyone has speculated that Anbo's intention to let the Tyrannosaurus evolve from the very beginning. Lu Yin knew that these people would never guess the truth. It's a good calculation. The strength of the tyrannical carp dragon is only the quasi-king level. If it is transformed after a battle, the super tyrannical carp dragon that can suddenly use the profound meaning will inevitably lead to suspicion. So just let the tyrannical carp dragon enter the state, and you don't have to be afraid of being seen as tricky. Unfortunately, you may lose the game faster like this. A wise light flashed in Lu Yin's eyes, and Bo's thoughts could not escape his eyes at all. But he had to say that Anbo was really unlucky. After the tyrannical carp dragon was transformed, the attribute changed from the flying type to the evil attribute, just like the previous Koga ninja frog. What Anbo is thinking now is that as long as he is alert to the magic flash of the 9 tails, he doesn't know that the magic flash is just one of the tricks he needs to beware of. In fact, even Hujie doesn't know that the magic flash is not a special super power type trick, but belongs to a type of goblin, a goblin with an attribute, a trick. Goblin, a goblin, doubles the evil attribute. And 9 the tail can kill the Koga ninja frog in seconds, also because it also leads attributes and fairies, which are profound meanings. Of course, Luyan naturally said these things stupidly now, and he also planned to expose the existence of goblins and attributes at the right time, and then get the name of a researcher. I believe that as a new elf human being, with the help of Hujie, it is not a problem for him to become a researcher. Of course, this is all in the future, so let's give Anbo a good lesson first. Sometimes, instead of getting stronger strength, Wa has more weaknesses. 9 tails, magic shines. Lu Yin spoke up again. Hold on. Anbo responded quickly, and he naturally won't eat a second time after suffering a loss. 9 tails used magic to shine again, and the light beam of Rainbow City shot directly at the huge super carp dragon. Roar. The super violent carp dragon roared, and a strange white shield appeared in the prime of life, and the shield easily blocked the attack of the 9 tails. After a round of confrontation, Anbo shouted first, the wave of evil. Roar. The huge pupils of the super tyrannical carp dragon radiated a pitch-black light, and a malicious air field suddenly spread around it. Anbo's idea is very simple, don't you 9 tails have the superpower attribute? Then prepare to take double damage from the evil attribute of the super violent carp dragon. However, Lu Yin smiled when he saw this scene. Innocent, your semi-finished Heavenly King level super tyrannical carp dragon has only comprehended the profound meaning of the water attribute, but not the profound meaning of the evil attribute, and the power of the ultimate move has been doubled. Although the 9 tails have the attributes of the super energy system, all this is due to one of its 9 tails, and it is still a fire body. If you want to use the evil attribute to gain an advantage, at most, make one of the 9 tails uncomfortable. Hee, let me surprise again. Thinking of this, Lu Yin shouted directly, the power of the moon. The power of the moon is also a goblin's unique trick. Generally, only the ice type plus the goblin can rely on the genetics to learn this trick, but Lu Yin, the 9-tailed, learned this trick with his own strength. In the face of the attack of the super tyrannical carp dragon, the 9 tails were not comparable, raised their heads and let out a crisp cry, summoning a phantom of the moon. Immediately after, there is pink energy in the phantom shadow that falls on the body of the 9 tails, forming a pink energy ball in front of the 9 tails. Call. The pink energy ball was launched by 9 tails. Seeing this scene, Anbo was unmoved and said, the power of the moon that I want to use to exchange injuries is not enough than the power of the ordinary trick of the moon. In Anbo or in the public perception, the power of the moon is now a move that belongs to the general department. The damage of the general type tricks to the super carp dragon is average, and the damage of the evil type tricks to the super type elves is doubled. This wave of exchanges, and Bo felt that he could earn it. Lu Yin thought that it was impossible for him not to force him to give in with the attitude of replacing injuries. However, and Bo did not know that what Lu Yin wanted was his attitude! Quote. Bang! Under everyone's attention, the 9 tails were trapped by the black aura, and the beautiful fox had an uncomfortable expression on his face. Other side, the pink energy ball gathered by the power of the moon directly hit the head of the super violent carp dragon and exploded. Seeing this, the corner of Anbo's mouth could not help grinning, but the smile on his face hadn't fully bloomed, and the next moment it stiffened on his face. I saw that on the field, the 9 tails flicked their tails, and pink energy flashed on the surface of the body, and there were waves of evil displayed by the super violent carp dragon. This is gone. On the other hand, after the pink energy ball exploded. Roar! The super-violent carp dragon let out a tragic cry and was directly blown away. Everyone was stunned. This picture is so dramatic. Did Ninetales and Super Tyrannosaurus take the wrong script? Grateful book friend. The Stars Fall, The Gods Retreat. Reward 588 VIP. You book friends. Fanfiction Fall, Gods Retire. Reward 588. Thank you book friends. Fanfiction Fall, Gods Retire. Reward 588. Friends of the Stars Fall, The Gods Retreat and reward 588. Summer reading is fun every day. Charge 100 and get 500 coupons. Chapter 91 _ The super tyrannical carp dragon was abused. Anbo's mentality has completely collapsed. 1/10 ask for custom. Ninetales, use magic to shine. When everyone was puzzled and shocked by the high damage to the super Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, Luyin did not sit idle. Taking advantage of Anbo's absent-mindedness, he gave the order again, with a strange brilliance in his eyes. An invisible force that spreads without anyone seeing it. Woo! Ninetales gathered their power again, releasing a rainbow-colored light. Not good. Anbo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he realized that it was not the time when he doubted that the super tyrannical carp dragon was being suppressed, and immediately shouted, "Hold on!" Roar! The super-violent carp dragon was not instantly killed by the power of the moon, and it barely persevered after gasping for a few times. Hearing Anbo's order, its tail moved to stabilize its body, and then its body trembled to release its power, creating a white shield around its body. Bang! The colored rays of light made by the Ninetales all attacked the white shield around the body of the super Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, making a crisp sound. Black smoke spread out immediately, covering the body of the tyrannical carp dragon. Seeing this, Luyin narrowed his eyes, calculated the rhythm, and shouted again, "Hot wind!" Jiwei opened his mouth and exhaled a scorching breath, and the red breath blew toward the black mist area where the super typhoon dragon was located. Damn! Anbo's eyes widened, he passively coped with the scene, and shouted again, "Tail of the water!" Roar! Accompanied by the roar of the super Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, a huge tail wrapped in a swirling water stream passed through the black foggy area, blocking out the fiery red aura. Seeing this, Anbo let out a small sigh of relief. But right here, Luyin suddenly laughed and shouted, "The game is over. The last trick, suck the kiss." Jiwei's feet pressed hard, his body jumped up dexterously, and his eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. Jumping into the air, Kyubi spit out a pink heart in the direction of the super Tyrannosaurus. Can't be hit again. Rapid carp dragon. Anbo's heart tightened, and he was always in the rhythm of being passively beaten. He also panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Keep it again." Roar! The super-violent carp dragon raised his head and roared, controlling the power in his body to rush towards his body, trying to create a white shield again. But after these rays of light appeared, they dissipated at a faster speed. Following that, the super tyrannical carp dragon trembled all over, showing a tired look. At this time, the pink heart spit out by the Ninetales crossed the space and hit the ground. The body of the super tyrannical carp dragon shattered. Shish! The pink energy wraps the super violent body, and absorbs all its remaining physical strength and gathers it into a new love. Bang! Love was filled up, the super violent carp dragon collapsed directly to the ground and passed out, followed by a white light on its body, and its body changed. By the time the white light disappeared, the body of the super Tyrannosaurus had not changed, and it had turned into a Tyrannosaurus. The tyrannical carp dragon lost its ability to fight. At the same time, the pink heart in midair flew back into the body of the Ninetales, and a strange pink light burst out. When the pink light disappeared, some of the wounds left on Kyuwei's body had healed, and the hair became very beautiful, just like when he first appeared on the field. After 3 matches, the 3 elves of Anbo lost, but the Ninetales were still in the middle. In the heyday, it seemed that even his physical strength did not decrease much. Anbo was completely crushed. Looking at this scene on the field, everyone watching the game was not calm. Hey, what's going on? How did the Super Tyrannosaur lose? I didn't understand the first two games, but I understood later. I don't think I can understand this one. How could the Super Tyrannosaurus be defeated so quickly? It hasn't been attacked a few times before and after. Isn't Tyrannosaurus's physical strength notoriously strong? I think the problem lies in the power of the moon. After the first encounter between the Ninetales and the super tyrannical carp dragon, the Ninetales only looked uncomfortable for a while, and the super tyrannical carp dragon obviously suffered huge damage. I still remember the sound. Could it be that the power of the moon is as special as the magic flash? Then this is another intellectual crush. Poor Anbo, when he met Lu Yin's attention who didn't follow the routine, he could only be abused unilaterally. Begging for the shadow area in Anbo's heart, he was almost killed 3 times in seconds. I am the only one who thinks the rhythm of the next battle is very strange. I feel that Anbo is completely following the rhythm of the master of the Lu Yin Pavilion, and always only creates passive defense. When you said that, it seems like this is the case. What's the matter? How could this be? Anbo stared blankly at the Tyrannosaurus who was lying on the field in the distance. He couldn't understand what happened before. All of a sudden, the Super Tyrannosaurus was defeated again. Why was he still being abused when he used the Super Tyrannosaurus? Why did he pay so much to make the tyrannical carp dragon lose the possibility of promotion all his life, and also consume his lifespan and be abused? Why does the power of the moon used by the Ninetales will bring so much damage to the super tyrannical carp dragon, and Ninetales didn't seem to be hurt much in the face of the wave of evil attributes, which caused him to be passive all the time? What the hell is this? Anbo felt like he was really about to collapse. In the 3 games today, he started confidently in each game, and then was killed in seconds without completely understanding it. After the instant kill, he learned the reason, so he could only accept his fate, and sighed in his heart that Lu Yin was lucky. The 9-tailed aptitude attribute was good, and Lu Yin had great knowledge. But this kind of thing can't be done 3 times at once. How can we play it? It's just adults bullying children. Can't you understand? Lu Yin's voice suddenly sounded in Anbo's ear, calling him back to God. You. Anbo raised his head to look at Lu Yin, and wanted to say something, but his eyes caught his attention. What kind of eyes are these? It looks very ordinary. Why does it give people an unfathomable feeling of horror? Wait. And Ning suddenly became smart. He finally wanted to realize something, looked at Lu Yin with horror and disbelief and asked, You have realized the aura. And it's not an attribute aura, it's a special aura. Chapter 92_King Level Aura. The Superior Heavenly King Lu Yin. 2/10 ask for custom. Aura, what is that? Lily asked Zhang Bauer, who was beside her, that the books she read at home when she was a child did not seem to have designed the instructions in this regard. This is a division of the trainer's realm. Zhang Bauer looked at Lu Yin with excitement, and was proud of him. At the same time, she explained to Lily, You should know that as long as you can successfully conquer and command the Heavenly King level elves to fight, you are a Heavenly King level trainer recognized by the Alliance. In the Alliance, no matter what kind of Heavenly King level trainer, they will enjoy the same treatment. I know. Lily nodded. She has this common sense, but she may not have enough strength or age. And hasn't come into contact with advanced things yet. But it's not really comprehensive. Zhang Bauer stretched out an onion orchid jade finger and explained. Under the premise of having commendable Heavenly King level elves, according to the strength of the training ability and commanding ability of the Heavenly King level trainer in this book, the public will also divide the Heavenly King level trainer into 3 categories. For the upper level Heavenly King level trainer and the lower level Heavenly King level trainer. And the difference between the two is whether the trainer has comprehend the aura. If you comprehend the aura, you will be a high-ranking Heavenly King level trainer. If you don't comprehend it, you will be a low-ranking trainer. Although there is no difference in treatment and status between these 2 Heavenly Kings, the upper Heavenly King level trainers are even more recognized. Why? Lily asked inexplicably. Is this mysterious thing like aura very special? It's very special. The expression on Zhang Bao's face became very serious, and said with a longing look, there has always been a saying among trainers that the trainer who understands the aura is the real king-level trainer. Only by comprehending the aura, can the trainer truly exert the strength of the heavenly king-level elf. A trainer who understands the aura will be subdued after defeating the heavenly king-level elves, and will be 100% approved, and will soon be able to train and command new elves to fight, but a trainer who does not understand the aura can only be regarded as a quasi-celestial king. Someone once did an experiment. The trainer of the quasi-celestial king who commanded the elf of the celestial king lost to the trainer of the celestial king who commanded the quasi-celestial elf to fight. Conversely, the quasi-king class has never won. And every time, the quasi-celestial king-level trainer loses miserably. Is the aura so powerful? Lily fluttered her big eyes with a longing look in her eyes. Although she didn't like fighting, she also yearned for great power and ability. Of course. Zhang Bao nodded solemnly and continued to explain to Lily, aura is the special ability of the trainer mastered by the upper heavenly king-level trainer. Influence. Every heavenly king-level trainer has a different aura, and there is no one. Aura is divided into attribute aura and special aura. There is no difference between the two auras, but the attribute auras are better to grasp. You also know that many trainers will specialize in one line. This is not only considering the issue of resources, but also the issue of suitability. But the main thing is for the aura. When a trainer who trains a certain attribute reaches the quasi-king level, as long as the heavenly king level elves are born in their hands, it is easy to understand the aura of the attribute. In this kind of aura, the trainer elves will be more handy. As for the special aura, it is difficult to grasp. I only know the specific content. The aura can make the heavenly king level trainer greatly improve when commanding the elves to fight. As for the improvement, it depends on the particularity of this aura. So it is. Lily turned her head, indicating that she had understood, and then she glanced at Lu Yin and asked in a low voice, did the owner of the museum understand the aura? I don't know. Zhang Bao shook his head. Unless the aura is released by the heavenly king level trainer to target you, you will not be able to detect it, and even if the heavenly king level trainer releases some special auras, you will not be able to feel it. But I believe that Lu Yin has already grasped the aura. Zhang Bao has 100% trust and confidence in Lu Yin. And Lu Yin did not disappoint Zhang Bao. He answered Bo's question with a very calm expression. I only found out now that you are too slow. Although he didn't admit it directly, the meaning of Lu Yin's words has already revealed everything. He. You actually realize the aura. Anbo has a kind of feeling that he has lived on a dog all his life. You, a boy who is less than 18 years old, has already realized the special aura. And I didn't even comprehend the attribute gas field that is easier to understand. This is genius. He. So you can conquer the 9 tails with special superpower attributes, so you can discover the magic spark that ordinary people don't know. The secret of the ultimate trick, so the 9 tails can suppress the super Tyrannosaurus. It turns out that I have already entered your aura. Anbo closed his eyes and recalled his performance after the 3rd game. Retrospect, he found himself acting like a marionette. After the initial Super Tyrannosaurus and 9 tails exchanged damage, he panicked, and then under the guidance of Lu Yin, he thought he was clever, but in fact it was Lu Yin who gave the Tyrannosaurus an order. Perhaps Lu Yin also considered the impact of the previous 2 games. Anbo seems to have lost inexplicably, that is because they have woven a net long ago and are waiting for you to drill. Your aura is control. Anbo abruptly opened his eyes, and in his heart he clearly understood the characteristics of the aura that Lu Yin understood. Control all favorable factors and unfavorable factors, start the layout early, and it is a multi-layered situation. This kind of aura permeates invisible, even if you know it in your heart, you can't prevent it, unless the trainer is stronger than Lu Yin is stronger and knows more than him, otherwise he will never be able to guess his thoughts. Who knows? Lu Yin responded ambiguously, turned to look at the referee and said, "Referee, let's announce the result. Everyone is in a hurry to go home and sleep." Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Hangzhou. Ding! Phone prompt sounded, and Catalia, who was soaking in the bathtub, popped a slender hand out of sleep, and gracefully pressed the answer button. "Hello, Miss Catalia, you have to find the owner of Lu Yin and have returned, but the words of the woman on the phone have not yet been spoken. Catalia, shoo." He stood up from the bathtub, his golden hair fluttered, his eyes were full of azure power, and his phone was crushed to pieces. Bang! "Lu Yin, you're finally back. You really made this lady wait for a while." Catalia has a lady's smile on her face, and her perfect body is exposed in the air, but unfortunately no one has the opportunity to feast their eyes. Chapter 93 Catalia's idea. Hot discussion on Weibo. 3/10 ask for custom. Swish. Catalia's dark green eyes flashed a blue light, and then, her graceful body turned, and while using her superpower to shake off all the water droplets from her body, she instantly moved to the bed beside her. "Lu Yin." Catalia took a step forward with her bare feet, and said Lu Yin's name in her mouth. She stretched out her jade hand and looked to the side, and a precious pink pajamas flew over slowly under the package of superpowers. With the help of superpower, Catalia quickly changed into this precious silk pajamas, and her seductive body was looming. "Clothes." She stretched out an onion orchid jade and pointed at her lips, her eyes flashing with thought. "Oops, I couldn't control my strength, and my phone was broken again. It's late today, and nothing can disturb my beauty sleep. Let's talk about Lu Yin's affairs early tomorrow. I hope that when the time comes, you won't be taken aback by my appearance." At the same time, on the other side, after the referee announced the final result, Lu Yin directly ignored Anbo, who was a little lost on the field, and walked to the VIP auditorium. Now that Anbo will meet, everything is his own fault. Lu Yin has no pity in his heart, and since he accidentally listened to the information revealed by Hu Jie, he suspects that Anbo has something to do with the disappearance of his parents. Of the enemy, and there is no need for mercy. As Lu Yin left the battlefield, the people from the Alliance TV immediately cut off the signal, the live broadcast room on the internet became pitch black, and the TV screen was switched to a milk advertisement for a big milk tank. Until this time, the audience watching the game in front of the screen did not recover, and then plunged into the internet to express their emotions. "Master Lu Yin really gave me too many surprises today. I suddenly understood why the principal of Hangzhou Fuchu No. 1 Middle School gave Lu Yin such a comment." Upstairs, what a review. There are two kinds of geniuses in this world. One kind of genius is another kind of genius, and the other kind of genius is Lu Yin, the genius named after his name. So arrogant. Doesn't arrogance seem right now? That's right. You are as powerful as the Pavilion Master Lu Yin. You can conquer the Heavenly King level elves before the age of 18. Are you as powerful as the Patriarch Lu Yin? Did you realize the aura before you were 18? From today onwards, I'm Lu Yinchui, I'm a Lu Yin fan, don't stop me. Upstairs, Shadow welcomes you, let's spread the name of Lord Lu Yin to the world together. Upstairs, why are you and I want to say, the name of the pavilion owner Lu Yin has been spread all over the world along with his appearance. The owner of Lu Yin Pavilion is so handsome, I want a little flame monkey. Lu Yin, flame monkey. Upstairs, puff haha, are you going to laugh at me to death, and then inherit my beast flower chant? I'm the only one who wants to say, is Anbo a little pitiful? What a pity, we all know that in Hangcheng, it was Anbo who did things to advance the gym master trial by half a year. It's Anbo, who obviously has his own aquarium and battlefield, but wants to use the Leifeng Pagoda inherited from the Lu family. It was Anbo who forced Lu Yin to choose to inherit the gym. It was also Anbo who praised Lu Yin for bringing his apprentice to challenge the position of the gym owner just after the air protection period. It's all his fault. The upstairs is good, that is, Anbo's methods are all in the alliance rules, otherwise he would have been scolded to death. Now that our Lord Lu Yin is strong enough, he can't beat him himself, so don't come out and show shame. The information on the internet is almost one-sided. Everyone affirmed Lu Yin's genius and strongly condemned Bo. Lu Yin didn't know about these things. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. This kind of thing on the internet, you'll be fine. If you really take it seriously, then you're stupid. In the elf world, it is the most reliable to master the strength. Xiaoyan. Seeing Lu Yin approaching, Bauer plunged into his arms, arched her head happily, and said with a small mouth, "Really, you haven't sent us any information for a week. Do you know that this will make we are worried? Isn't this back?" Lu Yin reached out and touched Bauer's head, and said with a smile, "Why don't you pursue your elder sister's appearance now, and you are acting like a coquettish girl." "What's wrong with coquettish?" Was a proud smile on Bauer's face. "After all, you are the king of heaven. It doesn't matter if you can rely on the king of heaven, it doesn't matter if you are a sister. I want to say what you want." Lu Yin shook his head with a smile, but there was doting in his eyes. Bauer's performance let him know that the girl was really worried about him, otherwise she wouldn't have such an abnormal performance. He was also too invested in finding Nine Tails. After all, it was related to whether he could win Anbo steadily. Without the Nine Tails, it would never have been so easy for him to defeat Anbo. Win this time, the main reason is that Nine Tails possesses the superpower attribute and the elf, the attribute of the attribute, the strength is superior, and the unexpected attribute restraint. This is the key to winning. These, Lu Yin did not deny. That he can comprehend is also because after conquering the Nine Tails, the game machine's mental power has been improved once, which has improved his observation, judgment, analysis ability, etc. comprehensively. It is because of these improvements that he can master the use of the aura. It can be said that he before conquering the Nine Tails and now are two levels of people. If he goes to fight with Xiaoqi now, even if he does not use the fetter evolution, he can command the flaming monkey to easily defeat Xiaoqi's super fire-breathing dragon. Compared to Bauer's direct and generous performance, Lily's emotional expression is much more subtle, but looking at the smile on her pretty face can tell, she will also feel sincerely happy when Lu Yin returns. Lu Yin nodded with a smile. His relationship with Lily was not that close yet, and he was not suitable for any intimate actions. After Lu Yin and the two girls had chatted for a while, Zhang Lan and Hu Zhe were long overdue. Both of them had old father-like smiles on their faces. "Hey, like an old father. Xiao Yin, you did a great job." Zhang Lan was just sure. Zhang Bauer, who was still very satisfied after speaking, glanced at Zhang Bauer, not knowing what he meant by being good. "Xiao Yin, well done." Compared with Zhang Lan, Hu Ji's performance was much calmer. After all, Dr. Elf's stable personality cannot be lost. But the next moment, when he heard Lu Yin's words, Hu Zhe threw the word, "steady," into the clouds. The thought rolls as far as it goes. Can Prudence help with research? Uncle Hu, I wonder if you are interested in helping me verify the same research. You have research. What research? Well, it's nothing, it's just found a new attribute. Oh, just found out. Wait, what did you say? Chapter 94 King Ceremony. Dedication of Sister Boar ~~ 4/10 please customize. What did you just say? Hu Zhe walked up to Lu Yin excitedly, grabbed his hand and asked, "New attributes?" "That's right." Lu Yin nodded calmly and said, "I usually sum up some information when I'm bored, so it's a windfall. I think I should have discovered a new elf attribute. But whether it's accurate or not, you still need Uncle Hu to check." Talk. Hu Zhe couldn't wait to ask. "What attribute? How did you discover it? What is the phenotype? What is restrained and what is restrained by what?" Lu Yin. "You asked so much, how can I explain it?" Lu Yin said that he was wrong. He should not tease Hu Zhe by revealing his attributes because he saw how calm he was. Well now, he saw how crazy a real researcher was. "Uncle Hu, Tomorrow I will go to the institute and do what you say. Lu Yin had no choice but to comfort Hu Jie. This matter involves a lot of information and arguments, and it can't be finished in a few words. All right, all right. Hu Jie also realized that his performance was a little rude, and immediately nodded to accept it. Afterwards, Lu Yin chatted with Zhang Lan and the others for a few more words, and everyone dispersed, that is. Hu Jie kept telling Lu Yin to go to the research institute early tomorrow before he left. What can Lu Yin say? He dug a hole and buried it himself. Fortunately, he is not completely unprepared, and it will be very simple to deal with Hu Jie when the time comes. Although he does not know some technical terms and information collection that the researchers use in their research, but he already knows the fairies and elves with attributes, which have mastered the goblin attribute trick. As long as you organize some data and submit it, there will be new discoveries, one after another. And this information is already known knowledge to him. As for professional things such as argumentation and information collection that he does not know, he only needs to leave it to Hu Jie to do it well. I believe he is very happy to do such things, and maybe he will be immersed in it. And when Hu Jie finished the report and released it, he would not be able to escape his reputation as a discoverer of new attributes. And he is not afraid of revealing his secrets, because there must be no other person in this world who knows more about goblins and attributes. Huh. After sending Hu Jie and the others away, Lu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. After being busy for so long, the big stone that had been pressing on his heart in the first half of the year was finally removed completely, and then his life will open a new chapter. There is no doubt that the gym is a good thing. After my parents disappeared a year ago, the Thunder Gym and the Flame Gym began to close. After half a year, the world merged. It is estimated that not many people in the elf world have heard of it. The names of these two gymnasiums may be forgotten by many people in the Blue Star world. I will definitely make them louder. The gym will definitely reopen. I believe that after today's battle video is spread, the Leifeng Pagoda will become lively in the future, so some staff and apprentices will also need to be recruited. But now is a new era. If you want to make a Taoist temple famous, it is good to go to the world of elves to challenge the famous gymnasium. It's just that the war between gymnasiums does not need to be well planned. The last thing to pay attention to is Ash's journey. Thinking of Xiaoji, Lu Yin's eyes gleamed, and this time, he had already tasted the sweetness of subduing Jue. Thinking that Xiaoji had encountered many outstanding elves on his journey but had not been conquered, Lu Yin felt that this was his chance to rise. Even with a game machine, finding a good elf still depends on luck. He is more than others but the ability to grasp luck. As for Xiaoji, this is a real income. I have to find a way to know Xiaoji's travel situation at any time. Lu Yin lowered his head to think. Just at this moment, the people in his room were rang. Dong dong dong. The knock on the door recalled Lu Yin's thoughts. He looked up at the door and smiled. Please come in. Bang. Door was opened, and a slender, fair-skinned leg came in first, followed by a figure in white gauze pajamas rushing in. As soon as the figure's master entered the side, he turned around and closed the side, looking cautiously. Sister Bauer, what are you doing? Who took the initiative to stay in Leifeng Tower to sleep tonight, and Lu Yin couldn't understand her actions. Are you doing stealing people like a thief? Wait, stealing people. Lu Yin instantly activated his high IQ, which had been improved by the game console. He looked up and down at Zhang Bauer's dress at this time, and saw that she obviously looked like she had just taken a shower, and her hair was still a little wet. Not only that, she was wearing her pajamas are also very transparent, and it doesn't seem to be inside. Sister Boar. Lu Yin stood up from the bed, looked at Zhang Bauer who was walking towards him, and asked earnestly, don't you want to? Little hidden me. Zhang Ersho blushed and lowered her head, looking very shy. That's right, she's here to dedicate her life today. Bauer's idea is very simple. She knows Lu Yin well and knows people very well. The two families are still friends, and she knows that this person is absolutely fine, and she is good and handsome. She also knows I will definitely only look for Lu Yin in my life and want to be Lu Yin's wife. She likes Lu Yin, and it doesn't matter if Lu Yin will have little wife in the future. Lu Yin is too good now, she is under too much pressure. The main reason is that the competitors seem to become more and more powerful. For example, there is a Lily in the gym now, although Lily temporarily expresses her concern for Lu Yin. Expressing boredom, Lu Yin didn't show what would happen to Lily. Lu Yin, nonsense, Lily is only 14 years old, and I'm not. But who knows what will happen in the future? They all live under one roof, and they may fall in love for a long time. After thinking about it so much, Zhang Baoer thinks what to do. Anyway, Lu Yin's first woman must be her, so she came, and she took the initiative to attack. Now it seems that Lu Yin is really smart, and he understood her intention at once. But that's fine, there is no need for her all kinds of hints or guidance or initiative. The next moment, the corner of Zhang Baoer's mouth twitched, only to hear Lu Yin say in a tone of sudden realization, "Do you want me to massage you?" I said, "I haven't done these things since 3 years ago, don't think about it." Zhang Baoer, "Lu Yin, I'll bite you to death." "Oh, don't come here, or I'll be rude. I'll make you feel welcome, I'll make you feel welcome. Oh, if you do this again, I can do it. You try it out. Just try it." After a long while, how do you try this? Not just to try this, but to try the next. You, who happened to come to the lobby on the 3rd floor to drink water. Chapter 95 Listen to Lilia in the corner. Serena is here to apply. 5/10 ask for customization. Lily blinked her eyes suspiciously. Why is the voice of Sister Baoer heard in the room of the owner's brother? And she seems to be in pain. With a hint of doubt, Lily put down the cup in her hand, took cat steps, walked to the door of Lu Yin's room lightly, and then put her ears on the door. And then, she heard the sound of applause for love in the room. After listening for about 5 minutes, Lily showed a confused expression. Could it be that Sister Baoer and brother of the pavilion owner are fighting? But why does Sister Baoer seem to make a very enjoyable voice? Crying, laughing and clapping, it's so hard to understand. On her face, she obviously didn't think of some more private things. Previously in Ether Paradise, although Rusamin had taught her that men and women are inseparable. Because the mother and daughter became more and more estranged later, some mothers should teach their daughters what to pay attention to when they grow up, but Rusamin did not teach them in time. And this makes Lily not understand what Lu Yin and Baoer are applauding for love now. Otherwise, take a look. If Sister Baoer and the master of the gym are really fighting, I can go in and persuade them in time. In the end, the kindness in Lily's heart drove her to reach out and open the door in front of her, but of course, it only opened a crack. She glanced in through the crack of the door. Then she saw that Lu Yin and Baoer were rolling around together, as if they were really fighting, but just as she was about to walk in to see clearly, the next moment, her fair little face suddenly swelled. Is extremely red. Ah! Lily screamed. Shoo! Lu Yin and Zhang Baoer, who were trying to discuss how to applaud better, turned their heads bewildered, and saw Lily reaching out to hold their face and eyes. Lu Yin, Zhang Baoer. The next moment, Lily turned around and closed the door, dang dang dang. Just ran away. I'm so ashamed. Looking at the door that was closed again, Lu Yin and Baoer looked at each other. The latter's face was also flushed with love, and he lowered his head to his chest in shame. I'm leaving first. Baoer felt that she was embarrassed, and planned to retreat, but before she could act, she hugged him with one hand, with a strong tone. Don't even think about it. Applause for love, can't stop. More than half an hour later. Asshole Xiaoyan. After a round of mad applause for love, Zhang Baoer opened his mouth and bit Lu Yin fiercely. I was in so much pain just now I must let you feel it too. That said, but how could Baoer be willing to really hurt Lu Yin, and in the end, he restrained his strength. It hurts, I was wrong. Lu Yin pretended to cooperate. Hum. Sister Bauer wrinkled her nose arrogantly. Under her black hair, half covering her face, she pressed her chin against Lu Yin's chest, and asked a little timidly, Xiao Yin, you will blame it. Isn't that necessary? With a gentle smile on Lu Yin's face, he reached out and touched Bauer's hair, and then said, if you want, when I become an adult one by one, we'll go get the certificate. Anyway, getting a certificate doesn't affect picking up girls and opening a harem. Well. Bauer made a greasy sound from her nose. In the Blue Star world, marriage has no restrictions on men, they can marry again, but it places many restrictions on women. But in Bauer's eyes, being able to get a certificate with Lu Yin is her dream and the most beautiful pursuit. And she believed in her own vision that Lu Yin must be a person worth relying on. Little hidden. Bauer layer rubbed against Lu Yin like a cat, and asked in a low voice, how did Lily I explain it before? I will see her face to face in the future. Well, just because of her character, if you make breakfast for her tomorrow, it will be over. Well, but then again, did you mean to tease me about the massage before? It's not because you're nervous, I'm saying this on purpose to ease your nervousness. HMPH, it's you. Okay, let's do it first, I'm leaving. Let's go and stay wherever you go. You still want? Of course. But if you pass by me tomorrow morning and leave from you, Lily's sighed. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. Don't hide your ears and steal the bell. Now we are going to discuss how the wife can satisfy the husband. Old wife. Lu Yin gave a name, and Bauer was directly drunk. The time came to the next morning. In the living room on the third floor of Lei Feng Pagoda, the atmosphere at the dining table was a bit strange. Lu Yin sat on the main seat and calmly drank millet porridge and fried dough sticks, indescribably comfortable. On the left and right sides of him were Lily Ai and Zhang Bauer, both of them blushing, looking at each other secretly from time to time. The atmosphere was a little embarrassing. But Lu Yin was happy to play on the sidelines. Damn Bauer seeing Lu Yin's expression, that anger in her heart. It was this person who had to drag her to talk about life last night, and it was very late. Okay now, she overslept this morning, and she happened to meet when she was out of the room. The two looked at each other, full of embarrassing scenes from last night. Can you not blush, damn? More angry she became, and finally decided to give Lu Yin a punishment. She took her foot out of her slippers and stepped forward. She wanted to teach Lu Yin a lesson. But the next moment, ah! Lily screamed in surprise and pulled her feet back suddenly. Her big eyes also became watery, ah! Bauer immediately realized that she had guessed the wrong person, and quickly put on her shoes and trotted to Lily's side, and said with concern, Lily, are you all right? Well, it's all right, either it hurts, or it's frightened. That's good, sorry, I originally wanted to step on Xiaoyan, not on purpose. Well, I know, Sister Bauer. The two women chatted like this, and Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Sure enough, women, it's that simple. You talk, I went to the research institute to find Uncle Hu. Lily, there is something in the gym. Give me a call. Then he threw the last mouthful of fried dough sticks into his mouth, and Lu Yin stood up and walked towards the door. Yes, Jim brother. While Bauer curled her lips and didn't speak, she didn't bother to embarrass Lu Yin anymore. Let's take a good rest later. This man is so perverted that he should find some sisters. Too bad Lily is too young. Lily glanced at Bauer with a feeling. She always felt that this sister had some dangerous thoughts. On the other side, Lu Yin walked to the entrance of Lei Feng Pagoda, took out Wind Speed Dog's Pokeball and planned to set off for the Hangzhou Pokemon Research Institute. But before he could act, a girl's voice came from the side. Hello, are you the owner of Lu Yin Pavilion? Lu Yin turned his head suspiciously, and found a girl standing beside him, and his pupils shrank suddenly when he waited to see the girl's appearance clearly. When the girl saw Lu Yin looking at her, she stretched out her hand and stroked her hair. She smiled generously and said, Hello, Master Lu Yin. I'm Serena from the Carlos region of the elf world. I want to apply for the position of apprentice in your gymnasium, can you? Seimei debuts, asks for a wave of rewards, flowers, evaluation tickets. Chapter 96_Serena, an alternative little fangirl who ran away from home, Lu Yin, master and apprentice play. 6/10 ask for custom. Sister. Lu Yin looked at the girl in front of him in surprise, and didn't react for a while. Isn't this girl Serena? She has her signature curly flaxen hair, long flaxen eyelashes, blue-green pupils, a pink sun hat, and a black sleeveless shirt. And a red long vest. The lower body is a pink rice girl skirt and long black socks, with a pair of brown boots. Indescribably youthful beauty. I believe that no matter who sees her, she will think that this is a beauty. Lu Yin was very surprised to see Serena, because he remembered that Xiaoji had just set off for a trip. According to the normal logical timeline. Ah, what a logical timeline. Lu Yin suddenly reached out and patted his head. He realized that he seemed to have made an empirical mistake. How can we think about everything according to the plot and timeline of the anime? In the anime, Ash is always 10 years old. This is obviously impossible in reality. If Ash goes to the Carlos area before Serena travels, it will be bad. 6 years old and above _. Serena blinked her beautiful big eyes, a little puzzled by Lu Yin's strange behavior. Is there something wrong with you? Dress. Serena looked at her attire and found that there was nothing wrong with it, and she seemed to hear Lu Yin shouting, "Seimei," just now. It's not right to call yourself, and the two are not familiar with each other, even before today. How could it be called so intimate? Maybe it's hallucinations, cough cough. Lu Yin realized that he was a little lost, coughed awkwardly, and changed the subject and asked, "You said you were from the Carlos region. Then why are you thinking of coming to my gym as an apprentice?" Lu Yin was really surprised. Based on what he knew about Serena, shouldn't she hope to become a performer? Why did she come to her side? Besides, she is a girl from the Carlos region of the elf world. Came to a gym in the Blue Star world to be an apprentice. It's a bit baffling. This. Reina showed a somewhat embarrassed expression, but after thinking about it, she explained, I actually ran away from home. Run away from home. Lu Yin was stunned. Is this Serena's attribute? Serena nodded, with a flash of determination in her eyes. My mother is a famous ironclad rhino rider. She has nurtured me since I was a child, hoping that I can inherit her dream. But although I also like ironclad rhinos, I have no interest in becoming an ironclad rhino rider. I don't think my dream should be an extension of my mother's dream. But I don't know my dream now. So I can't convince me, So you ran away from home, thinking about going back and having a showdown with your mother in the future. Lu Yin nodded suddenly, and said what Serena wanted to say later. Now he understood that Seri would run away from home. Thinking about the plot of the original novel, if this is the reason, Seimei may indeed run away from home. Well, that's it. Serena nodded embarrassedly. She felt that she was a little immature when she said that. But because he wants to become an apprentice of Haoyao Taoist Hall, Lu Yin doesn't look like a bad person. Well, it should be said that Lu Yin, a young and famous Heavenly King level trainer, is definitely not a bad person, so she told her own situation. When she applied for a job at some workplaces in the Blue Star world, she always introduced herself, but it was not comprehensive this time. Speaking of which, Serena came to Lu Yin's side for an interview today with a little bit of breaking the boat. During the 7 days she ran away from home, she realized that her dream was beautiful, but her life was very realistic. Much money on her body, and it can no longer support her life. She is so young and still a rookie trainer, she can't find a job, and life is too hard. I see what you mean. Lu Yin stretched out his hand to hold his chin and nodded, then looked at Serena and asked, Then you want to become an apprentice of my Haoyao dojo, you are sure of your dream? Fire Specialist Trainer. I am still the trainer of the Fire Element Gym. Actually, not at all. Serena smiled embarrassedly, followed closely, her eyes shining brightly. I want to be a showman. Last night, when I was looking for a job in the talent recruitment market, I happened to see the game between you and others on the big screen in the square. I think you are amazing, amazing. The way you command the elves to fight is so handsome. No matter what. By using the Thunder version of the Shadow clone or still the beauty of the Nine Tails when they use their unique skills. I think it's too cool, too beautiful. You are so handsome that you can think of such a trick to use. I want to learn this. Master Lu Yin, Heavenly King Lu Yin, can you teach me this? I will definitely learn it. Lu Yin. Well, Seimei is still the same. Seimei, who wants to become a performer, hasn't changed at all. Before, she still behaved generously and decently, and she looked like a well-behaved lady. She said that after performing, she became an excited fangirl. But is this true? It's just that Lu Yin didn't expect that she wanted to be her own gym apprentice to learn to perform. This feeling is actually quite good. Especially when she sees Seimei looking at herself now, saying that she is amazing, said to learn from his own style. To be honest, Lu Yin felt pretty cool in his heart. As for whether or not to promise Serena, he was also a man who had followed the anime several times. It can be said that he watched Xiaoyao, Xiaoguang, and Serena grow up step by step. I got up. I really want to teach Serena. It seems that there is no problem. Although he himself has no plans to become a coordinator or performer, he seems to have a good feeling of cultivating a grand champion in a region, so it doesn't matter if he agrees. Well, anyway, he won't admit the fact that Serena called him handsome. This rainbow fart is too sweet. Thinking of this, Lu Yin clapped his hands, nodded and said, yes, your determination to run away from home moved me. Okay, you can be an apprentice in Haoyao Taoist Hall, and I will teach you if you want to learn. Really? Serena was excited. No, she was moved. Finally, she doesn't have to go hungry anymore, and the apprentice should provide a place to stay. The Lei Feng Tower in front of him said that if Lu Yin knew what Serena was thinking, he didn't know if she would be fired immediately. But I guess it shouldn't. After all, master and apprentice are quite tempting. Chapter 97 _ Serena's determination. In the future, the two female generals under his command will be one of them. 7/10. Cough cough. Lu Yin coughed lightly, nodded earnestly and said, it's okay to accept you as an apprentice, but in this case, you can't just learn tricks and perform. Alas. Serena blinked and asked, why? Do you know the duties of a gym apprentice? Lu Yin asked with some humor. In fact, he could see from Serena's performance that this girl definitely didn't know the duties of a gym apprentice. Sure enough, Serena blushed and replied with some embarrassment, this, I don't know very well. Isn't it just, I worship you as a teacher. Well, Serena really didn't know much about it. Originally, she was going to the Talent Plaza for a job to make ends meet, but because she happened to see Lu Yin and Sha Yong'an and Bo fighting on the big screen, she finally had her own dream. At this time, she heard someone say that Lu Yin's gym was about to recruit staff and apprentices, and she found that she could put her work and dreams together, and even the food and clothing problem was solved by the way. It was precisely because of her decision that after resting in the Spirit Center for a night, she came to the entrance of Lei Feng Pagoda early in the morning to meet Lu Yin, who was just about to become famous. Of course it's not that simple. Lu Yin shook his head and explained seriously, the apprentice is not an apprentice, he can only be regarded as a senior wage earner. You become an apprentice in the gym, you can get wages, and you can enjoy benefits. Well, it's better than ordinary staff and alliance civil servants. And the apprentices of the gym can also follow the master of the gym in the gym, and can learn some things that cannot be learned in ordinary places. For this reason, there are often cases in major cities where people fight for the position of an apprentice in a gymnasium. As for some powerful gyms, even some big families and dignitaries will find ways to let their children join as apprentices, in order to have the opportunity to enter the master's eyes and become real apprentices. You know, some gyms the Lord will hand over the gymnasium to the disciples to inherit. Are the apprentices so good? Serena's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. She realized that a gym apprenticeship is really a good career. Fact is also true, the salary is higher than that of the General Alliance civil servants. You can learn the skills of the master of the gym, and even have the opportunity to become a direct disciple. Of course, the position of apprentice is very important. Nothing else, even in Anbo's place. Don't look at the fact that people on the internet are scolding him recently, and some people are spreading rumors behind their backs. But Lu Yin knew that in the past 6 months, he didn't know how many relationships he had with him, and only hoped that when he chose an apprentice after inheriting the gym, he could choose his own children. Pity that all of this became a mirror image with Lu Yin's success in inheriting the gym. And now, because Lu Yin's inheritance of the gym is too abrupt, no one has asked him yet, but I believe that it will not be long before secret friendships and requests will come. What's more, Lu Yin is now a Heavenly King level trainer and a high-ranking Heavenly King, and his gym is also a Heavenly King level gym. Being a disciple of his gym is even more powerful than being a direct disciple of some ordinary gym owners. If someone is spotted by Lu Yin as a real apprentice, then they will turn over. Lu Yin is now telling Serena about this. That is, hoping to find a position it's rare. Don't deal with it casually or don't cherish it when the time comes. Although Lu Yin doesn't think that such a thing will happen to Seme, there should be some explanations. Serena also clearly understood the rarity of being an apprentice. She was happy and asked nervously, "The position of apprentice has so many benefits, I believe it is not small." Serena understands that there is no free lunch in the world. That's right. Lu Yin nodded and said solemnly, "Apprentices also represent the face of the gym and the gym owner. The gym is divided into permanent badges and temporary badges. These 2 badges." Lu Yin explained the different meanings of the 2 badges, and then said, "There are so many trainers in this world, and there are so many people who challenge the gym every day. Naturally, it is impossible for any individual to challenge the gym owner. Especially for some newbies who are just here to gain experience and their goal is temporary badges. Gym owners generally don't come forward to challenge them. This time is when your apprentices come in handy. These newbies, trainers will be used by us. Gym owners, pick it for you, and if you lose, the other party will get a temporary badge. And the Alliance has stipulated that the number of permanent badges that gym owners can issue in a year cannot exceed a certain number, and we gym owners will also make regulations for you apprentices. 1 year. Can't give out more than temporary badges. After all, although the gym is exercising the responsibility of inspection, if too many temporary badges are given away, it will also lose the face of the gym, and it will make people think that the master of the gym will lose the face of the master of the gym. Especially a Heavenly King gym like me, I don't know how many people are watching." "Ming, I understand." Serena put away the excitement in her heart. She suddenly felt a heavy pressure on her shoulders. "Then may I ask, what will happen if the amount of the method exceeds the temporary badge?" Hearing this, Lu Yin said seriously, "If you exceed it, you will be fired. It's the Iron Law." "That's right, Iron Law. Without rules, a circle can't be formed." Although Lu Yin is a person who likes to break the rules, he doesn't dislike the sound system brought by the rules. Before there is enough strength, there are rules and order. Gouda. Serena swallowed her saliva. She suddenly realized that although the position of apprentice is good, there are countless powerful people competing for it. Heavenly King level gymnasium, this kind of competition is definitely more intense. But the pressure she has to face is also very huge, which is not something ordinary people can handle. This kind of pressure made Serena suppress the joy in her heart because she got this apprentice position, and she began to consider whether she has the ability and talent to accept it all. But in the next moment, her eyes became firm. Has the ability or not, you have to try it to know. Others are scrambling for the opportunity, and now she has it. Should she retreat by herself? Then what are the ideals and dreams? What's the point of her running away from home? Noticing the change in Serena's eyes, Lulu hidden smile. Looks like you've made up your mind. Hem. Serena nodded solemnly. You chose me, and you told me these. How can I give up on my own? I want to become your apprentice, I want to learn gorgeous elf tricks, and I want to become a powerful fire trainer. Very good. Lu Yin nodded in satisfaction. In this way, the Fire Queen, one of the two powerful generals under Lu Yin's future, returned to her place. And another female general under his command. At this time, the elf world, the Hejong area, the Thunder Run city. Cammersley, the owner of the Thunder Run gym, picked up the phone and made a call to his assistant. Hey, Xiaozi, can you arrange an itinerary for me? Where to go to the elf Hengcheng? What to do? Hee. Chapter 98 Cammersley's thoughts. Catalia is one step ahead. 8/10 ask for custom. What to do? Cammersley stood up and stretched her waist. Her proud figure belonging to a top model was undoubtedly revealed, but it was a pity that no one could see it. I want to go see that Leiwen gym with the same name as me. Cammersley flicked her long golden hair and stepped on high heels. Walked to the side window, looked at the scenery outside, and muttered, I want to see if that Leiwen gym is qualified to use the same name as me. Is his gymnasium so full of electricity? Will his electric elf shine bright? I'm looking forward to it. Cammersley's azure blue pupils shone brightly. However, the assistant on the other end of the phone was a little speechless and said, So, my dear sister Xiaojur, you are planning to not leave the model catwalk, nor do the gym work, just to visit a gym. Allah, I've been working so hard for so long, what does it matter if I'm absent from work? Cammersley suddenly became lazy, and a weak voice said, Just think of a way for me, Xiaozi. Good or bad? I really. At the other end of the line, Xiaozi was obviously speechless, but in the end he compromised and said, Originally, you didn't have enough time to take care of both the model and the gym owner. If you still do this, I really can't do anything about you. Well, I think of a way. You can challenge this Thunder Run gym in the name of the Gym Master Challenge. This kind of battle between gym owners has become very popular after the fusion of the Elf world and the opposite Blue Star world. It can also be regarded as your job, and there is no problem with it. Amazing. Cammersley clapped her little hands, and a smile bloomed on her delicate face. I love you, Xiaozi, what? I really convince you. I will contact the Alliance for you now. Soon, the phone hung up. Cammersley put away the smile on her face. Her body slowly straightened up. Her aura suddenly became a little fierce. She walked to the side and picked up a tablet, and clicked on the suspended menu again. Video. And this video is the scene of Lu Yin and Sha Yang fighting. Lu Yin understands the high-ranking king of aura. Not only is the fire-type elves trained very well, but even when he is commanding the electric-type elves, he shines brightly. But, I want to verify your qualifications. The title of Leiwen Gym Master is not. Anyone can be worthy of it. On the other side, Hengcheng, Lei Feng Pagoda. Lu Yin released the wind speed dog, jumped on its back, and then stretched out his hand to Serena. Come up. Just in time, I'm going to the research institute, and I'll take you to apply for an apprenticeship later. Because gym apprentices can sometimes issue temporary badges in place of gym masters, the identity needs to be reported to the Alliance. Oh. Serena stretched out her hand obediently. But the next moment, she froze. Lu Yin reached out and grabbed her hand, then pulled her to the back with force, and hugged her in his arms. Yes, it was in his arms. Swish. Serena's white smiling face instantly turned red, and for her, this action was too intimate. This feeling of being held in the arms of a man, I have never felt it at all. Moreover, this is not just being held in your arms, it seems that you will be taken on the road after a while. This is the rhythm of being watched. No. Although he will be my boss and master in the future, he can't be so close for the time being. Thinking of this, Serena was about to say that she wanted to get off the back of the wind speed dog. She was not a casual girl, she was even very conservative, she just didn't react before. But the next moment, Lu Yin took out another Pokeball. Come out, Kyubi. Swish. Ninetales appeared between Lu Yin and Serena. Woohoo. As soon as it appeared, Jue snuggled into Lu Yin's arms and arched, making a sound of enjoyment. Good. Lu Yin smiled slightly, reached out and touched Jue's head, and then said, Jue, I'll take you for a ride today. Woohoo. Jue nodded happily. Trapped in the same place for nearly 200 years, it has long been suffocated, and now Lu Yin is willing to take her to play outside. Of course it is very happy. Serena, be careful to hold on tight. Lu Yin reminded Serena. Serena nodded, but she had a different kind of affection towards Lu Yin than before. Lu Yin's behavior of releasing the Ninetales was very gentlemanly. She held that he was a good man. Okay, Wine Speed Dog, let's go. The destination is the research institute that I visited last time. Seeing that Serena was ready, Lu Yin reached out and patted the Wind Speed Dog under him. Roar. Wind Speed is Dog Point, rushing in the direction of the research institute. Soon, Lu Yin took Serena to the research institute, and found Hu Jie under the leadership of a few little fans who were born after seeing the battle between Lu Yin and Anbo yesterday. Yo, Xiaoyan, here we come. Hu Jie saw Lu Yin. He immediately greeted him with a smile on his face, but after seeing Serena beside Lu Yin, the expression on his face suddenly changed. It's a bit exciting, not only him, but the people around him. Song Bing is the same. Lu Yin had brought Zhang Baoer and Lily Ai before, but now the woman around him has changed again, and she is still a beautiful woman. The single dog said that he received 10,000 critical hits. This is Serena, my new apprentice. Lu Yin introduced them to them. Hello, I am Serena. Serena immediately greeted politely. Hello, hello. Hu Jie and Song Bing responded quickly, then winked at Lu Yin for a while. Who is the apprentice fooling? This is the first to get the moon, and it's a good strategy. Lu Yin. What the hell, why did these two people suddenly become wretched? Forget it, let's get the goblin, the attribute thing done first. At the same time, in a 5-star hotel in Hangzhou, the well-dressed Catalia sat at the dining table and slowly ate the dessert in front of her, savoring the mellow fragrance of Longjing. It's really delicious. When you go back, you can bring some to Grandpa. The delicacies in the elf world China area really live up to their reputation. With a faint smile on Catalia's face, she nodded after eating. She slowly picked up the tissue on the table and gently wiped the corner of her mouth, and then washed her little hands regularly. Doing all this, she slowly stood up, with a look of anticipation in her eyes. Next, it's time to see you, Lu Yin. I don't know what kind of expression you will show when you see me. I am really looking forward to it. Chapter 99 _ a new ability for the game console, copy the genie trick. Lu Yin is not calm anymore. 9/10 ask for custom. Call. Finally done. In the Hangcheng Research Institute, Lu Yin finally compiled a document, which was his research discovery. The 5 of them are only fairies, the elves of the attribute, and there are 3 fairies, the special trick of the attribute. After a brief exchange with Hu Jie, Lu Yin understood that at the moment he only has these. Discover. Enough, there will be new discoveries in the future. Can be supplemented, and then can consolidate his position. Next, Hu Jie will take his people to take the time to verify the findings provided by Lu Yin, and record various data for analysis. Lu Yin's remaining work now is to wait. After Hu Jie's verification is correct, the existence of the fairy and the department will be announced, and it is found that the person is of course in the name of Lu Yin. Regarding this, Lu Yin is not polite to Hu Jie either. Hu Jie is already an elf doctor, and there is no place to be promoted, but Lu Yin takes the credit and can directly become a senior researcher. At that time, he can get a lot of benefits from the alliance. Hu Jie also didn't feel tired of helping Lu Yin. As an elf researcher, this is actually what he enjoys the most, and this is his purest pursuit. Doctor, then I'll go first. Initially getting the goblin and department matters, Luyan and Hu Jie greeted him and left the institute with Serena, who had been waiting for a while. Next, I have to go to the Alliance official to help Serena register as an apprentice, which doesn't take much time. Wei, Luyan also received the Tianwang level trainer certificate, which also didn't take much time. After all, yesterday's match between him and Anbo was broadcast live on the whole network, and everyone in the Alliance knew his strength, so there was no need for a special test. If there is no such thing as a workaround for Heavenly King level trainers, then these staff are too stupid. When all these things are done, when Luyan and Serena return to Leifeng Tower, the time has not yet come noon. Standing in front of Leifeng Pagoda, Luyan suddenly thought that Zhang Bauer had said last night that she would be leaving today, and that the special training of the Alliance Police seems to be 10 days away. Although Zhang Bauer is now his woman, Luyan has no idea that she must be by his side. Isn't that why no one cooks lunch? Luyan is a little helpless. The cook is gone. Will he and Lily have to rely on takeaways to support the rest of their lives? Oh my God, please give me another cook. God seemed to have heard Luyan's prayer. Serena beside him saw him standing at the door in a daze, and asked suspiciously, "Master, are you not going into the gym?" Luyan heard the voice and looked at Serena. His originally gloomy expression suddenly changed. A bright light glowed in his eyes. He stretched out his hand to grab Serena's hand, and asked excitedly, "Will you do it?" Meal. Meeting. Serena nodded frantically. Great. Luyan cheered, took Serena's hand and walked towards Leifeng Pagoda. He's happy to have a long-term cook. Serena was stunned, because Luyan actually held her hand, but she was even more stunned that she hadn't started an apprenticeship yet, but became a chef first. After entering Leifeng Pagoda, Luyan introduced Serena and Lilia. Zhang Bauer had already left. Seeing Serena, Lily breathed a sigh of relief, because it meant that she didn't need to be alone with Luyan in the Thunder Tower. Thinking of what happened last night, she was actually a little embarrassed to face Luyan, and if she was alone, the pressure would be even greater. Yes. And Serena was actually relieved. She didn't expect that there was already an employee like Lilia in Leifeng Tower before her, but if there is such an employee, she can count it feels good to have a partner. Because of Lily's sake, Serena's last worries were gone. She walked into the kitchen in a good mood, intending to show off her skills. Lily also followed, and it seemed that she planned to learn a lesson. Luyan was no longer in this mood. The time he had to wait for lunch was long, and he was a little bored. He finally thought of the secret rewards given by the Will of the World yesterday. After I got the reward yesterday, I hurried back to play the Gym Master competition, and then I was attacked at night by Sister Bauer. I got up this morning and I've been busy until now, and I haven't seen the level secret volcanic island. What's going on? Now there is a chance, why didn't you go in and have a look? Recently, the Alliance should send someone to talk to me about the exchange of interests. I have a game console, so I can go ahead and take all the benefits out of it. Wouldn't it be a bloody profit by then? Luyan thought for a while, and finally decided to enter the secret realm, but the time will wait until after lunch. After all, it is an undeveloped secret realm exploration work that cannot be done in a short time. Then let's play games. Up his elves. If he uses the game mode, he does not need to enter in person, and he can have dinner at any time. Well, the elves in my hands, from high to low, are Nine Tails, Electric Dragon, Black Carp Dragon, Lizard King, Flame Monkey, Electric Demon, Flame Chicken, Wind Speed Dog, and Casey. Among these elves, it seems that only Casey is of low-level strength. Then train Casey, since he's never logged into a console. Just do what he said. Luyan's thoughts flashed, and he logged in the game console with Casey on him. Speaking of which, an average trainer can only carry 666 elves, and a Heavenly King level trainer has 9 nines. Luyan can now carry 9 9s, and when he could only carry 666s before, the elves will stay there. In the game console, there seems to be a small space for them to rest, and the range and environment are better than in the Pokeball. Login successful. The next step is, choose a secret realm. Just when Luyin successfully logged into Happy and planned to choose a dungeon to upgrade it, he found that there was an extra icon issued by the game console. What is this? Luyin's belief moved, clicked on the icon, and then saw a line of information. Host replicability. Casey, teleportation primary. No. Luyin was so frightened that he got up from the sofa, unable to. Looking at the information on the screen of the game console in disbelief. Replicability and the ability of the host to replicate. Meaning, you can copy Casey's teleportation, Gudu. Luyin swallowed his saliva. Nima, this is a little exciting. That I have a superpower, but why does this power only appear now, and it can only copy Casey's teleportation? Why don't you log in and try? Chapter 100_copy the nine-tailed trick. Ass-touching experiment. Little Nebula. 10 out of 10 customized. Just do it. Luyin took a deep breath, and logged Ninetales into the game console with anticipation. Then, he checked the information in the icon again. The host can copy the trick. Kathy, teleportation primary Ninetales. Meditation heaven level Ninetales. Mental strong recitation heaven level Ninetales. Hypnosis heaven level. Luyin sucked in a breath of cold air in a very unsteady manner, his face flushed with excitement. Exciting, so exciting, his guess came true, and he could actually replicate the nine-tailed superpower trick. He can understand the function of the game console to copy the ability of the wizard. The ability of this game machine to provide replication is only the ability that humans can master, such as superpower, which belongs to a high-end application of human spiritual power. There is another proof for this. The Ninetales Association's superpowers actually include seals, sleep, and high-speed movement, but they do not appear in the copy column. This further shows that although Luyin can copy the magic of elves, it must be a human being. The kind that can be mastered. In addition, Luyin remembers the power that the human body can master. In addition to superpowers, there is also the power of the wave guide. If he conquers a spirit like Lucario, can he still learn the power of the wave guide and the wave missile? Such a unique trick. In addition to the power of the wave guide, it seems that there are also the power of the permanent fan, the power of supergram, the powers that the elves have given to human beings. Whether these powers can be replicated, Luyin has reservations. But now this ability is powerful enough. Copying superpowers is already perverted enough, and it completely copies the power of elves. Then, if he conquers the super divine beast in the future, will he be able to replicate this level of superpowers? Just thinking about it, Luyin feels very exciting. Copy first. With strong anticipation, Luyin first copied Casey's teleportation, just in case. He planned to go from weak to strong, step by step. Swish. As Luyin made a decision, a blue light suddenly spread out from his body. He only felt a sudden sound in his mind, and then the world in front of him changed. The time in front of me suddenly became brighter and clearer. Not only that, he felt that he had a special ability in his mind. Using this ability, he could clearly feel everything within a radius of 100 meters with himself as the center. For example, two people who are busy cooking in the kitchen now. However, when Luyin wanted to expand the range of perception, he would find it very difficult. It seemed that his mental strength was not enough. It was as if he could only stretch out his hand so long. Soon, he doesn't care. But the power to experiment with teleportation. Soon, he found that if he wanted, he could teleport to any place within a 10-meter radius of himself. He tested it right away. Shish. Luyin's figure appeared behind the two girls, Lily and Serena. He smiled evilly, reached out and touched the buttocks of the two girls, and then used teleportation again. Swish. Luyin's figure disappeared, and Lily and Serena looked at it like a conditioned reflex, and found that only Cosmobu was happily eating candy on the ground. Little Nebula, I didn't expect you to be such an elf. Lily immediately blamed the groping on Cosmobu's head. Serena also glanced at Cosmobu warily, and then asked Lily, "Do you know what gender little Nebula is?" "Don't know." Lilia shook her head. "It's not actually my elf, it's still a wild elf now. But he is so beautiful, he must be a female." "That's good, maybe my hands are too free." Serena nodded, then turned to continue cooking. At this moment, Lu Yin teleported again and appeared, crack. Disappear again. Staring at Cosmobu seriously. Cosmog. It's not doing anything and it's not female, it's genderless. Ha ha ha. Lu Yinli, who felt the situation in the kitchen, was very happy. He not only took advantage of it, but also framed Cosmogu, who had been known to eat all day. It's just perfect. It's a no-brainer to use it for peeping in the future. A dangerous thought appeared in Lu Yin's mind. But soon, he put the idea out of his mind. Kidding, as a strong person, you must have a firm heart, you must never do bad things, the three views must be upright, the mind must be firm, and there must be no bad thoughts. Peeking or something, it's okay to do it once in a while, right? Go ahead. Shaking his head and throwing away the distracting thoughts in his heart, Lu Yin intends to copy the 3 tricks of the 9 tails. He wants to see if he can use the strength of the Heavenly King after copying it himself. Swish. Lu Yin's thoughts moved, and the next moment, the spiritual power in his mind began to grow, and at the same time, 3 messages appeared out of thin air. As soon as these 3 pieces of information appeared, they were fully grasped by him. After digesting the contents of the 3 messages in his mind, Lu Yin clearly understood. I have no problem with the understanding of the game console copying tricks before, and the tricks that copy the elves also have corresponding strengths, because only the corresponding strengths can exert the power of the tricks. But my understanding is not comprehensive. What I copied actually included the experience of using unique tricks, which is equivalent to the proficiency in the use of superpower tricks. No wonder I can only copy some tricks that humans can learn by themselves. And it should be the game console that helped me awaken my superpowers. I remember that generally only people with strong mental power may have superpowers, such as Nazi, such as Catalia. Mental power can also be trained, relying on meditation and the like, but that is difficult. The process of cutting is slow, and this kind of thing generally depends on talent. I shouldn't have that talent before, until he conquered the 9 tails yesterday. The game console has improved my spiritual power, so now I have this qualification. But if you are qualified, you may not be able to awaken. For example, Nazi and Catalia are awakened with the help of the elders at home. Awakening superpowers is a very dangerous thing. And having superpowers doesn't mean that you can use all kinds of superpowers to use unique tricks, such as teleportation, mind power, hypnosis, etc. These need to be learned. However, I have the ability to copy tricks of the game console, and I can simultaneously improve my strength and trick proficiency, which is great. Lu Yin's understanding is in place. Simply put, mental power is the hardware of superpower, and the ultimate trick is software, and he can copy hardware and software at the same time, saving countless time. And one of the things he is better than others is that he has also learned the 9-tailed king level meditation. With such an auxiliary trick, after using his superpower, the speed of his recovery of mental power is far faster than that of ordinary superpowers, and he can even interact with other superpowers. Comparison of Heavenly King level elves. It's so cool, I feel like I can blow up all the elves in Anbo now. Lu Yin stretched out his hand and shook it. He felt that he was full of strength. I really want to have an opponent to verify it. God seemed to particularly like Lu Yin's desire to look at him, and when an idea appeared in his mind, a girl's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Lu Yin, you really have superpowers. I'm Catalia, I'm here to find you, come and open the door for me. Lu Yin, after awakening superpowers, I will still have hallucinations. Don't worry, This novel hardly fools the plot of the protagonist's battle with the elves, and the elves are just fine.